here we go. Welcome to Divisional Sunday. I said in this stream title, best weekend of the season. I really think it is, man. I love the divisional round so much. Got some juicy matchups here today. We're going to be going live for both of them. We've got the Rams and Eagles coming up here in a few minutes. Kind of took me by surprise that they're actually starting on time. I know that certain network last week didn't exactly live up to their promises of when the game was going to start, talking about the Vikings-Rams game. But good to have you guys in here. As always, you know the drill. If you're in here, if you're in chat, feel free to say hello. We got Tchotchkes in here already. I think I said that right, saying hola. Hello, welcome. Good to have you in here. Hope you're having a nice Sunday afternoon. We got Parachamp in here too, saying, hey, Doc, how's it going? You know, it's going pretty good, man. Definitely a bummer that the Vikings aren't playing today, right? If the Vikings would have won, this would have been the game they would have been playing in, but what can you do, man? We just got outplayed straight up on Monday, but I'm over it at this point, right? Just got to look forward to next season and got to look forward to the rest of this season, right? Neutral football enjoyer, as always. Man, how about those games last night, huh? We got some good games last night. We got treated. I hope we can go 1 for 2 here today. I would consider us going 2 for 2 in the good game department last night. Obviously, that Commanders-Lions game, I mean, just absolute cinema. Offense back and forth. And then even the Chiefs-Texans game, which I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit. I'm sure people have some takes about that game, which I get it. But that was a pretty good game, too. That was a pretty competitive game, right? We had some chaotic moments in there, but here we go. Eagles-Rams up first, a rematch of the Sunday night. I think it was week 12, week 13, right? Two of the better teams in the NFC. We've got the classic Sean McVay versus Vic Fangio battle. I'm hoping it's a good one. I'm picking the Eagles, to be honest with you. I think the Eagles, I don't know that they'll roll, but I think they're comfortably the better team. It's in Philly. It's cold. This is a game that's kind of set up well for the way they play with how good their defense is, that running game. I picked against the Eagles last week, and I kind of paid for it. I'll go Eagles 30, Rams 23, but it's like a backdoor cover, like the Rams score a late touchdown or something. But I'll go Eagles 30, Rams 23. Chachi's saying, hot take, Goff wasn't as bad as the internet thinks. I don't think he was that bad, right? Obviously, the interceptions were one thing. He did turn the ball over a little bit, but you can't put the whole game on him, and you have to look at the whole body of work of his season, right? There's a lot of people saying now, oh, the contract was a mistake and this and that. I don't know, dude. I mean, they wouldn't have gone 15-2 without Goff. I certainly wouldn't consider him like QB4 or whatever, right? But like, yeah, I mean, you can't put it all on him. Some of it was the Lions just getting ravaged by injuries. There's only so much he could do, right? So I get that. But I don't know. What are you guys feeling for this game? You guys feeling Eagles or Rams in this one? I know in the Discord, a lot of people had the Eagles going pretty far in the brackets that we filled out, right? Few people even had the Eagles in the Super Bowl. So I feel like most people are probably rocking with the Birds here. It makes sense, though, right? You look back to the last time these two teams played. Saquon went for like 300 yards from scrimmage. The defense just kind of ate, you know. There's some matchups to be had against this Rams team. And I say that as someone whose favorite team got obliterated by them. But here we go. First play of the game for Philly. They're going to start with some play action with Hurts. All right. That's nice. Get Hurts going early. You know, that was a big talking point of the game last week. Hurts didn't look very comfortable at times. He's been dealing with the concussions. Got frazzled with some pressure a little bit. Maybe held on to the ball a little bit too long. Passing game was kind of choppy. But, you know. It's one game, right? You like to think that maybe the Eagles can figure things out a little bit. Again, there is some matchups to be had. Chachi's is feeling a lucky Rams win in this one. I mean, I could see it, right? You'd need to have a pretty incredible game, I would say, from Matthew Stafford, and this defensive line would really have to show up, which is easier said than done going up against this Philly offensive line, right? That's going to be one of the tough things about this matchup. There's Devontae. You have to wonder if they're going to get A.J. Brown involved early in this drive too, right? Only one catch for 7 yards for A.J. last time. Parachamp saying only one person had the Eagles making the Super Bowl in the bracket. Wow, okay, I'm mistaken then, I guess. It was Jack, wasn't it, right? He picked him to win the Super Bowl, didn't he? I am completely mistaken. I guess most of us had the Lions representing the NFC, including me, man. My bracket is busted. I had the Lions win it all. They were my preseason pick. They were my pick going into the playoffs. Just, you know, again, with hindsight, you can look at like how their defense played down the stretch and all the injuries, and maybe it's not that shocking. I don't know, though. I feel like it was justified to have them be the favorite going into the tournament. But we do have a third down for the Eagles here. I did start kind of at a weird time. As I hinted at earlier on when we just got started, the Vikings-Rams game did not start on time. Started like 30 minutes late. So I was like, they say 3, but I don't really buy it. But I guess the second game is starting at 6:30, according to what I'm looking at right now on my other screen. So I guess they do got to go chop here. But that'll be a first down for the Eagles. All right. Eagles already at midfield. See, that's the thing, right? This Rams defense does have some nice young talent. I love that defensive line. But if you can stand up to that first wave, you could get their secondary. The Vikings just couldn't do that last week. But this Eagles team has the line to do it. There you go. Look at all that time for Hurts, right? He could just sit back there, right? Guys aren't open downfield. Okay, you've got maybe the best check down in the entire league in Saquon, right? I mean, that's like an easy 6 yards right there. Let's see the coverage downfield here. Yeah, I mean, it's just like not 4 verts, but you got 2 guys running down the seam. There's nothing there, right? Trying to maybe hit a shot play, but you could get like 6 yards just doing that. Here's Hurts on a keeper. Man, there he goes. Is Hurts going to house it? Oh my goodness. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts. Not often you see him rip off a long one like that. 44 yards for Jalen Hurts on the ground, right? Usually you think of a Jalen Hurts rushing touchdown, you think of the brotherly shove. He's not necessarily the most explosive runner, but look at this. They're just going to get blockers out in front. There's Saquon's gravity. Everyone honed in on him. Just shrugs off one tackle and he's gone. What a start for Philly. Crowd riled up, right? It's a little chilly out there. Eagles got a nice home field advantage. There you go. Man, yeah, we'll see, man. The Rams might have to come out firing in this one. Oh my gosh, did he miss? He did. Quietly been a tough season for Jake Elliott a little bit. He's had a few misses this year. Missed the extra point there. Something to keep a pulse on. We'll see. We saw a missed extra point last night too. Didn't really end up factoring in much, but lucky Rams win is going to need some more luck. Yeah, man. I mean, I really think I don't know. I feel like this Eagles offense could hit 30 points on this Rams defense, to be quite honest with you, right? The Rams are going to have to answer. And as much as I love Stafford and I love McVay and these receivers, right? Dude, that is just easier said than done against this Philly defense, right? I doubted them last week and I paid dearly for it. I mean, they completely obliterated a Packers offense that I've kind of liked throughout the year. But yeah, I don't know. The Rams had some success in their last matchup, right? They hit Puka on a few big plays. They were picking on, that one guy, that corner. I forgot his name. I'm going to look it up right now. They had some success, but it was not really that much of a game. What's this dude's name? Isaiah Rodgers, that's who it was. They were picking on Isaiah Rodgers a little bit in that game, and they had some success, but it's not like Rodgers consistently sees the field here for Philly, right? Maybe you can get a nice big play on Slay with Puka or something, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a little worried that Stafford is going to have to be running for his life with how good this Eagles defense is, and the Rams offensive line isn't exactly the best ever, right? Stafford's just kind of a guy at this point where you need to protect him. Otherwise, things go south a little bit. Tall task. Parachamp saying Lions might struggle next year like the Eagles did last year, losing both coordinators after they made the Super Bowl. Oh, yeah, that's the brain drain, right? I mean, the big question is okay, who's going to stay and who's going to go, right? Is Aaron Glenn going to stay? Is Ben Johnson going to stay? And I heard Ben Johnson maybe said more or less that he is leaving, right? There's all this smoke about him going to the Raiders, which would be crazy. That is shocking. Wow. So I don't know who this guy is, to be honest, but someone tweeted it out. NFL contributor for Forbes, also at PFN. Okay, so pretty reputable source. But Ben Johnson will officially be leaving to be a head coach. Oh, per Adam Schefter. Well, there you go. That's at least one domino to fall, right? And you'd have to think Aaron Glenn would get hired too. That will be tough though. And I believe in the Lions still. Like, I don't think that they're doomed, right? I don't think it's over for them because they're losing their coordinators. The personnel is still good. Dan Campbell's made good hires. Who's to say he can't do it again? But yeah, I mean, it's not easy, right? Those windows, they close quickly. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The Eagles from 2023 are a good example of that. Although the Eagles of 2024 are also a good example of, like, you can bounce back from that though. You can turn around and make good hires again. We got Jack in here too. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Jack. Saying, come on, Bird Bros, take out the evil and caw. Yeah, I suppose, right? Rooting against your divisional rival. I can respect that, absolutely, right? Maybe a little Rams hate watch for you right here. We'll see, man. We'll see if the Bird Bros can come through for you. All right, here we go. Man, we're going to learn a lot about how well-equipped this Rams offense is based off this first drive. Stafford has some time. Oh, that was nearly picked. Slay nearly got him right there. There's that matchup that they're looking at, right? Puka on Slay. Oh. Man, he had a little bit of time though, right? Getting play action with Stafford to start things out. Puka kind of had him. That was not the best ball by Stafford there. That was a little behind him. Better throw by Stafford, and that's a big chunk play to start out the game for the Rams offense. Stafford kind of left some yards out on the field there. They'll go back with a run now to Kyron. Jack saying Rams are the last team not named the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. Let's get some variety. No, I absolutely get that, right? It would be nice to see like another team in there, right? Chiefs have been in the big game so often. You feel like all the storylines have been exhausted. And don't get me wrong, a three-peat would be pretty cool just because like we've literally never seen it before. So I get that. But yeah, it would be nice to maybe see some variety. I'm not going to be like in shambles if the Chiefs are back in the Super Bowl again, but you know, maybe like the Ravens or Bills can get in there this year. We'll see in a few hours who it's going to be, but oh, low throw. Did he catch it to Higbee? Slay is signaling incomplete. It is. Oh man, that's not a good start. Oh boy. You know, I was a little scared that this game might be a blowout. I was like, maybe not a blowout, but just like not very competitive. Oh, I don't know. He might have caught that. Let's see. That first angle made it look like it was a catch. Higbee got his arms underneath that. If you're the Rams, you probably have to challenge that, right? I mean, you can't go 3 and out. Are we going to take a look? Yeah. I think that might be a catch. Let's see this again. I think it bounced off his arms, didn't it? I can see how the ref would see the ball bounce and think like, oh, like that just hit the ground, that bounce, that's incomplete. I think that bounced off his arms. I think that's a catch. That's a crazy throw and catch if that's the case. I mean, lordy, right? I mean, obviously going 3 and out is never good, but to give up a 44-yard touchdown run on the first drive and then follow that up with a 3 and out when your game plan is pretty much like, hey, we might need to score like 35 to win this game and we're on the road and it's nasty and Eagles fans are hurling like never before heard insults at us, you know, like, man, yeah, they kind of need that to be a catch. Oh, man, we'll see. But I will say, for what it's worth, right? First 2 dropbacks for the Rams, right? If you count that catch and then Puka, the inbreaker, they were there. They were there. So this is opening script McVay. Obviously, he's probably got something cooked up. First, 15 plays. Usually that's what coaches are looking at. But yeah, it would be demoralizing if it doesn't work out. I mean, yeah, to go back out, it's like, oh, it got reversed. The crowd goes crazy. All of a sudden you're punting and it's like crap. Saquon has had 1 touch and we're down 7-0. Well, 6-0 and they have the ball. Yeah, that would be tough. But well, here's what I'll say. I took a look at my game cast. I think it's going to be a catch, considering Tyler Higbee now has 1 catch for 9 yards. I think it's going to be a catch. So they might have got that. Pairchamp saying, blind refs, shake my head. Can we just fire refs and have New York headquarters review everything? I want some consistency in the league. Oh, yeah. I mean, I knew this was going to come at some point, right? Like, that has been a big talking point based off the games yesterday. I mean, it would be nice if there was some sort of like way that we could use the expedited review for like maybe penalties or stuff like that, right? And we talked about this during my Fortnite stream. I mean, you don't want to go overboard and slow the game down too much, but also like it is very frustrating when there's like easy fixes, right? You can clearly see it takes like 10 seconds to pull up a review and you can clearly see like, oh, that's the wrong call, right? Yeah. Silly, right on cue, right? Welcome to the stream, Silly. How do I feel about the Chiefs and the refs controversy from yesterday? Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? Maybe Mahomes flopped a little bit. Here's what I'll say. And again, I'm always going to bat for the Chiefs, right? Maybe this is just the annoying contrarian in me, always wanting to be like devil's advocate and stuff. Yeah, there was yeah, Mahomes flopped, right? And maybe there's a questionable like hit to the head, right? And honestly, good on Joe and Troy for calling that out. That's not the reason why the Chiefs won that game, though, right? The Chiefs sacked Stroud like 8 times in that game. Kelsey went for 100 yards. Like, the Chiefs were still definitely the better team, you know? And again, I just think my take with that, it is definitely magnified a lot because it's Kansas City and because they're always in big games and because they always seem to win, right? It's a lot easier for like the Chiefs, like for us to go back and be like, well, you know, here's a moment where the refs might have got something wrong. Whereas like with the Rams, we're not like, well, the only reason the Rams are 10-7 is because there's a missed face mask against the Vikings. And, you know, like, and yeah, right on, Jack. I'm glad you brought that up, right? If you've seen what Texans players are saying, it's actually hilarious. Here's what I'll say. Like, I'm sorry. I get being frustrated about like how the game went, but you're seeing like CJ Stroud saying like, well, you just know what's going to happen as soon as you walk into that arena. It's like, I'm sorry, man. Like, if you're going into that game with that mindset, like, you've already kind of lost, right? Like, I don't know. Like, believe me, like, bad officiating is annoying, right? And I get how it's annoying that the Chiefs won again, but I don't know, you know? And it's like, I don't know. Like, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, like, everyone flops, right? You could go through like Josh Allen's career and find times where he's flopped. Believe me, as a Vikings fan, there have been plenty of instances of like Justin Jefferson flopping and like he gets the call, right? It happens. I'm not saying it's good, but it's a common practice. Oh, what a throw. Puka over the middle. Here come the Rams a little bit. But yeah. Parachamp saying just get robots instead of refs. That would be interesting to see if they like started to implement like, you know, like in soccer, there's goal line technology and they can use sensors to see like whether the ball crossed the line and stuff like that. There's always a little bit of a boomer or a traditionalist in me that's like, like it's the human element of the game, you know, right? Some of those imperfections, those messy moments, those chaotic moments actually is what makes football so special, right? But I do understand the other side of like, well, you know, like there is technology that exists that could make the practice of refereeing a game a lot easier. So I get it both ways. Chotchke is saying, I think ref bias is real, but it's just a part of all the officiated sports, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know. And I don't know. Oh, is that a no-looker by Stafford? But it'll be a talking point, you know. I will say that's fair. Maybe the NFL starts penalizing flops, right? I mean, some sports do that, right? Soccer is trying to do that a little bit. NBA will fine guys for flopping. Hockey, it's like a 2-minute minor for flopping, right? So there is a precedent for some sports doing that. Maybe the NFL could look into that a little bit. Like if you flop, like, yeah, that's like a 5-yarder or a 10-yarder, right? It would be nice to try and take it out of the game. Yeah. It happens. It is a part of the game, but maybe there are measures we could take to take it out of the game. And that's an issue that maybe the rules committee could visit this year. Like, if I'm going to be honest, I would rather the NFL look into that instead of like an 18-game season, you know? I would much rather they take care of stuff like that. Here we go. Big 3rd and 6 right here. It's kind of been the story for the Rams in the playoffs past few years. Maybe leaving some points on the table in the red zone. Here you go. Stafford's going to step up and scramble. Oh, he got it. Oh, no, they marked him short. Was that knee down? Oh, well, We're going to see. They're marking him short. McVay has got his play sheet up. I think they're going to go for it here, right? You have to. This is one of those games where, man, as Michael would like to say, right, get the diapers ready, right? Get ready to roll. Knee's not down yet. Oh, I don't think they can reverse that. There's no way you can challenge. There's no way you can throw a second challenge on the first drive of the game. They're going to go, and they got it with Kyren. Here we go. All right. Rams punching back a little bit. Here we go. Here we go. But yeah, flopping being penalized would be nice. Tennis went full robo umps, and I think it's been received well. Interesting. I know baseball's been talking about that too, right? I think at some of the lower leagues, they've tested out robo umpires. Maybe like in the XFL or something, or whatever lower leagues of football there are, you could start to experiment with that a little bit. It would be interesting. I'm not staunchly opposed to it. If it happens, I get it. Here we go. It's 1st and goal now for the Rams. They're going to go back to Kyren. Running game's been looking all right with Kyren so far. Man, I tell you what, he really did not regress this year. People thinking maybe after the touches he got last year and the Rams drafted Blake Corum, Kyren's stock is going to go down a little bit. Very quietly had another excellent year running the football for the Rams, right? Again, maybe not a top 10 back, but he's efficient. He fits the offense super well. He adds an element of power. The offensive line is starting to get maybe a little bit healthier, and, they just put so much into it, right? But here you go. Man, they got to hurry and get the snap off here. Play clock is running out. They ain't going to get that snap off. Oh, they just barely got it. Stafford, oh, what a play. Darius Slay getting his paw in there. They're looking for Demarcus Robinson on a slant. There you go. All right. What a play by Big Play Slay. He's had a good start so far. Trying to hit a little double move. And it's just, man, this has kind of been an issue for the Rams a little bit, right? Struggling to finish off drives in the red zone. Just a lot of times where they just leave points on the table. They're so good at moving the ball in between the 20s. Here you go. 3rd and goal. There's an interesting conversation I'll have about the Rams' red zone offense here maybe after the snap. Oh, my goodness. Touchdown Rams. They fire back. They have a chance to take the lead here with an extra point. It's Higbee. Stafford rifled it in. McVay's fired up. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, man. How about that? Get them bunched up. Nice. All right. I won't lie. I am rooting for the Rams in this game. I want to see the Rams win. I don't know. I love McVay and Stafford so much, and this defense is so nasty. I can't lie. I am rooting for the Rams, but I don't necessarily have anything against the Eagles. If anything, I've kind of been a Nick Sirianni defender this season. He's another guy I've been going to bat for a lot. Kick is up and good. Rams take the lead. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns in this game. Here we go. Here we go. Man, when it looked like that pass was incomplete on 3rd down, the first 3rd down of the game for the Rams, I was like, uh-oh. Maybe this will be an ugly one, and we'll just have to wait till Ravens-Bills for a banger. A lot of game left, right? But 2 drives in, we're feeling pretty good right now. We got Caden in here. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Caden. Saying, all right, time for Coach to take the field. Here we go. Let's go, Raiders. Let's see what Jaden Daniels and DK Metcalf and the fellas have in store for us. And for those that might be curious, what the heck? We have a nice little Madden franchise that we're doing right now. Nice little tradition. So let's just say he's doing it for auto spa. There's only one person in here that gets that, but that's okay. Silly saying, is there any truth to the rumors of the NFL adjusting the playoffs again? And side note, I think 18 would be interesting if there were 2 bye weeks. Oh, so there'd be 8 teams. That's the conversation. I thought 6 was fine, to be honest with you, right? 7 might even be a bit much. If you look at the history of the 7 seed, right? Only one 7 seed has ever won a game ever, right? It was last year's Packers. And then they lost in the next round, right? A lot of these 2v7 games are kind of ugly, and I think maybe the best thing about the expanded playoffs is that only the top seed gets the bye, but even then, like, that sucks for like the 2 seed, right? Like if you're the Bills, you go 13-4 and you have to play in the first round, right? Um Again, not to be Mr. Traditionalist, I thought it was fine at 6 teams and the top 2 seeds got buys, but no, I think 8 would certainly be too many. I mean, let's pull up the standings right now, right? If they had an 8-team playoff this year, who would have been the 8 seed, right? I mean, Lord Almighty. Let's pull up the conference standings right here. It would have been the Bengals, I guess. Okay, on the AFC, the Bengals would have at least been interesting, but still, it's like, so what? You could just like poop your pants for half the season and have like the worst defense in football and still get in? I don't know, right? And then the Seahawks. Okay, so this year maybe there would have been like some interesting teams that would have gotten in, right? Like, okay, the Seahawks getting in and the Bengals, like not two bad teams. They're probably of the same caliber of like, the Broncos or the Rams, right? That's fair to say. I don't know if you go back to 2023, right? It would have been the Bengals again or the Jaguars, or like the Seahawks or Saints. But it's like, do we really need that many teams getting in? I think 7 is already plenty. I think it's fine. But let's get the little scoreboard thing pulled back up here. Pearchamp saying, I think Kyron is an easy top 10 running back. Maybe I misspoke. I mean, I could probably run through right now who are backs that I would take over him, right? So Saquon, Derrick Henry, I'd say Bijan, I'd say Gibbs. Shoot, let me just sometimes I like forget these guys' names and stuff, and I just need to like pull up. Oh, Josh Jacobs for sure. I'd say Jonathan Taylor. Not postseason. But like what? That's like 6 or whatever. You could say like maybe like James Cook. Okay, maybe he is top 10. Maybe he's top 10. Maybe I misspoke. He's a pretty good back. But it's like he's not top 10. There's no way. But now that I counted it out, you could convince me of that. But Jack says I don't like the idea of half the conference making the playoffs. Yeah, I'm with you. Pearchamp saying also when I did the hot take and playoff stream prediction, I had the Stafford take to win another Super Bowl. Do you think their chances are better to pull that off now? I mean, shoot. They won their first game, right? The Lions are out now, right? If they win this, then they're one game away from the Super Bowl. And at this point, you get this deep in the year, right? All the teams left are contenders. Like at this point, yeah, the Commanders are a contender to win the Super Bowl. It would be foolish to say like, well, I just still don't know, right? Like, if you're this far in, you're this far in. Like, it's anyone's game. You only need to win 2 more games to win the Super Bowl if you're the Commanders. So I certainly think their chances are better now. I picked against them in the first round, right? And they got through that. And here they are looking all right early on against the Eagles. So that would be pretty cool if Stafford got ring number 2 again. If that did happen, have some very interesting conversations about where he ranks all time. Just have some interesting conversations. That's what I'll say. I might start pushing some wild agendas if that was the case. But here comes the pressure. Hurts goes down. 3rd down and 6, and the Rams get to him. Oh, boy. There's maybe the issue that kind of popped up last week, right? Hurts just holding on to that ball a long time, right? This passing game is super talented, and Hurts has good football in him. This is not me saying he's a bad quarterback, but there will be moments where things are just a little bit too choppy, and it's just not as easy as it should be through the air for this offense, right? There you go. Took a while for the Rams to get some pressure, but they got home, and they get a stop, a 3-and-out after a touchdown, right? That's a big reason why the Rams won on Monday. Some of that you can put on Darnold, but it's also fair to say that their defensive line just straight up handled business up front. This is a very talented defensive front. Eagles' offensive line is a big step up from the Vikings' offensive line, but they got home there. And all of a sudden, the Rams have the ball and the lead. Things are interesting already. Jack saying there's plenty of instances with the 2 and 3 seed getting the same record and only one got the bye. That is true. Yeah. Not saying that the 1 and 2 seed don't have the same record, but it is less common. Parachamp saying the Rams could be the spoiler to the NFC East Championship Bowl. Yeah, that would be a divisional matchup if the Eagles won this one, right? Hey, we got a great game the last time they played. That was the crazy Jaden Daniels comeback, last second touchdown in Landover, crowd going crazy. To me, that was the game where it's like, yo, like, okay. Turns out that little stretch where the Commanders were struggling on offense and like it looked like maybe they were going to hit the cliff again. Nah, that might have actually just been a blip and a coincidence, right? If you go back in like late October, early November, I was like, I don't know, guys, if the Commanders like lose another game here, I start to get scared that they're going to crash out and miss the playoffs, but no, they absolutely righted the ship. And that Eagles game was like, okay, yeah, we should absolutely take this team seriously. Like they did hit their wall. They did kind of get adjusted to a little bit. Teams kind of figured them out a little bit, but they've found counter punches. They got this running game going really well now with Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler, and McLaurin is just so good. And how about De'Ami Brown turning into like a legit wide receiver too for them, right? There's a lot of weapons in this offense, and I got to say, I'll say it again. I've said it a million times. Jaden Daniels has proved me wrong. Cliff Kingsbury's proved me wrong. There's just a lot to like about how they're playing on offense, and the defense ain't bad either. They've got enough playmakers. They might let up some points, some big plays, some yards, but they can get takeaways. Mikey Sanders still has come along as a great rookie corner. Frankie Louvu is like an all-pro caliber linebacker. Jeremy Chin's a guy I've always loved. Jonathan Allen came back from injury after like a brutal injury in week 5. He's back now. There is plenty to like about this Commanders team, right? They wouldn't be the first team remaining that I'd pick to win the Super Bowl. And you could probably say, well, once the conference championship games are set, they might be the worst of the 4 teams left. But they're one of the 4 teams left. It is one of the coolest seasons I've seen in a long time to go from the 2nd overall pick to the conference championship game. Jack saying, if the Rams make the Super Bowl and I have to root for the Chiefs, oh man, that would be crazy. Hey, that would be a fun little rematch though, right? Remember that Monday night game? Again, it's been beat to death at this point. Obviously, the Chiefs and the Rams are very different from that game, but it'd be a fun little trip down memory lane. Prayer Champ saying, I will say, if we get a Lamar Ravens and Jaden Commanders in the Super Bowl, that would feed families. That would be awesome, right? Remember when they played back in like early October? And maybe it was even September. It was like week 5. And that was when we were like, are the Commanders good or not? Maybe that was another moment where the Commanders kind of proved that they were a pretty legitimate operation, right? That game was fairly close. Dump off to Kyron. Oh, good tackle. What a play right there. Is that Oren Burks? It is, yeah. He was on the 49ers last year. He had to come in for Dre Greenlaw when he got injured in the Super Bowl. No Nakobe Dean for the Eagles here today, right? That is going to be one of those things to watch. You always hear like the take of like when the 49ers are going up against bad linebackers, it's like, oh, Kyle Shanahan's going to have like the target over the head of one of the linebackers, right? Oren Burks might be that guy that McVay targets. Also, we're seeing Quinyon Mitchell get helped off now. Ugh. Not a good blow for the Eagles right there. They're low-key pretty banged up too. No Brandon Graham for them either. And he was so good against the Rams on Sunday night. They're going to get to Stafford anyways. Jalen Carter picking him up. Yo, he did the Jaden Daniels thing. He picked him up. Some of you college fans might remember that SEC championship game. Jalen Carter just picks up Jaden Daniels. He did it again. There's that Eagles pass rush. And again, like Stafford, as great as he is, he just can't like navigate those pockets like some of these other quarterbacks can. If that's Jaden Daniels, that might be a first down. But instead, Stafford's getting hoisted like a baby, Good answer from the Eagles. Defense showing some life there. Maybe taking a few hits on the injury front, but it's a very deep and talented and well-coached unit. But I got a few more people coming in here too. Wolf and Gabe, good to have you guys in here. Wolf's in a franchise game right now. Let's go. What team you using? Browns, I'm assuming, right? Maybe a little Browns rebuild right there. Gabe saying, what is my official take on coaching trees? Who's the one who's established it? Does Dan Campbell start his own coaching tree? Does Todd Bowles have to claim Dave Canales or maybe Liam Cohen? I'm actually glad you asked that because we were talking about coaching trees on here a few weeks ago. And we were talking, I was Henry actually that asked me, like, what do you think is the next up and coming coaching tree? And I think a few people answered Todd Bowles maybe, right? As far as like Canales and Liam Cohen. Here's what I'll say. I think he absolutely deserves some credit because he's the guy that hired them, right? And if they're getting promoted, like it sucks for like the Bucks, right? But that's good on Todd Bowles. That means he's making good hires. He's got a good eye for like who he wants his coordinators to be. But I would not consider Dave Canales and Liam Cohen to be a part of the Todd Bowles coaching tree, right? For me, a coaching tree is like a family of coaches that run a similar scheme, right? When I think of coaching trees, I think of the Shanahan tree, right? Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur, right? That's what I think of. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a penalty. Yeah. I mean, he popped him. That's a hit they're trying to take out of the game right there. Trying to go deep for Devontae right there. They're going to get that. Yeah. But, so that's what I think of, right? I would not consider them necessarily to be a part of like the Todd Bowles coaching tree, right? For me, that'd be like, okay, let's look at like some of the defensive assistants under Todd Bowles. Do they do a lot of the same stuff schematically? Are they blitzing and doing all this man coverage stuff, right? To me, that's what like a coaching tree would be. But that's a good question. But also for the first time, I stopped the stream. So when the play happens, you react to it right away. Timed it perfectly. Let's go. Wolf saying, all right, Lions played good, but the Commanders played perfect football. Play that game 99 times out of 100, and that's a win. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, yeah, the Commanders, that was like their best possible outcome. Jaden Daniels was just unbelievable. I mean, some of those deep balls he hit, my goodness. And you could just, to the Lions' credit, they went out doing what they wanted to do, right? They blitzed, they ran man coverage, and it worked for them all season. But with just that many injuries, and especially against a mobile quarterback, you wonder why maybe mobile QBs have been such a problem for this Lions defense past few years. That's the perfect answer to man-heavy defenses and blitz-heavy defenses. When you have a guy that can just run around, escape the pressure, and your DBs have their back turned because they're not looking and they're in man coverage, right? That's a few extra yards that you can just get by running. So again, maybe in hindsight, yeah, like Jaden Daniels was a nightmare matchup for this Lions defense. We saw it with Josh Allen too, right? Mobile QBs will get him. But you saw that in person, the Jalen Carter thing? Yeah, nice. That's right. I remember that. Browns rebuild. There you go. Some Michaela Witherspoon hate. Yeah. Pear Champ didn't like that penalty. Jack said if Mahomes, that would have been a penalty. I'm assuming you're talking about the Hurts slide. Yeah. Here you go. 2nd and 10 now. Ooh, it was dangerous, but he got that ball out there. I thought that Cam Kitchens was like lurking and he was going to hawk that ball down, but no. Good placement by Hurts there. 3rd down. Is it snowing a little bit? It is. Let's go. A little snow football. Gotta love it. Gabe says he kind of disagrees. He thinks the Commanders win about 20 of the 100 matchups. Lions had a weakness and the Commies exploited him. You know what? That's a fair take right there. Yeah, it really just is like mobile quarterbacks are the biggest nightmare for this Lions defense. You think about like Justin Fields gave them a lot of trouble too, Saquon's got it easy and then some. Is he going to house it? Saquon is gone. Touchdown Eagles. A 62-yarder. The run game. The explosives in the run game coming for Philly. Ho. Man, the back is back. Hey, maybe it wasn't necessarily Bijan. Maybe it wasn't Bijan alone, but running has been brought back. What else is there to say, man? Superstar running backs are absolutely a thing. We overcorrected on the value of the running back position. I see the logic in you can cut costs at the running back position. If you have a good line and a good scheme, like you can work around that. But man, when you have a guy like Saquon, who can turn any carry into a 60-yard touchdown, that is a way to get explosive plays, right? Your back, if you have a good feature back, they're touching the ball 25 times a game. Justin Jefferson ain't getting 25 catches a game, right? Sometimes you get 3-4 yard carries, but sometimes you get home runs like that. And when it's snowing and it's cold and it's playoff football, man, you're just glad you have them on the team. I'm not even going to pick on the Giants for letting them go, right? I get why they did. The Giants needed to improve elsewhere. Maybe having a superstar running back is a luxury and not a need. It worked out for both teams. But man, it sure worked out for the Eagles. It sure, I mean, it's just crazy that they were able to get him. I mean, and we're gonna see Derrick Henry on the Ravens in a few hours. Yeah, yeah. Oh man, yeah. Verse did look pretty fast there. I was like, dang, he is like catching up a little bit. But Saquon slowed down. But still, I mean, Verse is a beast. Verse is a beast. We got Kira Cat in here. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Kira Cat, saying Commanders being completely shut down by the Eagles next week. I don't think it'll be close. Well, shoot. I mean, we'll see how the rest of this game goes, right? Eagles have the upper hand right now, but we'll see if they're even playing the Eagles. But yeah, I mean, they split, right? Game 2 was a shootout. Game 1, though, that was an Eagles slog, right? That was that Thursday night game. The Eagles just kind of squeezed them to death. They had a few big running plays in the fourth quarter. Saquon played really, really well, but it was the defense that really took it home for him, right? Maybe against like the best defense in the NFL, they can keep things under wraps a little bit more. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, that would be a pretty fun matchup, right? Round 3. I don't always love seeing divisional games in the playoffs just because, like, it's cool to see, like, something different. We've already seen this matchup twice, but also beggars can't be choosers, and, like, it would still be it'd be a fun game. But I don't know, man. Jack, I remember you said, like, you thought the Eagles were the best team in the NFL. You might have cooked a little bit with that. Again, like, they can even have some bad games, but that's a well-built team. Wolfseen, I mean, those guys are catching contested balls. Well, Jaden Daniels dropped it in the breadbasket every time. Dude, I mean, I'm trying to remember who it was to. I'll have to go back and find it later. There was one deep ball where it was just double coverage, and it looked like the receiver didn't have a step. I was like, what is he doing? He's forcing it. But he put it in the literal perfect spot where the receiver is able to find that extra gear and outrun the two Lions defenders. And it was just, that was one of the best throws I've seen in the playoffs. I mean, I can't say enough good things about Jaden Daniels at this point. Maybe year 2, things come back to earth a little bit. Who cares right now? I'm enjoying the ride. What a special season from him. Jack saying offensive line is easily the second most important position to have in the league. It's not even debatable. It's even debatable that it's the most important. No, I'm with you, right? Offensive line, dude. You get a good offensive line, everything else starts to fall into place a little bit. Now, the thing is, because I'm assuming you're talking about quarterback, right? It's offensive line versus quarterback. And the big thing, quarterback is one guy. You only need to find one good quarterback versus like the offensive line. Honestly, you can have like a good left tackle, but if the rest of your offensive line isn't very good, then you start to run into problems a little bit, right? Kyron bottled up right there. That's why I saw Jack going wolf there. I thought Jalen Carter made a play. I was, I was like, yo, Jalen Carter could go dogs right now. I know why. No. That's funny. But with offensive line though, right? It's a unit thing. You need to have, I would rather have like 5 like B- to B linemen than like one stud left tackle and the rest is like C-, But yeah. Stafford going deep for Robinson. Did he catch it? Did he rip it away? He did. Oh my goodness. I thought that was intercepted. Demarcus Robinson making plays. Biggest catch of the game so far. Stafford deep ball. He kind of underthrew that a little bit, but Robinson ripped it away. Oh, man. All right, here we go. It was Isaiah Rodgers. There we go, right? That's the guy that I was talking about. They went at him a lot. The Rams went at him a lot the last time these two teams played, and that was where they had the most success. They saw the matchup. They liked it. Got away with one a little bit there, but they got it. Here we go. Good first quarter. Yes, I am trying to hydrate a little bit, Gabe. Yeah, we do have a lot of streaming today. Pearchamp is a community legend. Absolutely. Dude, he is like the ultimate real one, man. Been here for a minute, but I appreciate we have a lot of community legends in here at this point. But yeah, dude, I filled this thing up. I was like, I might have to like go back upstairs and fill it up again at some point, but oh yeah. Good question from Gabe here. We'll get to Jax too. Oh, we'll get to Jax first. He got in there first. Saying 11 years ago today, the Seahawks and Niners NFC Championship game. Great instance of an amazing divisional rivalry playoff game. That's fair. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That is one of my favorite playoff games ever. Wow. 11 years ago today, I suppose, right? Because everything used to be a week earlier with the shorter season. Dude, I remember that too. Because we had school off the next day for MLK Day, right? So I remember like I was still like in 7th grade, and usually I'd have to like go to bed at halftime for those night games, but I got to stay up and watch the whole game. Yeah, that was an awesome game, dude. No school the next day. That game freaking rocked. Yeah. Gabe with a good question here. Where'd it go? I'm trying to find it in chat. What video did you make that you found the most enjoyable on my channel in the process? So like the one that I had the most fun making here. Okay. That's a good question. Video that I had the most fun making. And this is funny because this video took me a long time to make. Like honestly, I think this video took me the longest to make out of all the videos I've made so far. And like maybe if I could like, it's a bit of an older one, I could go back and nitpick it. I think the one I had the most fun making genuinely was the NFL's meta, because I spent so much time like trying to fully understand like the Shanahan offensive scheme, right? Like, and I'm still by no means an expert when it comes to scheme. Like I'm not an authority figure. Like when it comes to like gap scheme runs versus zone scheme, right? I'm going to defer to like, I don't know, Brett Coleman or something, right? Like he knows more about that than I do. But I will say, I put in a lot of time to like learn what an outside zone run was and how you build play action off of that, and bootleg play action, and how under center play action is maybe harder for the quarterback, but it's more advantageous than play action out of shotgun, and why teams do motion just to like figure out if they're running man or zone, right? And on top of that, like the whole video game theme, and like I spent so much time with this, but just like trying to come up with like a video game tie-in for like each of the themes, right? So like motion, like, oh, like let's make some Wii related graphics because it's motion controls, right? And stuff like that. Like finding video game music that was copyright free that could still fit the vibe of the video, like all that silly stuff. Maybe it like made the video take a little bit longer to come out, and I spent like an extra week or two with that. But I just had so much fun like making the Miis. Like I made a Mike McDaniel Mii on my Wii, and I still have it, right? Like I don't know, that was kind of fun. I think that's the most fun I've had making a video so far. Not to say that I don't have fun making these other videos, but yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Snow's really coming down now. Kyron running downfield. Jack saying, well, considering the Chiefs have an A-graded left tackle and a bunch of bums and the rest, I completely agree. Yeah, second worst line in the league is the sole reason we missed the playoffs. Dude, I'm telling you, if that line was even average, Seattle wins the division, right? And I said this so much during my quarterback ranking stream, right? Dude, I swear, if Geno had a good line, if only, right? Oh, if only. Dude, if Geno had a good line, oh, you know, oh. Here we go, 2nd and 11. 2 guys in the backfield now for the Rams. Getting close to that red zone. That big play really set them up. There's Kupp coming out of the backfield. Tie into the NFL's meta right there, right? Positionless football, right? Rams will do a lot of funky stuff with Kupp. All these tight formations, all these bunch formations. He's so close to the offensive line, and he's so good as a blocker. He really is, like, in essence, a second tight end for him. He very rarely actually lines up at tight end, but the way they treat him as a dude who's a threat to block and receive, he pretty much is a second tight end in this Rams offense. And that's why even though, like, the receiving numbers aren't as good for Kupp now, like, yeah, he's had some stinkers, he's still so important in this offense. He still plays such a vital role. Here's a big 3rd and 2. They'll run it. Oh, what a play. Was that C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Ho-ho, coming downhill. The heart and soul of this Eagles defense right there. Man, he is such a dog. They're going to kick it. Oh, I don't know about that. They're going to kick it. I don't know. Get it to a field goal game, I guess. I don't think you win this game kicking field goals, man. That snow is starting to come down now. It might be the Saquon show. I don't know that you win this game kicking field goals, to be honest. We'll see what the nerds say here in a sec. I got to catch up with chat, too, after this field goal. I'm not the biggest fan of this call, to be honest. I just think, man, it's... Oh, he barely snuck it in there. I don't know. You got to be swinging from the get-go. You're the underdog. You're the road dog. You got that close? We'll see. We'll see. But Wolf says he's a Chiefs fan hater. And everyone who's in this chat and subscriber are legends because they're here before 10K. So true. No, honestly, like, we've got a very nice community here. And I got to say, like, I appreciate the vibe of this community. Everyone is so chill and nice to each other, you know. I am very appreciative, you know. It's not lost on me, like, how good of a group that we've got here. And the fact that it's just like some random Sunday and we're just hanging out and talking. I really do appreciate it. It is awesome. Jack says, I'm an even bigger legend if you met the doctor in person before we got famous. A simple NYC day together. Dude, I just like randomly think about that day sometimes. What a fun week that was, though. Spending the day in NYC, going and getting some nice Italian food, going to those museums, right? Going and walking around the park. That was a great time, man. I'd love to run that back sometime. Oh, yeah, that was awesome. A successful Packers hate watch, too, if you remember that. Just casually watching the game in that Italian restaurant. Yeah, that was a good time, man. That was a good time. Got Garrett Posey in here, too. Let's go. Welcome back, Garrett. Good to have you in here. Saying odds on an all DMV Super Bowl. It's very possible. We were discussing that a little bit earlier, right? A Lamar versus Jaden Super Bowl. That would be a sick matchup, dude. Talk about the future of the quarterback position right there, right? I mean, again, just mobility has got to be, it is now officially just one of the biggest traits you need to have to be a successful quarterback, right? Like, it is very rare. It still can be done, but it is rare to see these unathletic quarterbacks succeed in the NFL, right? The Tom Brady archetype just does not really exist that much anymore, right? I mean, you think about like Kirk Cousins is one of the last of that breed, and his game is starting to kind of age poorly. Some of that is injury, but like he just can't do a whole lot when the pressure gets there, right? And even Stafford, right? That's the biggest thing that like he's such a good thrower of the ball, but he doesn't have answers outside of that, right? So yeah, but that would be cool. All DMV Super Bowl would be pretty cool. Jack is more sad for Kenneth Walker having to play behind a battle line. Yeah, that's true. Kupp got his one catch of the game. Yeah, it's been very quiet for him recently. He's had some good games this season too, which is interesting, right? You think about like his game against the Patriots, right? He balled out against the Lions week 1. He still has good football in him, but it's not nearly as consistent anymore. Those injuries really have sapped away his explosiveness. I'm not against the field goal. I think they fail on 4th down here. Otherwise, I mean, yeah, it's easier said than done getting that 1st down against this nasty Eagles defense, right? Let's see what the numbers say. I just always like checking. I don't know. And again, I will always advocate. I just always advocate for the more aggressive option. Philosophically, I just think that's the better way to play. I think that's a good message to send to your team. I ain't saying that as, like, I'm not a coach, obviously, right? But I don't know. Here's what I'll say, and a big reason why I advocate for like going for it and being aggressive too, right? Like, I have that quote from my dad, right? We're like, well, I sure hope they don't go for it. Like the defense on the other side is probably hoping they don't go. Another thing that I think about a lot, and I wish I would have included this in my video, back in 2019, first year that Lamar broke out, right? Won MVP. Ravens are playing against the Seahawks. Late in the game, right? They're deciding whether to go for it or not. I don't remember the exact scenario, but it was late in the game. Game was on the line. They're trying to like ice the game or something like that. But NFL had him mic'd up, right? They captured the conversation on the sideline. Harbaugh's talking with Lamar, like, do you want to go for it? And Lamar's like, yeah, coach, let's go for it. Like, he's fired up. Like, I just think, like, if you're a player on offense, right? Like, yeah, why wouldn't you want to go for it, right? Like, yeah, trust me. Put the ball in our hands. Like, let's let us decide this, right? You know? Like, if I was Stafford, I'd be like, yeah, let me go for it. Well, I say all that. The analytic model, according to rbscm.com, right, Ben Baldwin's model, recommended a field goal attempt. I mean, it was more or less a toss-up, right? And again, these aren't gospel. You know, I'm obviously not Sean McVay, but I still think, like, if I was the coach, you could say, like, oh, like, The model says to go for it by 0.1%. I'll be like, screw the model. We're going for it, dude. Let's get these 3 yards, right? This is playoff big boy football right here. But that's understandable at least. All right. All right. I get it. And I'm not going to like chastise anyone for saying like kicking was the right call. Like, it's a philosophical difference is all. And I think it's easy for me to say because the stakes aren't as high for me because I'm not the one making the decision. But we got Laywell in here. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Laywell. Good to have you in here. Saying hello, fellas. Sorry I'm late, but how are we doing? I think we're doing pretty great right now. Sitting down and just enjoying it. What else is there to say, man? Good football. But yeah, good to have you in here. Hope you're doing well as well. Let's go. How about your Chiefs? Big win, man. Big win for the Chiefs. As you said yesterday, Arrowhead Invitational. It's back on, man. Here we go. We're going to be in for a classic no matter what next week. I'm fired up, man. I'm fired up. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Got some Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott chatter in there. Oh, my poor King Dak. Jack saying Jaden Daniels is a rookie and has the same amount of playoff wins as Dak. No, not my King Dak. It is true, though. It is factually, that is true. It has been fact checked. And it is true. It is. Yeah. Oh, poor Dak getting $60 million a year. See, and I like Dak a lot, but I get like just you could dive into the circumstantials of like paying him that much money and stuff. But here comes Saquon, man. I mean, he's already got to be close to 100 yards, right? I'm looking right now. He's at 81 on 7 carries. That Seahawks game was an Earl Thomas revenge game. Yeah. Wolf saying, thank goodness one football team in Ohio will win a championship in my lifetime. Hey, it's coming, man. It's got to be, right? You got to hold on faith, right? Here's my favorite go-to cope, right? Favorite cope that I always use when, like, the Vikings come up short. Just every year that it doesn't go your way, that means the year it finally does, it's just going to be that much sweeter, right? You're hoarding good karma, right? What goes around comes around. I'm just going to hoard so much good karma. When the Vikings actually pull it off, or when the Browns pull it off, right? Dude, it's just like the parade is going to be just bonkers. I mean, the celebrations are going to be insane, right? Think about like when the Cubs finally ended their 108-year World Series drought, right? Just the relief, the joy, and the elation for the whole fan base, the whole community, right? It is going to be worth it. And surely it's going to happen for all of us, right? Surely, right? Surely, like the year the Vikings are about to win the Super Bowl, football won't be outlawed, right? We'll see. But yeah, just keep hoarding that good karma. That's how you cope right there. Jets must have the most good karma. That's right. Well, they did win a Super Bowl back in the late 60s. So we just barely beat them. Oh, man. That Joe Namath Super Bowl sets them back a few seasons. Oh, Hurts goes down again. It's Jared Verse, the superstar rookie. Another third down sack for the Rams. And I tell you what, they're hanging in there right now, right? That pass rush is getting home when they need him to. I would say the Browns might be hoarding the most good karma at this point, and maybe some of it is self-inflicted based off of certain moves that they made at the quarterback position, right? Maybe that cost them. Maybe it's the Lions that have the most good karma at this point, right? Especially with all the injuries they had this year. I think the Lions might have leapfrogged the Browns. Lions 1, Browns 2, Vikings 3. Bills 4, maybe. What a punt. Good punt right there. But yeah, Browns are definitely cursed. Yeah. Some chatter. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's been the story with the Chiefs all year, right? Like, yeah, you can go through and you can nitpick and be like, well, in the second quarter on this play, there was a questionable missed call. But it's like, Good question from Jack. Which non-quarterback in the twilight of their careers is it the most controversial Hall of Fame talks? I mean, the first one that comes to mind is Mike Evans, right? And I kind of already gave my Mike Evans speech. Like, I think he should get in. I was actually bored at work the other day, and I was like looking at Mike Evans' Pro Football Reference page, and I I've had the Mike Evans talk so much. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. And this is not me slandering this other player. Like, this dude should get in probably first ballot, right? And I'm not saying that Mike Evans is better than him all time. Here's what I'm going to say. A lot of people like to cross their arms and be like, well, where's Mike Evans, first team All-Pro? Can't be that good, right? Larry Fitzgerald has only one career first team All-Pro. Mike Evans' career high in season receiving yards is higher than Larry Fitzgerald's career high. Mike Evans' career per 17 game average in both receiving yards and touchdowns is higher than Larry Fitzgerald. And yet you don't hear anyone saying, well, Larry Fitzgerald had only one first team All-Pro. Was he really that dominant, or did he just play a long time and get lucky, right? So, like, they should both get in is what I'm trying to say, right? But you don't hear, like, I just think, I hate this take so much that, like, Mike Evans is an average receiver who got lucky to get all those 1,000-yard receiving seasons, right? I'll try and think of a better example because, the Mike Evans conversation has kind of been beaten to death at this point. But again, like, you look, wow, 1,200 yards, 1,300 yards, 1,500 yards, 1,200 yards. Would have certainly got more than this if he didn't miss 3 games, right? Like, come on, I don't know, man. There's like this weird sect of like the football world that just has like this strong anti-Mike Evans agenda. I don't know. Let me think of a better one. Here's one that I like to bring up that I think that like you could make a really good case for the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he'll get it, but honestly, I think he should. And I think, again, like, all pros might hurt his case, but it's like, maybe he should have been voted for more all pros. Well, he has 4. Cameron Hayward. I'm in the camp of like, Cam Hayward should be a Hall of Famer. You look at the career he's had. 88.5 sacks as an interior defensive lineman in a 3-4, right? Absorbing all those double teams, right? He has been consistently one of the best players at his position throughout his entire career. I think he deserves a lot of credit for like how many good edge rushers the Steelers have had throughout his time there, right? And this is not me like dissing TJ Watt or anything. Obviously, TJ Watt's a good player, right? But you see like TJ Watt get 20 sacks, but then he gets hurt and Alex Highsmith takes over for TJ Watt's role last year. And then Alex Highsmith gets like 15 sacks. And it's like, well, maybe the all-pro defensive tackle that like absorbs all these double and triple teams is like playing a big role here. And the fact that he like gets as many sacks as he does, he's not like Aaron Donald by any means, but like he has had like quietly an insane career, right? He's down. There's no way that ball's live. Rams get it back either way. I think I would vote Cam Hayward into the Hall of Fame. I don't know what like the general pulse or consensus is. I feel like there's not like this consistent like not Mike Evans. Like Cam Hayward needs to be in the Hall of Fame type of like army, right? But maybe I need to get on that. Yo, let's go. That's awesome. Hey, what else needs to be said, right? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers themselves say that Mike Evans is the definition of greatness on and off the field right there. There you go. Jack's question got the Bucs in. That's awesome, right? What else needs to be said? The official Tampa Bay YouTube channel agrees with me. Come on. He should be a Hall of Fame there, though. But yeah. But that was a good question. I like breaking down like this Hall of Fame like conversations, right? Like some people, you can be cynical and be like, well, the Hall of Fame is just like, I love it. I love celebrating like players' resumes and stuff like that, right? It's part of what makes football so fun. So say, doctor, keep an eye out for something special in my inbox from the crew. Dude, that's crazy. Let's go. Tampa Bay. Look at that. Hey, Tampa Bay. The Bucs know how to shine. That's awesome. Thank you for tuning in, Bucs, as always. That's awesome. Tell Mike Evans I say hi. I like that. We got some love for Baker, too. Oh, yeah. No, he does seem like a good dude, right? And, like, if you ask, like, anyone, like, I feel like no one ever has anything bad to say about Mike Evans either, right? I mean, you saw like just how crazy not only like the fans but the players and coaches went for Mike when he got his 1,000 yards, right? That's cool, dude. Like that's cool. Whatever. They were stat padding. He also got like a $3 million incentive too, so it's cool. But that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Jack saying Mike Evans has Russ MVP syndrome. They're always someone better. It's tough, right? It's tough to like break through and be like the best player. I mean, you could say like Drew Brees was never the best quarterback in the NFL, right? Like there's years where Rodgers or Brady, got him and stuff like that. So, but that's not, no one's saying like Brees shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. Doc is trying not to freak out right now, dude. I mean, it is just like genuinely surreal to see that. Yeah. I don't know what else to say, but I appreciate it, Tampa. Let's go. People loving it. That's awesome. See, they have, but also it's still crazy every time. Like it is still crazy every time. Do not get me wrong. Like I have not gotten used to it. Oh man. The inbox thing is crazy too. I mean, I don't think they're like sending a sword or anything. But I'll have to do that. Parachamp saying I should swap to be the Bucks fan. Vikings will just keep hurting me. Oh, see, I'm not quite there though. Again, I've hoarded too much good karma at this point to go away. I can't do that, man. I just can't do that. I mean, the Vikings will forever be my favorite team in all of sports. What else is there to say? There have been a lot of drop balls. The snow is kind of muddying things up a little bit. That's a very good point, Garrett. Nearly got the muff right there. I mean, we nearly had a fumble for the Rams. It's been a bit of a wacky game so far. You look at like Stafford's stat line. He's 10 for 15, 126 and a touchdown. But, a lot of those yards came on a play that was nearly an interception. But the Rams are hanging around. They will also get the ball to start the second half here too. So there you go. Okay. Whoever runs the Bucks account deserves a big smooch. Hey, they're coming in clutch. What else is there to say? W admin right there. The Bucks solidified as next season's official team of Dr. Pigskin. Yo, they just might have to be. That is a great point. I didn't even think about that. We keep declaring them earlier and earlier. I will probably make an official decision on that like around the offseason. They've got to be the clubhouse leader right now, though. That is an excellent point, Laywell. Yeah. Shoot, dude. Yeah. The Bucks as the next team of Dr. Pigskin. I like the vibes of that a lot. It was the Rams back in 2023. It was the Colts this year. That didn't go so hot. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the team of Dr. Pigskin 2025. I like the sound of that. They are a pretty likable team. I love Baker, right? You've got Mike. How about just the delightfully massive Vita Vea, right? I mean, Lavonte David. We've got some Bucks fans that like tune in, right? Think about like Ryan Nasty, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ducky Irving. Dude, I've got Bucky Irving on like 80 million of my fantasy teams, right? The Broncos will be on the short list too. You know what? We'll put the Broncos on the short list too. We've talked about the Broncos a lot. They kind of proved me wrong a little bit this year, right? Obviously, we've had the Bo Nix debate, but I will say, like, he has exceeded my expectations in every sense of the word. And honestly, I didn't think he was that bad against the Bills, to be honest with you. I thought he did what he could. I would not put it on them and be like, oh, like Bo Nix lost them that game. No, like, they're just not the Bills, Vita Vea. Big Vita Vea on the Dolphins. That is fair. Bear Pod with a fair point. Sean Payton's kind of hard to root for, especially as Vikings fan. Very, very true. Very, very true. Yeah. There has been a little bit of a curse with like, oh yeah, Cody Mauk. Yeah. How can I forget about the literal NDSU Bison too? Yeah. Yeah. What's insane to think is that the Bucks have another draft to add to that. There you go. Oh, yeah. Parachamp with a very good point. I've cursed half the teams I've picked. The Jags and Colts could just also suck. Yeah. It's funny because the Jags, I feel like I could never pick the Jags to be the team of Dr. Pigskin. Maybe I could, but like, they're just like one of my permanent pet teams, I think. Just, I don't know. And I've got some fun Jaguars related stuff coming up soon that honestly, like, I'm giddy about. Like, that's going to be fun. I'm going to have way too much fun with this. You want to talk about something I'm going to have a lot of fun doing? Let's just say let's just say that this offseason, Dr. Pigskin is going to save the Jaguars and bring him to the good place. And that's what I'll say for right now. I'm just going to keep laying out bait and teasing it a little bit. But this offseason, Dr. Pigskin is going to save the Jaguars. This is something I thought about doing last year in a bit of a different form with the Vikings, and it involved time travel. There will not be time travel, but there will be, I'll leave it at that for right now. But good to have you in here, by the way, BearPod. Good to see you in here. Yeah, that's a very fair point about Sean Payton. It's gotten to be a little bit sloppy at this point. Yeah. Madden has Trevor Lawrence at like a 76. Yeah, it's been tough. Yeah. We're going to fix that, though. We're going to fix that. Jack saying, I saw a commercial with Fred Warner in it last night. I was like, dang, how much did Fred Warner pay that company to advertise him? I saw that one, too. This is generational hating right there. 3rd and 14 here for the Eagles. Another third down sack. Certainly can't take one in the end zone. Swing pass to Saquon. Oh, my goodness, he's going to get it. He's going to get it. There you go. Again, maybe the best check down option in the league right there, right? It's 3rd and 14. You're backed up in the shadow of your own goalpost, right? You can't hold the ball too long and take a sack. Rams bring pressure here, right? Cool. Saquon's got a blocker in front of him. That's a first down every single time. Wow. Let's go. We got the Cody connection. All right. Can the Eagles maybe steal some points here before halftime, right? Again, Rams get the ball to start the second half. If you're Philly, you really want to be up 2 scores or at least up 6, right? I mean, you really just don't want to keep this Rams team hanging around. That's a big cliche, a big trope, right? But like, you never just want to let the underdog hang around there because you just get a little bit more uncomfortable. And it's like, guys, why haven't we put this team away yet? Did you have a ways to go here still before getting into field goal range, especially with the snow? Elliott does have a big leg. It's been a little inconsistent this year, but he certainly can hit them. That missed extra point's kind of hurting him right now. To be up only 3, though. There's Gainwell. They've always loved Kenneth Gainwell. Nick Sirianni loves Kenneth Gainwell. He's like one of his favorite players. But you know what? He's a dog and he's a scrapper. He's a grinder right there. Trevor is actually a 74. That's insane. Ratings don't really matter, but what? That's nuts. I mean, that's just disrespectful. I mean, I get it. He's not been the best. 74? 74? Nah. Here we go. 2-minute warning. Been a pretty good game so far. This has been a better game than I thought it would be. I won't lie. Again, I was a little worried, like, what if we get a stinker and like Bills Ravens is gonna have to carry? Nah. But here we go. Did AJ Brown leave the game to go to the library? He's barely been used. He's got to be reading another book on the sideline, right? Does he have only 1 catch right now? Coming off a 1-catch game last week. Yep, 1 catch for 5 yards on 3 targets. What has been up with that, man? I mean, it's just been a choppy passing attack for Philly, right? Hurts has been facing some pressure. There's been some drops. And also, I mean, if you're the Eagles, right, like the run game is also just working too, right? It's tough to like go away from Saquon when he's running the rock like that. He's their leading receiver right now. I don't want to sound like too mean. I know I've like said some like negative things about Jalen Hurts. Like I think he's fine as a quarterback, right? Like when you have an offense that's like tailored to his strengths and like talent around him, like yeah, you could absolutely win a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts. But he has a wider range of outcomes than like a lot of the quarterbacks left in the playoffs, right? I know Colin Cowherd said the other day, like he had Jalen Hurts as the worst quarterback remaining in the playoffs out of the final 8 teams. He's right. I mean, he's right. I mean, I don't think he's like amazing, The player that we saw in 2022 is not necessarily truly who Jalen Hurts is. I mean, that was just like a perfect storm of like amazing play caller, offense gelling together perfectly for the first time, right? He's always had A1 protection. He has a great running game he can turn to. Again, I don't want to put him down too much. He is at least a big factor for like why the running game has been good too. But, you know, he's all right. He's all right. But when you're the Eagles and everything else is so sick, you can win with an all right quarterback. You can win with all right. But Jackson Fred Warner sucks. Oh, man. Wolf saying I'm not a baseball guy, so I don't know how good the A's were, but they seem worse than 50 feet of crap. Yeah, I mean, is that a Moneyball reference, right? There's rich teams, there's poor teams, then there's 50 feet of crap, and then us. Oh, that's a great movie right there, Moneyball. Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to ownership, right? That's the big thing with baseball. And, you know, the Dodgers made a few big signings this weekend, which have started some discourse, right? The Dodgers are just like getting an all-star team together pretty much, right? I mean, like the country of Japan has become like their minor league farm system at this point. It really just does come down to ownership. You can get sunk by unserious owners, right? I mean, you look at like the White Sox or the A's, right? If they're just cheap and not willing to pay for good players, it's over. Like it sucks. It's like the worst thing about baseball right now. If your ownership doesn't care, it's over. You don't even have a chance, you know? Good scramble by Hurts. Oh, are they going to get a flag? They're kind of letting the boys play here. Hurts getting taken down near the sideline. Yeah. Pear Champ with a good question. How am I feeling about the TikTok ban, or do I not care about it? Here's what I'll say. I have never really been on TikTok like that, to be honest with you. Like, I've never really posted on TikTok. I don't even really post on Shorts. I've always thought about it, but, you know, I don't want to, like, put too much on my plate, and I've got my day job. And every time I say, like, this will be the time. Like, I've got good ideas. If I did start posting short form, it'd be on Shorts, not TikTok. I will say, though, I can empathize as someone that's like a creator myself. Again, this is not my career. I don't make a living, but as an aspiring creator, right? Someone that's like trying to break into that field, I can totally empathize with people that have like legitimately lost their jobs because of this, right? And I think if you say that to like most people that aren't in my generation, like if I like said that to like the average 50-year-old, they would probably think that that sounds crazy, but it's true. Like legitimately people have lost their jobs because of it, and it sucks, right? You know, so it's a bummer. There's AJ Brown. Oh, he bobbled it. Incomplete. He was out of bounds. I am very fortunate in that I never, like, I was on TikTok a little bit like my freshman year of college, just like scrolling the For You page and stuff. I've never really been super tapped into that space. But I'm not like, yes, it's gone, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'll say. But that's a good question, though. That's a good question. Browns seem terrible, worse than the money plays. Yeah, I mean, they have plenty of problems. I mean, you could say that about, like, any team, right? Like, ownership can really hurt you. And also realize I had the wrong scene up on OBS. But, yeah. Remember the Titans greater than Moneyball? Moneyball is still a great movie, though. I'm about to say something truly awful and terrible, and maybe I need to fix this. I have not watched Remember the Titans. That is a movie that I've never watched before, and it's honestly insane that at 24 years of life, someone that loves sports, that I have not watched Remember the Titans. I have not seen the movie. I have not. And maybe I need to fix that. Maybe depending on what time these games are done, I'll watch Remember the Titans tonight. Yeah. Very true, Wolf. Yeah, there's other platforms that maybe that could have been taken care of, but yeah. BearPod say Dodgers put decades into work in Japan. Other teams could have also done it. See, and I'm not even like hating on the Dodgers too much here, right? I think it sucks like the way it's set up, but at least like, you know what? The Dodgers like care. Like the Dodgers care, you know, like they're trying to spend, you know, they're trying to win. Not every team is. And you know what? Yeah, if you can, go for it, right? They want to win the World Series every year. Why not? Why not? Wow, that's a strong way to put it, Alex. That is a strong way to put it. Oh, man. But I mean, yeah, I know. I recognize it's like that is rough, you know. Oh man, Laywell say not awful, Doc. I wish it could be you so I could experience that movie for the first time again. Well, you know what? This is a good chance. This is a good opportunity then for me to like experience that world for the first time. There's certainly movies or TV shows where I've said like, man, I wish I could go back and watch it for the first time. But oh yeah, Champ saying that's crazy. I haven't seen that movie, but I feel like everyone has a popular movie they haven't seen. Just watch Reservoir Dogs today for the first time. Another one I haven't seen, which is funny because I've seen my fair share of Tarantino movies. I've not seen that one though, right? That's like the OG Tarantino movie. That was his first major film at least. But yeah, I haven't seen that one either. You know, makes me think of that Family Guy scene. It was like, I did not care for The Godfather. I didn't like it. It insists upon itself. Appreciate it, Alex. No, I know, like, you're messing. Like, I know what you mean. Oh, man. But yeah, there you go. That's the fun fact. That's the fun movie fact for me today is that I have not seen Remember the Titans. The ball's out. The ball's out. Gainwell falls on it near the Eagles logo. Oh, my goodness. Eagles do have a timeout. That might have put him out of field goal range. It's going to be a long kick from here now in the snow. Long kick from here in the snow. Oh, let's go. You'd save me like Jack Sparrow. That's awesome. I haven't seen the Pirates of the Caribbean movies either. I've seen my fair share of movies, right? I even have a Letterboxd, which I haven't touched in a minute, but like everyone was like posting about theirs on Twitter this year. I was like, what the heck? I'll get some. And I had a slight movie phase. Like I would say late winter, early spring. I actually watched a decent amount of movies. Like I watched Whiplash for the first time. I watched Interstellar for the first time. I watched both Dune movies. That was pretty fun. I watched Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind for the first time. So I did see some good movies in 2024. I got to lock back in with that though. Oh, Friday night movie nights, man. Those are fun. I got to get back in that, but it insists upon itself. I haven't seen Goodfellas or The Godfather. I know I haven't seen like the mafia movies. You didn't even finish it. How could you say you didn't like it? Here we go. So the Eagles are just going to try like a Hail Mary here, right? I'm with you, Laywell. Interstellar is like one of my favorite movies of all time now. I watched it 3 times this year. I watched it back in like early March, and I was like, this is so sick. I was like, Christine, you got to watch this. And so then Christine and I watched it together in like May or something like that. And then when my parents visited, we were just like hanging out at my place and we were like trying to figure out something to do. We were originally going to watch the Georgia football game, but then that got postponed today. I was like, have you guys ever seen the movie Interstellar? They're like, no. I was like, all right, sick. I know what we're doing for the next 3 hours. Yeah, that's a great movie. Oh, that's another great movie. Yeah, I watched that scene the other day. No Country for Old Men. I watched that scene. Yeah, I do. That is on my like to watch later list on Letterboxd. 2001: A Space Odyssey, or whatever it's called, right? Like want to watch or watch list or whatever. I have that movie on there. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I want to watch that one up on my big TV when it's dark out. Turn all the lights off. Yeah. Good rec right there, though. We got Theo in here, too. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Theo, saying Bobby or Funny Marco. You know what's crazy? That's just something I don't get. Like, some of these references just go over my head, but... Jack is woofing. That's how you know it's halftime. Dodgers ownership is what every ownership group should aspire to be. Every player has so many positives to talk about that franchise for a reason. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, like I get it. Like I say this is someone like my favorite team, the Twins, right? They've had notoriously cheap ownership, right? Like you know what? There comes to be a point where you got to like pay up a little bit. And if you're not willing to do that, then in some ways, like you kind of get what you deserve. Maybe there should be a salary floor like some people in chat were talking about. Yeah, like there's maybe some fixes to be had because it is getting a little crazy, you know. But we're going to pull up an immaculate grid here at halftime, but I'm loving the movie chatter. I'm loving it. Can keep that rocking and rolling. All right, here we go. Immaculate grid time. We'll do it at the halftime for this game. We're chilling right now. All right, we've got Eagles. I screw that up sometimes. And not that it really matters. Eagles, Rams, Bills, Rams, Ravens, Rams, Eagles, Dolphins, Bills, Dolphins, Ravens, Dolphins. I don't know why I said it like that. Eagles, Panthers, Bills, Panthers, and Ravens, Panthers. I like it. An all-team grid right there. All-team grid right there. Pair Champ showing some love to the good, the bad, and the ugly. Never really watched any Westerns before, to be honest. All right, here we go. Eagles versus Rams. My goodness. Eagles, Rams. Connor Barwin, right? We'll get Connor Barwin right off the dome. That should be a decent one. Bang! 0.7% for Connor Barwin. That's a little surprising. He had a good career, right? Most people might know him for the Texans. But we'll take a nice little Connor Barwin to start. All right. Rams, Bills. Immediately I think of Taylor Rapp. I wonder if that's going to be a fairly common answer just because that was a fairly recent move, right? Rapp going over from the Rams to the Bills. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else out there. Sammy Watkins you could get, right? Robert Woods you could get. I feel like Robert Woods might be the most popular answer. We will do Taylor Rapp. Wow, 3% for Taylor Rapp. All right, not a bad start so far. All right, let's see what we can get for Rams Ravens here. Rams Ravens. Hey, no worries, Bear Pod. Here's how I'll explain it real quick, just so you know, right? So we have a grid, right? We have 9 squares on the grid. You see the team logos, right? Your goal is to try and fill out these squares with players that have played for both of these teams, right? So, for example, Connor Barwin has played for the Eagles and he's played for the Rams. And this little thing right here is your rarity score, right? Connor Barwin, pretty good poll. Only 0.7% of people that played this grid today put Connor Barwin for this. Now, there's a couple ways you can play this right. You have 9 total guesses. You can just try and play and get a perfect grid. Or if you're a sweaty tryhard that's trying to flex and look cool, you can try and get as low of a rarity score as possible. Some people just like to fill out their grid. They're happy they got a perfect grid. Some people might spend 5 minutes trying to think of like, did Raheem Mostert ever play for the Eagles or not? You know, which I think he might have. I'm a little scared to put it, but I swear Raheem Mostert played for the Eagles. He played for like a bunch of different teams. No, I screwed myself there, right? See, now I'm not going to get a perfect grid. I screwed myself by trying to get a Raheem Mostert Eagles poll, but unfortunately he just did not play for the Eagles, which is unfortunate. Dang it. All right, so that's okay. But yeah, that's how it works. There you go. It's pretty fun, dude. I play this most days. It's a lot of fun. And I love playing it on stream, just like during halftime or during the pregame show, I'd start off with it. It's just a fun little pleasure of mine, but we did whiff on one though. All right. Rams, Ravens. I want to say there's like maybe some offensive linemen we could get for this. Eric Weddle. Did Eric Weddle ever play for the Ravens? I want to say he did. Jack with a great poll right there saying Seth Roberts for Ravens Panthers. That is insanity. Seth Roberts, I only knew him from his Raiders days. Seth Rolling Roberts, get out of town. Are you kidding me? I just think it's so funny, man. Like, I thought I was like Mr. Big Dog, king of the grids right here. Like, man, it is incredible some of the polls that y'all come up with here. Seth Roberts is insanity. I didn't know he was on either team. I did not know he was on either team. I only knew him from the Raiders. All right, let's see what else we can get here. Curtis Samuel you could get for Bills and Panthers, but I feel like that's going to be a pretty common one. We got Jack Gothberg in here. Bang, let's go. Welcome to the stream, Jack. Good to have you in here. We got both the Jacks in here now, right? Jack Attack. Weedle too easy. You know what was funny? I know that was a typo there. But when I was like 10 and I first like started getting into football, I don't think I have dyslexia, but I low-key will like read words wrong sometimes. You might remember my getting corrected on Mez Spirit the other day, right? This past Monday, right? I was like, that's crazy. I thought it was Mez Spirit for like 10 plus years. Like sometimes I'll just like read things wrong. But for like legitimately a year, I thought his name was Eric Weedle, not Eric Weddle. But yeah, we'll do Eric Weddle. He did play for the Ravens, right? He might be fairly high percentage, but we'll take it. 21's not bad. Mario Williams, Bills and Dolphins. I forgot he played for the Dolphins. That's a great pull right there. I was actually looking at Mario Williams' Pro Football Reference page the other day. No lie. And I didn't remember that he had those like sneaky, it might have been like 1 or 2 years with the Dolphins, but very underrated career for Mario Williams. First overall pick over Reggie Bush. That was kind of a controversial move at the time, right? But no, he had a great career. There you go. Bear Pod right on cue. Yeah. He was a great player. Had a first team All Pro back in 2014 with the Bills, right? He was a good player. All right. Well, we've got 3 guesses left here. We're gonna miss one, right? Whatever. Oh. I don't know why my brain lit up. I know why my brain lit up actually for Ravens Dolphins and Jack Gothberg. And I'm saying Jack Gothberg, right? Just to because I know there's multiple Jacks and you're trying to distinct them. But Gothberg. The reason why my brain lit up, I suppose Caden's in here too, is because when I saw like Ravens Dolphins, I immediately thought of the OG Madden 20 fantasy draft franchise where Jack, you were the Ravens and I was the Dolphins. You remember that? That's why my brain lit up. Frank Reich, Panthers and Bills, old quarterback. That's a good one. He was the leader of the second biggest comeback of all time, 9%. All right, we got 2 left here, but yeah, we'll see if we could get a real life Dolphins Ravens poll right here. Mike Wallace. Bang, 8%. We'll live with that. Nice 8% Mike Wallace action. Could have got Mike Wallace for Eagles Dolphins too. All right. Either Eagles Dolphins or Panthers Eagles. Reggie White Panthers Eagles. We'll do it. Reggie White. Some people might have forgot about his late Panthers days. All right. We missed one and we got a 155. That's not bad. To add to the Pokemon mispronunciations, Doc, I will say you keep pronouncing Sinnoh like Sinnoh. It's Sinnoh. Oh, no. See, that's what I'm talking about. I appreciate you for me pointing that out, though. I genuinely did not know that. And that just goes to show, that, I did not watch the Pokemon anime really at all. I remember, watching the Arceus movie because I was like, and who knows, maybe I'm saying Arceus wrong, but, I definitely pronounced a lot of Pokemon incorrectly because I never really watched the show. So it was my 9-year-old brain reading it. And I'm like, Sinnoh. that's actually crazy. It's Sinnoh. That does make sense. I suppose the way it's spelled out, right? Sinnoh, Sinnoh. I don't know why I said it like that. Oh man. Yeah, my favorite Sinnoh Pokemon is Mezspirit. Oh man, maybe I'll get a Pokemon stream going at some point, and I'll just be like, "Yo, see, it's like Dialga, right? Or is it Dialga? Because I said both as a kid, Palkia or Palkia." Oh man, Jack watched the Gen 4 Pokemon anime. Nice. I could have got Torrey Smith, dude. I literally saw you post Torrey Smith, and I didn't do it. Raheem Mostert would have worked for Dolphins Ravens. He played for the Ravens. Hold on a sec. I know he played for a bunch of different teams. He was a journeyman early in his career. I did not know the Ravens were one of them. That's insane. See, I just got to memorize this page. And he started with the Dolphins too, which is ironic. All right. Dolphins, Ravens, Browns, Bears, 49ers, Dolphins. Okay. Get the official Pokemon channel in chat sometime. Oh yeah, they'll be sitting in there just correcting me every time. All right. Not a bad grid, though. We'll see if we could do a speed grid here. I might have played a few of these recently. I did not do this one, though. We're going to do a speed grid real quick. We won't get the best rarity score, but we're just going to zip through this. Justin Reed, 12% is kind of surprising. I always wanted to say Charles Omenihu played for the Lions. He did not. I got that wrong one time, though. Johnny Morton. Didn't I put him last time? I'm a little scared to do that, though. Chiefs, Lions. We'll get back to that. Chiefs, 3,000-yard passer. There's a few different ones. Obviously, there's Mahomes. There's Alex Smith. There's Matt Castle. Trent Green, maybe? Joe Montana, I think he might have just missed out on 3,000 yards. Len Dawson might have got there. We'll go Matt Castle. He was a Pro Bowler with the Chiefs back in 2010. 3% for Matt Castle. Oh, Matt Castle would have worked there too. Yeah. All right, Commanders 3,000-yard passer. Okay, so we've got Daniels, obviously. RG3 got there his rookie year. Kirk Cousins got there. Did Heineke ever get to 3,000? I feel like if he did, that'd be a fairly common answer. Joe Theismann. Sonny Jurgensen? Did Sonny Jurgensen? He must have, right? Oh, he played a while ago, though. 3,000 yards wasn't that easy back then. Oh, did Douglas Williams ever get there? Just Doug Williams? I said I was going to be fast. What about Jason Campbell? He had to have. I think Jason Campbell did. Bang! 4% Jason Campbell. Rex Grossman would have been a good one, too. All right. 3,000-yard season, 10,000 for a career. Let's just think of an old quarterback real quick. Screw it. Dan Fouts. 1%. All right, nice. We got to hurry up here. We are going to do Johnny Morton. I think he got both, right? Bang, 13%. Lions, Commanders. We'll do Adrian Peterson. Whatever. Everyone knows this one. It's not going to be rare. 72%. That's rough. We'll live with it, though. Texans, Commanders. I believe Rex Grossman played a year for the Texans, too, right? I suppose we could still get him, right? And maybe that's what Jack was saying, is Rex Grossman for this square. Bang! 3% Rex Grossman. All right, 10,000 yards passing career for the Texans. Ryan Fitzpatrick. Played only 1 year with the Texans, I believe, right? Bang, 7%. And for the Lions, there's Stafford, there's Goff, Dante Culpepper. Had to have gone to 10,000, right? Nice. 118 for a speed grid. That's not bad. We'll live with that. Here we go. Perfect timing. About to start the second half here. We've had a good game so far. I'm liking the vibes in this stream a little bit. We're having a lot of fun here. Here we go. Pearchamp saying I say Arceus like Jesus. Some people say Arceus. Oh, yeah. I've heard that too. And that's maybe why I'm just like, oh, I hope I say it right. Pokemon Immaculate Grid at some point. I bet you that's a thing, right? That's got to be a thing. Pearchamp or Laywell saying, please tell me that's a thing, right? You could do like region of origin and like type. That would actually be sick. Like Sinnoh, fire type, right? Yo, like Chimchar, that's going to be a common answer, right? You know, that would actually be sick. That would be sick. Someone's got to make that if that doesn't exist already. Jack will have to be quiet as he's a Pokemon savant. Okay. Well, what was your favorite game? I know we were talking about like our favorite games, right? I grew up playing Gen 4. Was Gen 4 your favorite game too? I know a lot of people liked Black and White. That seems to be a fan favorite. But yeah, that would be crazy. But here we go. Second half, back to some football, right? Getting some games in here at halftime. I feel so bad. I can't remember who said. Someone said in chat, feels like Rams have momentum going into the second half. Absolutely, right? You're starting with the ball here, right? Field goal ties this game up. Touchdown, you get the lead, right? Go for it. Post in the Discord. Absolutely. Knock yourself out. Maybe I'll play that in between games. That's what I'll do, right? There might be a little bit of a waiting period in between games. I can get that going. Let's see what the Rams have cooked up here coming out of halftime, right? Stafford deep. Looking for Cup on an outbreaker right there. There you go. Let's go. That's awesome. Appreciate it. I suppose that makes sense that it is a thing, but I had no idea. All right. They tried to hit their wide receiver on a deep route downfield to start things off. They did that on their first drive of the first half too, right? Think about that inbreaker to Puka that they nearly hit. Didn't get a good replay angle of that one, but looks like Stafford maybe sailed that one just a tiny bit. But overall, he's playing all right so far, right? Again, this is a tough test on the road. He's had a few nice plays in there, though. But the running game has been big. And again, that big explosive play to Demarcus Robinson, that's been one of the big differences so far. Kyron's running all right. He's got 10 for 48. But here you go. 3rd and long, right? This is where Stafford needs to come alive. He needs to be just the beast that he is, right? Like, you know, going into this game, you could say, well, the Rams have the advantage at quarterback over the Eagles, right? This is where it needs to manifest right here. These third and longs, right? Can you get some vintage moments from Stafford here? Crowd is loud. Eagles get a stop. They get back into it a little bit, right? Oh, it's short. Yeah. It would have been a tall task for Colby Parkinson to turn up field and get the first down, but the throw was still a little bit short too. Not the best ball by Stafford. He's been a little up and down. He's had a few nice throws, right? The touchdown was nice. Had a few nice throws to Higbee. Even a better throw, they still might not be getting a first down there, but yeah. Here you go. Eagles get a 3-and-out to start things out. Man, you wonder if they're just going to feed Saquon on this first drive, right? I mean, 3-and-out and then to pound the rock, that would be pretty demoralizing for LA. Taking their sweet time to punt this ball here. Oh! Breakthrough right there. Nearly blocked. Great punt, though. DeJean fielding it way back in his own territory. A little bit of a stiff arm right there. I got to give a shout out to Hitchhiker's Pie. I don't know if he's in here right now, but a few weeks ago in the Discord, we were talking about how you'll notice, like, during the postseason, a lot of teams will just, like, put their better players at, like, return man position, right? And that's just, like, that's a way that NFL teams tell you that they don't necessarily value, like, special teamer positions as much, right? You see Cooper DeJean returning punts here for the Eagles. And granted, maybe he's done that all season. I actually don't know, to be honest. I know he did that at Iowa, but, like, what's another good example? Nuts. I was literally thinking about this the other day, though. We saw a few examples in the wild card round of, like, teams putting, like, some of their better players back as returners. Like, they hadn't returned all season. Like, what? The Chiefs had Xavier Worthy returning? Like, at least, I think so, right? Didn't Worthy return for them? Maybe I'm misremembering, but I know there's a few examples. I'll need to, like, look it up or something. Didn't Khalil Shakir return for the Bills last week? Maybe. But very good point right there. If I'm the Eagles, I'm running the ball as much as I can. Oh, yeah. I mean, right, this is how you got here. This is how they really kind of took control in the second half last time these two teams played, right? When you have Saquon in this line, it's just like, it's such a good closer, Might not be a run down here, though. Third down and medium, like third down and 3. They could run it if they wanted to. But, I mean, if you get, like, like an 8-minute drive and you score a touchdown, right? You're taking up, like, half of the quarter right there, and now you're up 2 scores, right? You get, okay, so it was not Worthy. I don't know who I'm thinking of then, but I swear there's, like, a few games I watched last week where I was like, yo, Hitchhiker's Pie cooked. Like, he's right. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Oh, third down. 3-and-outs. Man, A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts not on the same page. The narratives, they're starting to maybe fire up a little bit here, right? That was one of the big narratives coming into this game, and it's been something that's been kind of going on behind the scenes a little bit throughout the season, right? Thought about, like, a month or two ago when Brandon Graham was like, yeah, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts used to be friends, but now they aren't, right? And, A.J. Brown is, like, being asked in the press conference, like, what do you think this team needs to improve right now? He's like, passing. It's like, okay. And he's reading books on the sideline. Look out. Good coverage right there. But, like, just a very quiet game for A.J. Brown. And again, like, you just, like, they're not just, like, in sync right now in a lot of these passes. And some of it is the snow, but man, like, you thought going into this game, like, this Eagles offensive line is good enough that they can hold up against this Rams pass rush, this Rams front, right? And if you can do that, there are matchups to be had. You look at A.J. Brown, no disrespect, right? No disrespect. But, like, you look at A.J. Brown versus any of these Rams corners, like, Brown should dominate them, right? Devontae Smith should be dominating him. And yet, we are here now in the third quarter. A.J. Brown, 1 catch for 5 yards on 5 targets. That is, like, how the Rams could, like, maybe pull off the upset, right? I mean, like, I thought going in, like, the Rams are going to need to score 30 because I just think, like, these Eagles receivers are going to be too much. This Eagles run game is going to be too much. Like, they're going to have to get into a shootout and win. And if you're Philly, like, just feed Saquon the ball 20 times and hit your explosives to your receivers. Has not happened, though. And because of that, right, you look at, like, the win probability and you look at just, like, the vibes of this game. Yeah, the Eagles are probably in the driver's seat, but they are allowing the Rams to hang around right now. And I don't know, if you're the Rams and you can put together a scoring drive here, things start to get a little tense. Jack saying that A.J. Brown to the Patriots rumors will be in full swing even though it's not happening. I would be genuinely shocked, right? We have seen crazy things, though, right? We've already seen one crazy A.J. Brown trade. This is not me suggesting that he's going to get traded this offseason. But, man, if they lose this game and A.J. Brown comes away with, like, 3 catches for 20 yards after a 1-catch game last week, and they lose, and there's already maybe trouble in paradise with, like, his chemistry a little bit with his quarterback, I don't know. Like, things will be uncomfortable. There will be rumors. There will be rumors if they lose this game. It's going to be tough for the Eagles for the next few months. Like, the Eagles' PR is going to be a disaster if they lose this game. Especially with the Lions out. It's like, man, you feel like it's their shot, and they lose at home in the snow. In the snow. Caden saying A.J. Brown to the Packers for A.J. Dillon and a third. Pretty please. Good luck, bro. Might take a little bit more than that. You might want to say goodbye to your first round pick. You might want to say goodbye to, I don't know, Evan Williams. 2 firsts and Evan Williams might get it done. Say goodbye to Edrin Cooper. Here we go. Can the Rams find an answer? Oh, what a block right there. 87. Is that Parkinson? What a block that was. Kyron Williams able to find the cutback right there, going downhill, just cuts it back against the grain, going the other way. Reed Blankenship just getting, I think that was him. They're showing him. He's got snow on his shoulder pad. Just got put into the earth right there. Man. Super Cooper. Super Cooper. Texas Roadhouse. They've been trying to hit those deep shots off play action for Puka. Oh, Stafford missed him. It was there. He had a step on Slay. That's what I was talking about pregame, right? Maybe they can hit a shot play or two, Puka against Slay. Slay's not bad, but he's not the player he once was, right? Just a little bit. Oh, it was there. And maybe Puka stumbled a tiny bit right there. You see him lose his stride, but also like that ball, that they threw that ball too far out. It was there. That's a brutal miss if you're the Rams, dude. That could have been a touchdown. Stafford has not been great so far in the second half. What's he got here? Oh, Super Cooper Kupp. Oh my goodness, what a catch. They get him right back. It's Cooper Kupp beating the washed allegations. Oh man, there he is. It's Isaiah Rodgers. Oh, that poor guy. They're just going at him every time. Good catch, good adjustment by Kupp. Unk still got it. We could say that about Kelsey yesterday, right? Cooper Kupp with an Unk still got it moment right there. Man. Here we go. Here we go. Rams and Eagles territory. That snowy turf is going to be rough, especially if you're trying to hit long kicks. Kyron downhill, breaking tackles, racing down inside the 10. Oh my goodness. The Rams. The Rams. If there's any Eagles fans in here, I'm sorry. Like, no disrespect. I honestly kind of like the Eagles, but the Rams. The Rams. Oh, man. Look at Kyron run the rock. Man. How about it? I know you didn't call Kupp that. Super Cooper Kupp. Oh, man. Here we go. Oh, no, fumble. They dropped the handoff. That is killer. I mean, that's like a sack right there, right? Kyron's able to fall on it. But again, red zone woes. Leaving points on the table in the red zone. Just killer. Man. Snow is making its impact. Welcome to the stream. Dude, I'm so sorry. I saw you in here earlier. Welcome to the stream, Green Gandalf. Good to have you in here. The timestamp legend himself. Just a lot of chaos, man. Here we go. 2nd and goal now. They're going to go back with a run. No. Play fake. The rare shotgun play action in this offense. Nothing. Just hit Higbee out in the flat. It's essentially 3rd and 13 now, right? And you don't have a ton of space to work with. If you're the Rams, you probably play it pretty safe here. You want to maybe just get a few more yards, just make the kick as easy as possible. You're probably playing for the field goal here, unless you get it to like 4th and goal from like the 2. Dude, I need to stop looking at that screen. I know what's going to happen. One of the Eagles' backup linebackers is going to get a sack. It's chill, though. Dang, I need to stop staring at that other screen, the Gamecast, so much. Let's see how it happened. Stafford's just trying to create. I mean, you just got to get rid of the ball there, right? And maybe no one's open. You don't want to force it necessarily. You're probably okay with eating the ball there. You lose 3 yards. You don't want to force it and turn the ball over in the red zone, right? They'll take the field goal. The kick is marginally harder, but, you know. I'm not going to lie. I don't know who that guy is. He's a rookie. Wow. Look at him fight through those blockers there. Not bad. You got Goat Kid in here too. Welcome to the stream, Goat Kid, saying good evening, Doc. Good evening to you. How you feeling, man? It's almost game time for you and the Bills, man. How you feeling? Here we go. Joshua Carty, Playboy Carty. Oh, he got it. Tie game. Tie game. All right. Here we go. In New York, I'm Millie Rock. Yeah, no, I get that. Eating the ball right, you don't want to turn it over. That's legit. Here we go, though. Tie game, man. This is a tie game halfway through the 3rd quarter. All right. Can this Eagles offense get going a little bit? The passing game has been pretty ugly. Hurts 10 for 14, 73 yards. Saquon still their leading receiver. Eesh. We'll see, man. We'll see. But Kira Cat saying, I may have spoken too soon about the Eagles. There's still a lot of game left, though. There is still a lot of game left. Goat Kid is nervously excited. I get that, right? I mean, you got to be fired up. This is one of the biggest Bills games ever, probably, right? You feel like if you can get past the Ravens, and I know you got the big bad Chiefs up next, but this is a real test right here. The battle between the two odds-on MVP favorites. These two fan bases have kind of been warring with each other a little bit. You know, there's some chippiness going on, which adds to the fun. It's in Buffalo. It's at home. No matter what happens today, this will be the final Bills home game of the season, right? Man, we'll get to that game when we get to that game, but I just can't wait. I'm so happy we get this matchup, dude. I'm so glad we get another iteration of this game. The Ravens kind of laid the wood last time they played, right? I think it's going to be a much, much closer game this time around. I can't wait. But Pear Champ saying it's fairly balanced with the Rams only giving up 2 big runs by Hurts and Barkley. Yeah, I mean, that's been how the Eagles have gotten their points, right? It was the Hurts 44-yarder on the opening drive, and then Saquon a 62-yarder. Like, here's another nerdy thing let's look at, right? What is the EPA and the success rate of this Eagles offense right now? I can't imagine that it's great. I mean, they just have not been consistently moving the ball. The 2 explosives has been it. Like, on a down-to-down basis, this Eagles offense has not been able to move the ball at all. I guess we only have the quarterback. Well, no. We got the team data here too, right? Okay, Rams offense and the Eagles offense actually even on EPA per play. And the Eagles have had a higher success rate. That kind of surprises me. I guess the Rams have had a few explosive plays too, right? This is how you know you're in deep when you're looking at this stuff, trying to break down the percentile of the EPA per play, which I guess it's not showing right now. It'll show for the quarterbacks. But yeah, 36 percentile EPA per play for Hurts is not ideal. 5.5 yards average depth of target. Stafford's kind of chucking it downfield a little bit. It's still anyone's game, though. I mean, no duh, it's tied. But welcome to the stream, Mr. Riggs. Good to have you in here saying I love you, Dr. Pigskin. Notice me. You have been noticed. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for tuning in. Good to have you in here. Nice divisional Sunday, right? Best weekend of the football season, in my opinion. I don't know. We just get banger after banger after banger. So many classic playoff moments. But appreciate you tuning in, man. Let's go. Let's go. Who's your team, Mr. Riggs? You got a favorite team? Your team playing out here today? I like it. Let's go. Jack saying Fred Warner played in the same amount of playoff games as I did this year. Yeah, me too. Me too. Same as Shane Waldron. Oh, man. Let's go. Mr. Riggs is fired up. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right. Do the Eagles have an answer here? And can I maybe not look at my Gamecast monitor? Nothing. The big dogs up front for the Rams. Bottling them up. Bills. Well, there you go, man. Hey, we're going to be sticking around and live for that game, too. There you go. Man. I will say, yeah, that the running game is like slowed down a little bit here for Philly. Goat Kids fired up. Yeah, we had a few Bills fans in here. Oh, yeah. All right. Man, I saw Jalen Hurts scrambles for 4 yards, and he goes out of bounds. I got to stop looking. See, I'm scared to, like, turn the monitor off, though, because then it doesn't, like, update, right? Or does it? Oh, that's not the right button. Or if I turn the brightness down, maybe? I don't want it to be too dark. I mean, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. I'm screwing with it too much. Oh, no. It's darker now. I'll fix it later. If I turn it off, though, does it update? If I turn it off, though, will it still update? I mean, not that it's that big of a difference, but I have it off now, so maybe I won't get plays spoiled. I guess we'll just have to see. But 3rd and 5 for the Eagles. Can they maybe get a first down here? Hurts has time in the pocket. Wobbler open. It's Goddard. Truck stick. First down. All right. There you go. Big explosive play through the passing game. Eagles have been waiting for that. They've been waiting for that, and I don't think it does. I'm just going to try and be better about not looking. I like straight up turn the monitor off. I wonder if I like turn it like this, if the temptation will be less to look at it. No jersey today? Nah, not. I actually don't have a jersey of any of the teams playing, I don't think, which is kind of crazy to say. I have so many of them, and I was actually cleaning up my closet. Christine and I did that yesterday because I was like, I have way too much clothes in here. Like, there's a lot of this I could probably like give to Plato's Closet or Goodwill, right? So we went through my closet. I'm like, I have so many jerseys, but I don't have a Rams jersey. I don't have an Eagles jersey. I don't have a Bills jersey or a Ravens jersey. So I guess I could have thrown on one of a team that's not playing, but I will say I've always kind of wanted a Stafford Rams jersey. So maybe that'll be my next jersey purchase. I actually haven't bought a jersey in a while, but I could have got that and rocked it for this. But I tell you what, maybe. Well, I'm trying to save some money. We'll see. We'll see. But we got Bob in here too. Welcome to the stream, Bob. Good to have you in here. Asking, who do I think the Super Bowl matchup is going to be? Well, going into the regular season, I had Lions versus Chiefs. And then going into the playoffs, I had Lions versus Ravens. The Lions are now no more. I'm going to say Eagles-Ravens. That's my prediction. But I can angle it away. I know I'm doing it. That seems to be working pretty well. And then I'll just angle it back to me when I'm doing the grid. Oh! Nearly intercepted. Batted away, though. But that would have been bonkers. A jersey showcase would be sick. Maybe I'll do that sometime. I'll bring all my jerseys out. I actually have a crazy amount of jerseys. A jersey showcase would go pretty hard. I like that idea. Left my Seahawks jersey at home. I don't have one of those either. I will say, like, genuinely, at some point, this might take years to do, but at some point, I do want a jersey of every single team, like at least one jersey of every single team. And there's like players I have in mind for like who I'd want. Like for Seahawks, like A Cam Chancellor jersey would just go so hard, you know? Oh, that was a lollipop. Going to Goddard again. He's got blockers. Down inside the 5. Here we go. Eagles punching back. All right. All right. Here we go. Oh, there's a flag down. Oh, no. Oh, no way. Oh, DK Metcalf jersey. That'd be pretty sick, too. I think I want like a Legion of Boom player, though. I love that Legion of Boom team growing up so much, man. Or even like Marshawn Lynch. Like, I want a Seahawks player from that team. Oh, that sucks. That's too bad. Well, I just got a notification that I racked up 100,000 hours of watch time on my channel. That's amazing. I appreciate you guys so much, man. That's amazing. YouTube Studio app literally just popped up with the notification for that. That's crazy. 2nd and 15 now. Rams are blitzing. Hurts standing up to it, escaping. Now he's going to go down. That blitz was picked up pretty well here. He had a little bit of time. Oh, no. He's hobbling. Hurts is hobbling now. That is not good. I mean, he's had his injury woes throughout the season, right? Tough-looking collision right there. 2 guys bearing down on him. Another sack taken by Jalen Hurts. Is it a leg? That's what Collinsworth is saying, maybe. Oh, man. You can only hope he's okay, man. He's out there. It's 3rd and 17. He is a tough son of a gun, I will say. Jalen Hurts is one tough dude. He's going to be out there as much as he possibly can be. They're going to run it. I don't hate that. It's 3rd and 1,000,000. You just want to run it and avoid a disaster. Right. Again, these elements are such a big factor now in this game. Yeah. Yeah. This Rams defense, man, they're underrated, right? The secondary maybe isn't great. And again, it's easy to say if you can stand up to that first wave, you can get them downfield. But also, like, they've just got some dudes up front. Like, all the big names are on offense for this Rams team, but their defense, they give them an intriguing ceiling. That's what I'll say. Holding the Eagles to 3 here is massive. Kick is up and good, but you survive a big explosive play in the passing game, and you're still able to hold them to 3. Here we go, man. Here we go. This has been a bit of a lower scoring game. I thought like the Eagles would be able to put up 30 in this one. I just like the way they matched up against this Rams team so much. I just thought that these wide receivers are going to pose such a threat. And if you want to take away the big play, then that's when Saquon comes in. But nope. Not to be. Man, Jack says that is 11 and a half yards, have years worth of watch time. That's crazy. Seahawks fan buddy rocks a Jermaine Kearse jersey. That's awesome. I love those hipster jerseys too, right? Guys like, oh, remember him, right? Jermaine Kearse caught the walk-off touchdown against the Packers in the NFC Championship game back in 2014, right? Jermaine Kearse, Seahawks are going to the Super Bowl. Want to talk about a classic right there. Yeah, the full government name. Parachamp said, who would have thought this Rams defense would be this good despite no more Aaron Donald? I'm going to do it. It's shameless sometimes. I thought going into the season, I'm going to pat myself on the back here a little bit because, again, like, I'm wrong enough where I'm going to take my wins where I can. Going into the season, I remember saying on my preseason stream when I was making my predictions, I was like, low-key hot take, I could see this Rams defense being better this year, even though they lost Aaron Donald. I mean, they just put so much into that defensive line, right? It truly is crazy. Like, you have to give Les Snead, their GM, so much credit. They just, doesn't matter what their draft capital is, they hit on their picks, right? Braden Fisk and Jared Verse both being hits right out of the gate is crazy. Kobe Turner and Byron Young being hits right out of the gate last year is crazy, right? I mean, you've got 4 legit star-level players up front, all on rookie contracts, all drafted within the past 2 years, right? They really did it, man. Like, they replaced Aaron Donald in the aggregate. Obviously, like, if they had Donald, that would be sick, right? But they really actually pulled it off. They dealt with his surprise retirement. They drafted well, and they are a better defense this year than they were last year, in my opinion. They really did it. And I know I gave like this big epic speech about how Sean McVay was the only common denominator in all this Rams success. That is actually not true. Les Snead is too, and he deserves his flowers too. I mean, he's probably one of the 5 best general managers in the NFL. I know I sometimes just like heap praise on the Rams. I don't know, like, am I wrong? Like, I mean, they're cracked. You know, they're a well-run organization and they're well coached. And when you have a good GM, a good coach, and a good quarterback, your floor is high. Your floor is high. It's not like you're going to be a Super Bowl contender every year. They've had their down years, but give them a year and they can like cycle back up to the top. Yeah, Jared Verse has been a beast, right? Amongst the league leaders in pressures. Didn't have a crazy amount of sacks, but he's just so powerful, right? And at this point, you know, there's maybe a fair concern coming in. Maybe he's just a bit of a one-trick pony. He can only win with power. Okay, we've seen a year of it now, though. Maybe he can only win with power, but it's good enough where it works, and, like, it's not a hindrance at the NFL level. Like, he is just that good, you know. And their D tackles are so good. I mean, they've just got so much mass up front. It's such a big, mean front four. It's a good unit. Stafford. Oh, dropped. Looking for Higbee there. There's the snow. Bob says, I honestly feel like the Rams are kind of like the Bucs in that when they're at their best, they can compete with anyone, but they're also a team that can play bad at times. Oh, yeah. This Rams team and last year's Rams team to an extent too feel like they have like a wider range of outcomes compared to like the 2021 team, right? Like, especially this year, like the Rams have had some pretty bad games in them, but yeah, when the offense is clicking, they can legitimately beat anyone. You just can't count on that consistently, you know, and that's why they're playing on the road and they're not like the 2 seed, you know, but that's a good comp though. I like that. Rams and Bucs. Bucs are another team, right? Great general manager, right? They've just drafted so well. That's how they've been able to stay alive, right? Man, like it's not the end all be all, but dude, if you can just get like a few good players from every draft class, easier said than done. But if you could draft well, everything else just is so much easier. If you could find like a good starter in round 3, if you can find a good depth piece in round 5, everything is just so much easier. Eagles, obviously, another team that drafts well, you know? Good blitz pickup by Kyron Williams. Puka dropped it. Oh, he dropped it. Couple of drops for the Rams on this drive. Man, I think that was Zach Bond that came in and blitzed, right? You've got the first team all-pro linebacker, Zach Bond, coming in. Look at Kyron. They're showing the replay right now. Look at Kyron just take a lick. Oh, just beautiful blocking, right? It was there. He dropped it. Oh, that's not even so much the snow. That's just like poor coordination and timing from Puka. Like, he just lets it hit his shoulder pad, right? He's trying to body catch it a little bit. They're going to punt here, 4th and 2. Green Gandalf, not a fan of it. Yeah, I get that, right? It's 4th and 2, right? It is a little bit tougher to swallow in your own territory when points are at a premium. Like, you know, going down 2 scores at this juncture of the game is tough. I know, this is funny, right? Everyone in chat is like, you should go for it here. And now I'm like, well, I kind of get it. I will say, for at least the way the game has been playing out in this one, right? It's been snowy, it's been ugly, it's been low scoring. It's so funny, especially if you've watched my most recent video. I understand pinning Philly back at their own 4 instead of going for it on 4th and 2 in your own territory here. I actually do kind of understand that one. We'll see what the numbers say, though. But Sean McVay, believe me, as much as I've praised McVay, he has had plenty of questionable punt decisions or field goal decisions in his career. I think that one's all right. They might not have it quite updated yet. We'll see. Scroll to the bottom. Oh, they do. Look at that. Let's switch scenes here. I'm going to say it's slightly recommended. I don't know why it keeps doing this. I need to switch this over. Hold on. I'm going to say it was a slight recommendation to punt. I'll say punt by like 0.9%. Go for it by 1.7. Wow. There you go. Down 3, 4th and 2, 62 yards from the end zone, right? Third quarter. Wow. I mean, I guess they had over a 50% chance that they would get it. But that's the big variance, right? This is one of those spots where it's like, man, if you don't get it, that really hurts you. If you do, that helps a lot. But like, dude, they would be kind of screwed if they didn't get it. I mean, maybe you hold them to a field goal, but I don't hate trying to keep it a 3-point game and getting the ball back to start the fourth quarter. I get it. Not necessarily. And that's a fair thing to point out, right? A model like that, I know some models do. I don't think that RBSDMs takes weather into account. There are plenty of models that will. And like each team has their own personal model, right? Like the Rams might have their own, and like they've got different calculations than Ben Baldwin does. And their model says, no, we should punt, right? But I also think that's like, I will say that is the difference between like blindly following the model and just like going with like how the game has gone, accounting for stuff like weather. And even though it's like this invisible force that you can't calculate, like momentum and stuff like that, right? Intangible stuff, and it's an imperfect science, That's why I say like, you can't get football down to a perfect 110% science, right? So I don't hate them going against the model there. But that is a very good question though. I don't think Ben Baldwin's takes the weather into account. But I think like ESPN's might or something. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with ESPN's, to be honest with you. They like just recently made it open source. Like I don't think that's even the right word. They just recently made it so like anyone can go look at it, I think. And even then, I don't think their database goes as far back as Ben Baldwin's does. But before like a few weeks ago, Ben Baldwin's was the only one where like I could go and do this. Like ESPN, you just have to hope that Seth Walder tweeted it out or something. But here we go, man. We're probably going to go into the fourth quarter here. I mean, the Eagles will have to run one more play, and then depending on how that goes, they might just let the clock tick a little bit. But 2nd and 6 is an interesting spot to be in this far backed up. They are going to drop back here. Look out, Hurts. Oh, my goodness. It's a safety. It's a safety. It's a safety. A playoff safety. Unbelievable. Oh, my goodness. They got him. They got him. Pressure up the middle. Another sack. What's that? The 6th sack of Jalen Hurts, right? And man, just standing around. I don't know, man. Like, easier said than done. But dude, like, you just cannot take a sack on that deep of a drop back. Oh my goodness. Now the Rams are still trailing, but they get the ball back. Down just 1 now. And yeah, I mean, again, like hindsight, right? Like punting wasn't necessarily the right call because they got the safety. Like, but yeah, I mean, yeah, that's insane. Also, I'm on the wrong scene again. Oh, well, what can you do? But that's insane. The Rams luck, there you go, right? Hey, the foreshadowing goes crazy. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Safety free kick time. Safety free kick time. Wolf saying, Doc, you should get Phasmophobia. Is that a game? I take it, right? Sounds like a game. If it is, I'm actually not familiar with it. I might have to look into that. Phasmophobia. Haven't seen one of those this season yet. Yeah, I mean, well, we did see the Rams get 1 safety, unfortunately. Wolf saying he fires it into the back of the end zone for a safety. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Rams defense is going crazy right now. Here we go. Jordan Whittington on the return. Preseason legend right there. I remember feeling so sick when I got him on my dynasty team. Kira Cat saying Eagles and Lions assembled super teams just to lose by 6 and 7.5 respectively. Those are the odds, to be clear. There you go. Multiplayer game where you hunt a ghost. All right. Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia is fun with friends. All right. Look at that, a little game recommendation right here. We had some movie recs. We had some game recommendations. I'm sure like next game we'll get like some book recommendations going. Look at that. Jack is endorsing it too. People rocking with Phasmophobia. Good question there too by Tchotchkes. What do I think is the future of the kickoff? You missed the surprise onside kick. Yeah, me too, man. It kind of stinks. You have to declare an onside kick now, right? Nice run by Kyron. That'll probably take us into the fourth quarter. I I don't hate the idea of the dynamic kickoff, right? Like I like that it encourages returns. It does kind of irk me that teams still just like boot it out of the back of the end zone and like they're not trying to like kick it in the landing zone and encourage the returns and stuff, right? Um I wish there was a way to like yeah, like keep the onside kick the way it was and like you could do it as because it's already hard enough as is, right? Like it's already hard enough to take away any sort of element of surprise just makes it that much harder, you know. I could see them taking the kickoff out of the game, which part of me gets because it is an extremely dangerous play and like if the NFL wants to get serious and like keep this sport safe and keep it a viable option and like if they're really about that life when it comes to player safety, like yeah, you need to like figure out a way. But Green Gandalf has advocated for the 4th and 15 on your own 15 to get a new possession. That's an interesting one, right? And I think it was the XFL that experimented with that. Again, there's just a part of me that's like, no, like offense already has enough of an influence on the game already. Like, you know, I don't know. It's tough. I would need to really sit down and think like, what is a good solution, right? Because I can understand how it could be, well, you can't go back to the way it once was because just too many guys are getting hurt, right? When you're running full speed at each other like that, you know. I think as far as actual kickoffs go, the dynamic kickoff has a future. Here's what I'll say, and this is Madden, and Madden's not real life, but I've definitely noticed this, and I think because Madden is like the official game of the NFL, right? It's licensed by the NFL. The NFL probably has say in it. I've been playing the new Madden a lot recently. New Madden, but it has the dynamic kickoff in it. And I've noticed like it's physically almost impossible to think that or not think. It's almost physically impossible to like kick the ball like out of the end zone, right? Like you can have a good kicker, you can hit max power on the kickoff, and it like just goes to the landing zone. And I think it is like the NFL told EA like you must make it go to the landing zone to encourage returns and like make it look cool. But I will say like it has been nice to like actually like be incentivized to return kicks even if it's Madden, right? And I actually got a kick return touchdown not that long ago. I think once more teams start treating it like what it is and not like the old kickoff, once more teams start to try kicking it in the landing zone, we will really see returns go up. And all it's going to take is like the next Devin Hester for us to get excited about it again. I honestly do like the future of the dynamic kickoff. I think it's a good idea, but I wish there was a better way to incorporate the onside kick too. But Label asking future Madden stream. Well, you know what? Screw it. I'll just say it. You know what? I'll just say it. Off-season, fun little off-season project of mine that I'm going to be doing, and I hinted at this in the first half of this game. Fun little off-season thing that I'm going to be doing is I am going to be saving the Jacksonville Jaguars. Oh, it's a fumble. It's a fumble scooped up by the Eagles. Oh my gosh, is it Isaiah Rodgers? Oh my gosh, is he going to house it? Down inside the 10. It's Isaiah Rodgers. Oh my goodness. The Eagles with a miracle. Poor Kyron. Oh man, poor Kyron. Oh man, that's a bummer. Gah. Anyways, what I was going to say is I'm going to be doing a Jacksonville Jaguars rebuild stream in franchise this offseason. Probably once like free agency and the draft dies down a little bit, it'll be like the peak of the offseason. But I'll be making it a series and there's going to be so much lore behind it because when I play franchise modes, I love to like really build up the universe that I'm in. And so there's going to be a lot of lore behind it. I'm in the process of putting together my fictional coaching staff right now, but it's the adventures of Coach Doc. Dr. Pigskin gets hired by the Jaguars to be their next head coach, and he must save them. Why is it? Oh, it hasn't updated. Dude, I don't know what it is, but like, so it's about to be a touchdown for the Eagles. No, it's not behind. Like, because I look at my monitor and it's up to date. I don't know what it is with OBS, but here, let me show you. Right. So I'm going to go to OBS. I'm going to switch my screen here. Right. So here's OBS. This is the streaming software that I use. You guys could probably see yourselves right now, right? It's maybe a little trippy. You can just like see a million doctors, right? But this is what my left monitor looks like right now. So I can usually just like see you guys in chat, and then I have this in case something goes wrong. But for whatever reason, now let's say I go here, right? Well, I'm trying to explain this. This is what I use to like have my screen on the right up, right? And so like when I play Immaculate Grid, you know, I can like open up another tab. But I have another scene in OBS when I switch to this, right, where it's just this, but it's cropped. But for some reason, it always just seems to freeze up in OBS. So I have to click here, I have to switch it to like my other screen, and then switch it back, and then it updates. Why it keeps doing that, I have no idea. Touchdown, Eagles. But that is why it keeps doing that. It has not done that until like a few weeks ago. So it's kind of weird. And part of me is like, next season, I'll need to figure out a better way to do it than this. But that has been a thing. Saquon just lunging in. I think he's in. He might be short, but Green Gandalf asking, did I pick the Jaguars to rebuild because they have T-Law? Partially. There's just a lot of Jaguars lore on this channel, right? My first big video was the Jacksonville Jaguars are in the good place. A lot of Jaguars fans that tune into this channel. And I just have a soft spot for them. Lord knows they need a rebuild right now. And there's a fun little narrative that I'm crafting. Laywell, you say the multiverse of Dr. Pigskins? Oh, I suppose, yeah, seeing all the different ones. But no, there is going to be like a narrative story that goes along with this. And there's so many wrinkles and layers to it. I'm not explaining it very well right now, but I'm going to have way too much fun with it. But yes, there will be some Madden streams to come. So yeah, that should be pretty good. Got some Fortnite talk too, dude. I know. I still got to get the Fortnite with the Dr. Pigskin community going too. Oh yeah, we'll get that going too. That'll be pretty sick too. And I'm gonna tease this. I'm not gonna reveal this yet. Maybe in a little bit. But I have another fun Madden related off-season idea that involves the Discord. That's what I'll say. But that's why it's behind. I guess they might be ruling it short. It'll be brotherly shove time either way, though, right? They'll probably get it. Man. I mean, just talk about just what a turn of events to go from a safety to fumbling it on the first play, and the Eagles are about to get a touchdown. Just insanity. Good question. Do you go for 2 to go up by 9? That's something I've always advocated for. I've always been a big fan of that. Now, if you look at the math, analytics surprisingly would suggest not doing that simply because the 2-point conversion rate is a little less than 50%. And so even though it might not seem like it, right, like the risk of not getting it and being up only 7 is actually worse than the reward of being up by 9, at least mathematically. That is something I've never really gotten into, right? I'm just like, dude, I would just go for it, right? Like the reward of being up 2 possessions, especially at this juncture in the game, is so big, right? Like it just means so much if to go up 2 possessions, especially in the fourth quarter, right? For all we know, the Rams might only get 2 more possessions the rest of the game, right? They would need to score on both of them. Also, I just thumbs up for some reason. OBS is hilarious. I love OBS. It's free and it serves me well. But there are just funny things like the thumbs up or like the laser show. I don't know how I activated that, but there's like one time I like hit some emote. It might have been a dab, honestly, which maybe is just an excuse for me to dab, but I swear I queued up a laser show once. But yeah. Jack saying if it's a Discord franchise server, I might have to buy the game. Well, I'm gonna let you in a little secret. Yeah, it'd be a Discord franchise. Yeah, so I'll just spill the beans. Yeah, I would love to do like a franchise league with y'all. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So yeah, I'll just spill the beans. Yeah. Holy smokes, it's really starting to snow now. Tush push time. Brotherly shove. They got it. Hole laundry. Pigskin dab in the big 2025. Hold on a sec. Wow, false start. Hold on a sec. It can never be that simple, can it? It's a false start on Lane Johnson. One of the best tackles ever. Someone who just never gets penalized. Wait, am I tripping? I see. It seems like he was the last guy to move there. Did he flinch? Oh, yeah, he flinched. He flinched. There you go. It's been snowing here in New York all day. I bet, right? A lot of snow up on the East Coast right now. Well, shoot. Wait, that was fourth down? They have to kick it now in the snow? They're clearing out a spot for Jake Elliott? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Man, it is really coming down there. Be crazy if Coach T readied up between games. We'll see if I can finagle that. We'll see how much time there is. Kick is up and it is good. I might go turbo mode. We'll see. Oh, I might lose out on my perfect season if I had to sim, but it's chill. I can't go undefeated in year 2, right? My goodness. My goodness. What a kick. This is so sick, man. Here's another soapbox I'll get on. I'm sorry. And again, I say this, my favorite team plays indoors. It's just a shame. It's just a shame that some teams have the opportunity to play in games like these and they choose not to. And you know what? Yes, I'm talking about the Minnesota Vikings too. It is just a crying shame that we are denied Minnesota Vikings snow games. It's ugly. It's messy. Maybe the offense isn't quite as good. Dude, I don't care. Dude, I truly don't care. This is what it's all about, man. The chaotic unpredictability of football. This is why I love the sport. Football prevails in any element, right? If there's rain, baseball gets canceled, right? Basketball is an indoor sport. Hockey is an indoor sport, right? But football, if it snows, if it rains, anything short of a tornado or lightning or anything like that, they're playing the freaking game. And I just think that's so awesome, man. I grew up playing football in the snow with my friends growing up, right? We'd pile drive each other into snow drifts, playing full tackle football in our yard, right? You know, it's just, it just sucks that we play indoors. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I get so jealous every time I see a snow globe game like this. And the fact that this is a playoff game. And again, there'll always be the people, well, you know, it just makes for a worse product and the offenses aren't as good. Oh, no. One game where the offenses aren't quite as good and you have to run the ball and play defense. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not just the elite society of quarterbacks, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, that's a boomer take of mine. US Bank Stadium is awesome. It's a great place to watch a game. But man, could you imagine the Vikings just out in the snow, you know? Browns are right next to the lake and want to go into a dome. See, that just makes me sick. I don't know how you can watch that Browns-Steelers Thursday night game in the snow and want to move into a dome. It just makes me sick. They're going to run the ball here on first down. Going back to Kyron. You know what? I like that. Get his confidence going after the fumble, right? Show that you still believe him. I like that. Oh, yeah. RIP to the Vikings' old stadium that had the roof collapse, the Metrodome. Yeah. And then because of that, we played outdoors for 2 years where the Gophers played, TCF Bank Stadium. We got a Sean in here, too. Let's go, Sean. Welcome to the stream. Saying Blair Walsh ring a bell? Oh, unfortunately. I remember watching that game live with my dad and my uncle. We just laughed when it happened, dude. I was like, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just funny at this point. We just laughed. Kyron's going to be eaten up by the all-pro Zach Bond. Oh, man. What a season he's had. What a cool story. Just going from being a nobody on the Saints to first-team all-pro linebacker for the Philadelphia Eagles. And his aura in the snow right now is insane. Man. Look at him get downhill. Untouched. Not letting Kyron go. He's a tough dude to bring down. He runs with some good power, but Bond ain't losing that battle. Here we go. 3rd and 9 in the snow is a hairy situation, man. This is where things get tough. Those routes aren't as crisp. That ball's a little harder to throw. It's a little harder to catch. Harder for offensive linemen to stay on their feet, right? Oh, they got it. Robinson. Oh, what a big third down that was. I'm not going to lie. I did not think they were getting that third down. 3rd and 9 in the snow against this Eagles defense, I didn't think they had a shot. Stafford just barely got that one in there. Man. Jack says, I only remember snow and Lumen for one game, and it was against the Bears in 2021, and we choked a 2-score lead. That's tough. Yeah. Green Gandalf saying snow is just another one of those things that's way more fun to watch than to be there, just like most things football. It's better on TV. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. And maybe this is just me being the obnoxious North Dakotan. Also, that was ugly. See, I get, like being in the snow for 3 hours, that could be tough, right? And like, this is such a Midwest stereotype of me, right? Like some people from the Midwest, myself included, I'm very guilty of this. We like to be like, well, we can handle it, right? I grew up in this. But like, I don't know, right? Just put on a heavy coat, a little sweater, some hats, some gloves, right? I mean, you look at like Philly right now, it's snowing, but it's like 30 degrees. It's not even like it's terribly freezing out there, right? I feel like if you bundled up and prepared, it's probably not even that bad if you're a fan, right? You're huddled together with all like 60, 70,000 people. It's probably not that bad. Easy for me to say, like, just chilling here, but Oh, that was Bond again. Zach Bond again. Just the foreshadowing for him to go crazy week 1 against the Packers. It's like, this Zach Bond guy is everywhere. Where'd this dude come from, right? He had a good game. And then no, actually, he's just that good. He's going to do that the entire season. He nearly had a Ginky special right there. Nearly housed a screen pass the other way. Here we go. Another 3rd and long. There's a penalty. They're going to decline it. They ain't getting this. They're not going to. There's just no way they can do it again. I would be genuinely surprised if they could pick up another 3rd and long. It's just a tough spot to be in general against this defense. I don't know, man. I think, I could see the Eagles blitzing here. Vic Fangio doesn't blitz super often. They're showing blitz. Yeah, here they come. Another good pickup by Kyron. Stafford, the ball's out. The ball's out. And what do you know? It's Zach Bond who falls on it. That was actually pretty well dealt with by the Rams, I felt like. Another good blitz pickup by Kyron, but eventually time just ran out. Zach Bond falls on it. Stafford looks dejected. Yeah, turnovers have been killer. Just fumbles, They're waiting. Oh, they might have had Cup on that inbreaker, but it was not quite there yet when the pressure got there, right? He wasn't able to throw the ball yet, and Stafford just again, if that's Jaden Daniels, right? He's running, and he might actually pick up that first down with his legs. Wow. All right. Eagles might be able to bury him with a touchdown here now. Man, he looks so sick in the snow. Man. Yeah, if the Eagles get a touchdown here, that might be wraps. There's a lot of game left, but 2 scores. It's a tough spot to be in. You wonder if maybe this is where Saquon can get his final big moment right here, right? Like I was saying, Demarcus Robinson also caught the Mahomes 50th touchdown back in 2018. Nice little piece of trivia right there. There you go. Demarcus Robinson ended the Seahawks season with a one-hander. Jack went to a Bills game last year and it was 15 degrees, but it wasn't that bad. Yeah, I mean, it's cold. Don't get me wrong, right? You just got to be prepared. You got to bundle up. And maybe not everyone has crazy cracked winter gear, which I understand. But some hockey talk about hockey is awesome in person. It is. I love watching hockey in person. I don't do it very often. College hockey is fun. Been to a few college hockey games. Went to a lot of high school hockey games back in my high school days, right? Our team was pretty good. We were all right. Went to my first NHL game in Tampa back in October. Oh, yeah. Good times. Good times. Love me some hockey. Don't watch it on TV a lot, but the atmosphere is sick. Caden saying if the Eagles make it all the way to the Super Bowl, make it all the way, Bond is Super Bowl MVP, that would be a sick Super Bowl MVP. Zach Bond, Super Bowl MVP. I love when like random guys like the Dexter Jacksons and the Malcolm Smiths of the world get Super Bowl MVP. That would be pretty sick. Red. Yeah, maybe. Well, here we go. They tried to run it on third down. They're going to have to kick it here. So it would be 15-22. It would be a 7-point game if the Eagles kicked here. Would the Eagles dare go for it? They're showing Kellen Moore looking at his call sheet right now. It's 4th and 4. I don't hate this. Kick it, you go up 7. That's nice. But man, again, a 2-score game kind of ends it. And if you pick it up, you take off even like another minute or 2 off the clock. I don't hate this. They might have to pass it here, though, which is fascinating. Here we go. They just got that off. Hurts got him. It's A.J. Brown. Oh, my goodness. They got the first down. When they needed him most, he's been quiet all game. But when they needed him the most, he's the man they go to. What a seed from Hurts, too. Sirianni was coming in to call timeout. That's crazy. They showed Sirianni coming in to call timeout there. Boy, they're glad he did. Saquon stumbles. Talking about the Brazil game. Stumbling right there. Wolf asking, how do I make my videos? What's the order that I go in? As far as like how I organize them? Honestly, as far as I organize them, just like I have an idea first, right? What's a topic I could talk about for like 25 to 30 minutes? Then from there, I just do a lot of research, right? Try and learn a little bit more about it. And then from there, I think, what's the hook of the video, right? What's the thesis, essentially? What is the opinion? What is the crux of this video? So like for my last one, right? Yes, you should go for it on 4th down. That is the point of the video right there, advocating for going for it on 4th down. It actually originally started with looking at analytics, and then from there I dug in a little bit deeper, and it's like, there's a few different things, but really what interests me the most is 4th down, right? And so then it's like, okay, the more I've learned, beyond just analytics, but like analytics or vibes or aggression, whatever, whether it's stats or just an overall philosophy, I'm of the belief that not always, but yeah, you should go for it on 4th down. Teams should go for it on 4th down more often. Teams that don't go for it are often making the wrong call, right? So that's how I came up with like the thesis of the video. And then from there, I write a script. And then from there, I collect the clips, which, good Lord, that takes a minute. That takes a minute. That is the most tedious process of it all. Eagles get stopped on 3rd down again. Do they dare go for it again? Here we go, right? 4th down aggression. Are they going to do it? Sirianni's a coach that I highlighted in this video, right? One of the most aggressive coaches going forward on 4th down. Has won games because of his 4th down aggression. Went for it last time. Are they going to do it again? Similar spot that they're in. They're going to kick it now. Oh, they went for it last time, but now they're going to kick it. I guess above all else, they thought, hey, we took a little bit more time off the clock. But man, you went for it last time. It's about a similar range, right? I don't know. Like, you could have gone for it again, I feel like. Kick is up and good. Nails in the snow. But that's my process pretty much. So right now, the topic that I'm fascinated with right now is coach hiring practices, right? Like hiring good coordinators to be your head coach. And is that often like is that a good idea? Like, how often do these good coordinators turn out to be good head coaches? Hey, what even makes a head coach good, right? It's got to be more than just being a good play caller on one side of the ball, right? You have to hire your assistants, you have to manage the team and all that stuff, right? Like, that's what I'm looking into right now. So I don't have the actual thesis of the video yet. But, like, for example, one thing I'm looking at right now is, okay, past 10 years, top 10 offenses, top 10 defenses, who have been the coordinators on those side of the ball? And then what's happened to them, right? Like, oh, for example, like Todd Bowles, 2014, he was the Cardinals defensive coordinator. Cardinals had a top 10 defense. What do you know? Next year, Todd Bowles gets hired by the Jets to be their head coach, right? How did that go? Were the Jets defense is good under Todd Bowles? Stuff like that. So just trying to find trends and stuff right now. I don't know. That part's pretty fun. It's like a little treasure hunt, right? Just like trying to like say like, hey, maybe I have a take in mind, and I'm thinking like teams are hiring too many coordinators to be their head coaches, and oftentimes like hiring a coordinator to be your coach doesn't go well. Okay, is that true? Like, let me actually back this up. Let me not just say something. Like, I need to actually back this up. Find a trend or something like that. But Sean with a good question. Do I have StatHead Pro? I do. I can't lie. I do. That's one of the things I splurge on. I have a few football-related subscriptions that I splurge on. StatHead is one of them. Yeah. Guilty as charged. Chachki's saying easier field goal here for sure. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I mean, you're moving a little bit closer, right? Again, models might not account for the weather there, right? Might recommend going for it. I think you could have justified trying it if you're willing to go for it last time, right? Why would you go for it last time and then not go for it this time? Because ultimately, you want the touchdown. You're up 7. I mean, if you're the Rams, right? You probably have one possession left, realistically. You can only count on getting one possession left, especially against a good running team like Philly. Maybe you get 2, but realistically, if you're the Rams, like, this is it. You got to get a touchdown here. You don't get a touchdown, it's wraps. Like, if you're the Rams, let's say you're the Rams and you have the ball at, like, the 20-yard line. You get to the Eagles' red zone. You get to 4th down, and there's like 4 minutes left. I don't think you can kick it. You can't count on getting the ball back in that spot, you know. I think you'd have to go for it. If I'm the Rams, I would manage this next drive like it's my last, you know. Here we go, though. Here we go. One last shot for Stafford. Oh, the lone wolf coming through the snow. Does Stafford have one more moment in him? You know, it's so funny. It wasn't that long ago. Stafford was seen as a choker and a loser. Couldn't win the big one. Oh, how quickly that narrative has shifted. Does Stafford have one more him moment in him? Can he be a killer one more time? Show me something, Matthew Stafford. Show me something. On the road, in the cold against the best defense in the NFL. Sean McVay versus Vic Fangio, the coach that broke him back in 2018. The coach that made Sean McVay completely change his entire offense. We have been building for years for this matchup to finally come to a head. Here we go. Winner goes to the conference championship game. Show me something, Stafford and McVay. Here we go. Sean saying, I was trying to work on a chat GPT-esque layer to add on top of StatHead so that fellow stat inquisitors can query the site and data in plain English. Ooh, I like that. There you go. Man, some of that stuff went over my head a little bit, but I think I get the general gist. Stafford is going to go down. He's going to go down. Early sack for the Eagles. Man, they just keep on coming. Eagles pass rush has come alive here in the 4th quarter, man. This was kind of their superpower back in 2022, right? When they went to the Super Bowl. They had 70 sacks that season, just obscene, right? One of the most ever by a team in a single season. And it was a very similar script. Eagles were in a fair amount of close games that year. But man, you'd get into the 4th quarter when wear and tear and attrition started to set in, and the Eagles pass rush would just pin their ears back and come after them. They did, Jack. They did just run on 2nd and 17. To their credit, it worked a little bit. It's 7 yards. Obviously, you're still behind the 8 ball here. It's 3rd and 10. Like you're back to the original line of scrimmage. But man, here you go, right? They might not even need to blitz at this point. I mean, they're just so strong up front. This can be where you're like, okay, Jalen Carter, like just go get the quarterback, right? You don't have to worry about the misdirection or the runs or anything. Just pin your ears back, rush up field. Eagles are going to show blitz. I'll believe it when I see it. I think they're going to drop back here. Nope, they do blitz again. Batted down. They had Puka over the middle. Man, what a stand for the Eagles. Dude, this is so tough because, like, you kind of have to punt it if you're the Rams, right? Like, you legitimately have to punt it. I mean, you'd put the Eagles in field goal range right away if you had a turnover on downs. And now if they get a field goal, like, it's a 2-score game, right? That's just so tough. They go out with a 3 and out. And if you're the Rams, you legitimately don't know if you're going to get the ball back in this game or not, right? We've seen plenty of Eagles games this year where they just kill off the rest of the clock on the ground. This has been a very Eagles script. That's like, they're so good in late game situations because they can rush the passer and run the ball. When you're in obvious passing downs, they can get after the quarterback And then when you're on offense, you can just grind out clock with these 3-4 yard carries. Let's see if Saquon can be the closer. They're showing him stretch out right now. First 2 plays are probably going to be gives to Saquon right here. Can Saquon close it out? Here we go, man. One last shot for the Rams. I mean, hey, Philly has recovered well. It was an ugly start for them. I'm looking right now. Saquon is 23 carries, 118 yards, and a touchdown. Sure, maybe 62 of those came on 1 carry. But still, there's a clear formula here that's been working for this Eagles team for years now. Pass rush, run the ball, big plays with their receivers. They didn't even get those today, and they're still winning. They didn't get those last week, and they're still winning. Here we go. Stafford should have taken advantage of the new incomplete pass meta by chucking it into the floor while falling. I'm assuming you're referencing the one against the Vikings on Monday. Yeah. Oh, man. Hey, I got to say, though, this game has been a fun surprise. This game has given us a little bit of everything, and it's a nice little appetizer for what's about to come. I suppose, is it snowing in Buffalo? Let me actually look this up right now while we have some time. Is it snowing in Buffalo? I know we've had just like wacky weather all across the country. Let's look at Buffalo, New York. I know Jack was saying it was snowing in New York. How about upstate New York? The game is in Buffalo, right? Are we in for some snow here? No, we're not turning off ad blocker. Sorry. Maybe a little bit. Lake effect snow warning. You can see some snow on the radar right there. Hourly. Snow showers. We might see some snow in this next game. Maybe a little bit. Maybe not a crazy amount. We'll see. But something to watch. Something to watch. I'm just going to do this now before it screws up again. I'm going to switch it and then do this. That game will be starting fairly quickly after this one. I might have to take a step back and do something real quick. Take care of a few things, but that game is scheduled to start at 6:30. The Jim and Tony game, right? What else can you ask for? What better way to cap off the divisional round? Man, it makes me sad to say. We've only got a few games left in the season. It's kind of crazy to think about, right? We only have a few games left in the season. Jack is going, LOL, maybe something crazy is about to happen. Maybe something crazy is about to happen. Let's see this. All right. 1st and 10 for Philly. Saquon, big hole. There he goes. House call, touchdown, game over. Saquon. So much for a slow burn. They're just going to get it all on 78 yards. That's insane. There you go. Saquon Barkley up to 196 now. Oh, goodness. Goodness. Two explosive touchdowns. That's the game right there, right? That's the game. What a special player. No disrespect to the Giants. Maybe there's some Giants fans watching. I'm not trying to be mean. But I am so happy. Oh, he missed it. He missed it. He missed it. But I'm so happy that he gets to shine on the biggest stage. I'm so happy that he's being maximized to his full ability. This is a generational player that we're watching. Truly, truly special player. Man, how about it? How about it? Look at the line just getting downhill, blocking. He had the hole and he's gone. I mean, like that. As soon as he got the hole, he was gone. We got Matt in here. Let's go. Welcome back to the stream, Matt. Good to have you in here. Saying, go the Buffalo Bills. It's almost game time for the Bills, man. It's almost game time for the Bills. Here we go. Here we go, right? Parachamp saying Barkley is him. What else is there to say, right? Best back in the league. One of the best backs we've ever seen. Had the generational label and has lived up to it every single bit. Special, special player. Wolf saying run it in Madden. I tell you what, maybe not today because time is a little tight. But I tell you what, though, we will have to get a little maybe Browns-Vikings action going in Madden here. That would be pretty sick. Oh, yeah. Browns-Vikings would go crazy. BearPod saying, why are Eagles fans so annoying, though? And I'm saying a little bit of chippiness, right, between the Vikings and the Eagles a little bit. There's some history there. Good, Philly's fired up there. They're a passionate fan base, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hearing them saying, Garrett saying, let's go Ravens, baby. That's right. Yeah. We got a little bit of back and forth going. Go Bills. Enough of these bird teams. Oh, man. I tell you what, it might be tough for me to do Madden today because once this game is done, I'm actually going to have to run upstairs and do a few things. But I like the idea, though. These Madden sims have been going crazy. Bird teams unite. Oh, man. What if we got is it possible? Could we get a bird bowl? Yeah, Eagles, Ravens. Bird bowl. Very possible. And of course, if you want a big brain, you'd be like, well, did the Eagles score too quickly? No, I mean, the Rams need 2 touchdowns in 4 minutes, and they haven't really shown much signs of life on offense recently, right? Like, this offense is looking a little cooked. This is more of the offense that we saw to close out the regular season than we saw, say, against the Bills or the Vikings, right? Man, and it just, now I'm saying that. Now I'm thinking of the game on Monday. It's like, dude, where was this on Monday, right? Of course, now they look like what they've been showing us recently, right? Of course. Oh, Robinson dropped it. Yes, I like your thinking though, Wolf. Plug in the Discord, right? If you check, I have a link tree in the bio on my channel, right? If you just click on my channel profile, right? There's a link tree and it'll have links to a bunch of different things, right? My YouTube channel. You can find my website there. You can find my Twitter page there, as well as the Discord server. So if you're so inclined, there is a link tree. Feel free to go check that out. Can I go to McDonald's again? Nah, bro, I can't do that to myself. I ate way too unhealthy this week. I ate pretty good this weekend, too. Eventually, we'll get another food stream in there, but I can't do that to myself right now. Oh, man. Yeah. I tried to time it out, so I had a big lunch at 2:30 before I went on, because it's I'm trying to hold myself over, and I might grab a quick snack. I'm trying to figure out what I might do. Part of me is tempted to make another stream just to boost my view counts. What I might do is I'll just we'll see. I won't be gone that long. I might pull up a Word doc and type, we'll be right back, or something stupid like that. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do yet. I need to create a graphic or something for when the stream is about to start or when there's a break or something like that. I know a lot of streamers have that. I don't know. I'll improvise as I always do. But birds aren't birds without what? That's right. The Bills. So true. That's a great point, Matt. I didn't even think about that. See, now the Rams are going crazy on offense, right? They do have all 3 of their timeouts, which is a Sean McVay rarity. It's not often that a Sean McVay team has all 3 of their timeouts this late in the game. He's a big fan of the third quarter timeout. Stafford's cooking on this drive, of course, right? Things have been maybe a little bit easy. Eagles are kind of in prevent defense a little bit. But if the Rams score a touchdown, it's slightly interesting simply because they have all their timeouts and there's still the 2-minute warning too. They got to score quick though. Realistically, they got to score before the 2-minute warning though, right? Time is absolutely a factor here. Over the middle, there's Kupp. Can he get in? No, he's still short. But if you're the Rams, you got to go quick here, right? You got to hurry to the line. You just got to punch it in here. You cannot take too long. Really, you just need to leave yourself as much time as possible, as much of a margin of error as possible. And I don't love the call to run it there. I don't know. I get it. They're just trying to punch it in. It's short. Oren Burks all over it. And there you go. That clock is ticking now. And you can't burn a timeout, right? Again, you're up against it. Now they're going to drop back. Nothing. Slay all over it. Nah, there's no flag there. Ooh. Stumbling back a little bit. But again, this is where it's been hard for the Rams, is in the red zone, right? And this, I'm referencing a pod from like early November. But Mina Kimes and Ben Solak did like their weekly preview, right? One of the episodes they talked about the Rams' red zone struggles, and honestly, it makes sense. This is an offense that uses a lot of motion to sort of dictate coverage and get mismatches, right? And get space. They're so good in space. There's just not a lot of space in the red zone. They can't rely on motion to get open as much in the red zone, and they don't have anything else to go off of that. Caught, touchdown. All right, they get the touchdown on third down. It's Colby Parkinson, Seahawks legend, as Jack is saying. And they do have the 4 timeouts, right? You've got the 2-minute warning, and you've got some timeouts. And it's they can make it a 6-point game with the extra point. Dare I say it, I'm suckered back in. It's not quite over. I'm turning the monitor even further away now because I really don't want any spoilers now. This is still a game somehow. You know what? Maybe the big brain take was absolutely right. Maybe Saquon scored too early. I mean, that's so stupid to say, right? Like, you obviously, like, you take the touchdown and you get it. But honestly, we'll see how it goes, right? If the Eagles get a few first downs, it's still game over. And the Rams would not only need to force a quick stop, but they'd also need to score another touchdown, right? But this is still a game. That's crazy. The Rams' luck. There you go. Saying you should go for 2. See, they don't have to, though, because they were down 7. It's a 6-point game now, right? Touchdown, extra point, they take the lead. Yeah, I mean, depending on how the first down goes, right? Let's say Eagles run it for 2 yards. It's 2nd and 8. You probably have to take your timeout right there, right? If you can get a good play on first down, you need to then put all your eggs into one basket and be like, all right, this is it. This is where we're getting our stop. It's 2nd and 8. We are not allowing a first down right here. We're just not going to allow. Now, if they get like the worst thing, honestly, if you're the Rams, the worst thing to give up would be like a 9-yard run right there, because then it's like pretty obvious they're going to get the first down. But they can still run another play before the first down. That takes up a little bit more time off the clock, right? That would honestly be like the worst case scenario if you're the Rams. Best case scenario, you hold them like 0 yards. You set up 2nd and 10. You call timeout. Jack is worried about the Rams comeback. It's on the menu. It's possible. It's still extremely unlikely. Eagles win probability is at 90.3% right now, according to ESPN. But it is a whole lot more possible now than it was even a few minutes ago. Let's see if Saquon can do it again. He's knocking on the door of 200 yards, right? He's been the closer. We were just talking about that. We thought that for this last drive, the Eagles were going to go out there and grind it out and take up the rest of the clock, and the Rams wouldn't even see the ball. And then they just scored on the first play, right? But this is a team that has that in them. Can they just do it one more time, kill off the rest of the game? Man, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Beef on beef. This is where playoff football becomes a big boy sport, right? It really comes down to the trenches. This is the best matchup on offense and defense, right? Eagles line versus Rams D line. And they do a decent job holding up Saquon right there, right? And there you go. Rams call timeout. That is the risky way to do it, but I think that's the best way to do it. You have to call a timeout there, right? That you consider that a win on first down, holding Saquon to 3 yards, right? You're pretty much saying, okay, this is it. We need the stop right here. 2nd and 7, you got to hold them to like 3 yards again. You got to set up even 3. You want to try and get it to like 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6. I mean, if you're the Rams, you need to set up a passing down here for Philly, right? You need to pretty much force them to pass the ball. Because if it does get to like 3rd and 6, right, with the Rams having their timeouts and the 2-minute warning, if you're Philly, you probably would pass the ball because you're not worried as much about an incomplete pass stopping the clock. Again, this is all just about getting a first down right here. Game within the game. I love this kind of stuff. Play action. They're going to pass it on 2nd down. Hurts goes down. Unbelievable. Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh my goodness. They tried to get him on second down with the play action. They tried to get him there. Oh my gosh. Rams call timeout. It's 3rd and long. That's insanity. Hurts just falls down there. That big Kobe Turner bearing down on him. That is insane. And now, if you're the Eagles, you might almost be scared to pass it here. It's 3rd and 19 now. I mean, realistically, right? Good luck getting a 19-yard chunk, right? Do you just run it here and you force them to use the final timeout, right? You probably just run it and just force them to use the final timeout. You know you're not going to get it, but whatever. That's insane. Now we're going to see something crazy, apparently. Chad is befuddled. Hold on a sec. What's about to happen here? They're going to run it. Timeout, Rams. They're going to get the ball back with the chance to win the game against all odds. Oh, Stafford's going to get one final shot. They're going to get him one final shot. Come on, Stafford. I don't care. I'm openly rooting for the Rams. Wolf saying maybe they should have took it into the 2-minute warning. Didn't like the timeout. Yeah, I understand you might want to save one timeout on offense, right? But you could treat the 2-minute warning as like a de facto timeout. They save 35 seconds by taking the timeout. If you're on offense, you do have more ways you can stop the clock, right? You can get out of bounds. You can spike the ball. You can just throw it away. It is going to be hairy though, right? It is going to be hairy either way. It's still going to be very tough sledding for them to get this touchdown with no timeouts, but they have the time to do it, and they'll have a built-in clock stoppage. Look out. That punt is going to roll all the way inside the 20. Good punt. Here we go, Matthew Stafford. Come on, show me why you're one of the best I've ever seen. Come on, give me one final legacy moment right here. Matthew Stafford in the snow with the chance to take the Rams deeper than anyone could have possibly imagined. Oh, here we go. Oh, what a time to be a football fan. Here we go. Oh, this is a game. 2:23 left and the Rams have a chance to win it. I genuinely did not think this was going to happen. I've always been a Rams guy. Did not think that they were going to have a chance like this in this game. They'll start off with Higbee. They're going to go quick, right? You got to try and get one more play before the 2-minute warning here. You can try and get one more play off here. Absolutely. Go quick. They'll get the snap off. And they got Kupp. And that's okay. You can throw it over the middle because that clock stops. You got 2 minutes now. Appreciate it so much, Wolf. Thank you for the super chat. Let's go. This $2 says the Rams win. They have a shot. Rams got the plot armor. Parachaps fired up for the Legacy Stafford game. Oh my gosh. I swear, if the Rams win this game, I might actually get that Stafford jersey. Oh, I might splurge. We'll see. Maybe if I can find a decently priced one on Mercari. If the Rams win this game, I'm going to check Mercari for a Stafford jersey. Oh. Can they do it? I'm like giddy right now. Oh, let's go, Jack. Appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Say this $5 say the Eagles win. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll see. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, right, they can count on their defense to maybe just close us out right again. Pass rush. We didn't see it on the last drive, though, right? It was a lot of just like quick hitters down the field, going back and forth. I don't even remember what I said that might have been questionable, but I believe you. I have some Tobias Fuke moments in me. Oh, man. BearPod saying the Rams 100% control their own destiny. I mean, dude, like, honestly, like, you look at the clock, right? They score a touchdown. It's probably over. We'll see. Jackson the minority. I respect it, though. Pair Champ is getting Stafford Rams versus the Tom Brady Bucks vibes. I love it. Oh, that was a great game. That was a banger of a divisional round right there, right? We had that game. We had the Chiefs Bills Classic. We had the Titans Bengals game. That one came down to a last second field goal. The 49ers game was crazy. 49ers Packers upset. That was a pretty sick game. Bang! Bear Pod, $2. Saying all match for the Rams. Appreciate the super chat as always. Man, I appreciate it. You guys are very kind today. Man, I appreciate it a lot. Matching the $2 for the Rams. Look at that. A battle back and forth. Insanity. If the Eagles win, I'm dropping 50. Holy smokes. Oh, I might splurge. That's a thing, right? That's a thing, right? Like you splurge like, oh, I'm going to splurge on this nice shirt or something, right? I think that's a thing. Matt with the super chat. Appreciate it. Say these $2 says nothing because money's fake. So true. So true. Bear Pod's from LA, but not a Rams fan. You're a Vikings fan, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think so, right? I always try and keep on top of people's allegiances and stuff. Here we go, man. Sometimes I like to say this. You just got to clap it up for these two teams, giving us a good game. Stafford in the pocket. Floats one for Cup. Oh, it was nearly picked. It was Cup on DeJean. Oh. Holy smokes. Oh, okay. I don't know where I got that idea in my head. Who is your favorite team? Is it the Bears just because Bear Pod? I could afford a large Dr. Pepper. So true. I actually had a Diet Dr. Pepper. At least a few sips of it the other day. Pretty good stuff. Stafford has time. Deep shot. Over the middle. Broken up. Darius Slay when they need him the most. 3rd and 10. Rams have 2 more shots to get these 10 yards. Oh, Steelers. There you go. Nice. Eagles defense is clamping up. The secondary. It's the secondary that's getting the job done now when they've needed it the most. Slay on Puka, right? That's been one of the matchups. Good vintage moment from Darius Slay right there. Again, maybe the ball's just a little bit behind, but Slay getting his hand in there. 3rd and 10, man. The Rams need a positive play here. You don't need all 10, but you probably need at least 7 to feel good about this. Blitz comes. Stafford. Over the middle, it's Robinson. First down Rams, and they've still got a shot. They got to go quick, though, right? They're not even to midfield yet. That clock is ticking, and you can't stop it unless you spike it or go out of bounds. Does Stafford have an all-timer of a drive in him? Deep shot! Up for grabs! It's caught! It's Puka! Oh, my goodness! Puka Nacua! Super Puka! Oh, my goodness! Unbelievable. Puka Nacua. What a game. Deep shot to Puka. Rams in the red zone. Stafford again. Fires outbreaker. Sliding catch by Kupp. What a catch by Cooper Kupp. Yeah, I forced that one maybe a little bit. Still, he is super. Did he go out of bounds there? Is that why the clock stopped? The clock stopped. Oh no, did it really? Did that just happen? Did Jack just get me? No, I should have looked at chat. Did that just happen? Is this a repeat of the draft? We'll see. Low-key, the ultimate kidding move is to kid and then not kid. I'm kidding. And then he actually does get picked off. We got a flag down, though. No. I would say Puka has become Superman, to be honest. Like, he is the wide receiver one of this team. I think he's the better wide receiver. I mean, I think you have to, right? If you're Philly, right? That you don't want the Rams to take too much time off. I mean, if you're the Rams, you still got to score. Kevin Dotson with the false start there. That was pretty tough. 2nd and 12 now. Man, they got to do it all over again, though, right? I mean, it's just tough sledding against this defense. Nothing is a given. Dude, this is like the most fired up I've been watching the playoffs all season outside of the Vikings game. There's Nacua. Oh, they get so much of that yardage back. They've got 2 cracks to get like 3 yards now. Nacua gets out of bounds, though. If you're the Rams, If you're the Rams, if you really want to be cheeky, you could run it here on third down, right? You could try and catch them napping, run a little draw play. You don't have to worry about the clock as much. Stafford goes down. He's drilled. It's Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter gets home. It's fourth in desperation. Man, it all comes down to this. Fourth and 11, low key. I can't even look at chat. I can't see what's going to happen. I'm going to look silly, but I'm going to do it. I have to block out my peripheral. All I see is the game. I'm turning my phone upside down too. I can't have anything spoiled. Clock is still ticking. It's fourth in the season for the Rams. Can Stafford and the Rams do it? Do they have a miracle in them? Eagles rush 4. Stafford lofts it up out of bounds, and the Eagles are going to win by the skin of their teeth. The Eagles escape. What a game. What a game. What a game. The Eagles escape. Hoo-hoo. There it is. At the end of the day, when they needed it most, Jalen Carter got home. Oh my goodness, Jack. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh. Jack, I appreciate it so much, dude. You were not kidding. That is incredible. Thank you so much, Jack. I truly appreciate it. W donation indeed. That's insane. Man of my word, Eagles win, but more importantly, Rams lose. Now everyone be happy for me. You know what? I respect it. I'm happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you. Successful hate watch, I can understand that. Rams with the L, just like that. All of the Seahawks rivals are gone. There you go. There you go. That's insane. That is far and away a record for this channel. That is crazy. Let's go. I appreciate it, man. How about that? What a game. What a game. You were almost spot on with the Rams' luck. That would have been crazy. But there you go, man. Just the beauty of the divisional round. Just the beauty of the divisional round, right? Best weekend of the NFL season. I truly think so. Had some good games. Dare I say we're 3 for 3 with good games. And we've got the big dog coming up. We've got the big dog coming up. Bills, Ravens, and Buffalo. Oh, do I even need to say anything else? Do I even need to say anything else? Man. Man. Rally the troops. Let me officiate. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be gone for like maybe 5 minutes. I will be back pretty quickly. I'm just going to step away for like 5 minutes, if even, and then I'll be back. I'm going to keep this stream up. I'm going to do something because I think it's funny. I'm going to pull up Google Docs here. But I'm just going to do something because I think it's silly and funny. Not that. See, that's not what my screen is showing. It's just frozen. But that's still not what it's showing. Like it's showing the wrong thing on OBS. I just don't get it. All right, let's try this. And then this. No. Oh, that's why. Okay. I will be right back. We'll center that. We're just going to do this. Nope, not that big. Hold on. All right, I will be right back. All right, can y'all hear me okay? I might be a little bit loud. There we go. Hold on. Yeah, my screen looks crazy right now. I'm gonna have to reorganize that in a little bit. Um, Man, those yeah, you're right, Pair Champ. Those Rams turnovers kind of killed them a little bit. It's just hard to beat a good team like the Eagles, right? When you're fumbling and just inopportune fumbles too, right? Just killed them. Just killed them, you know. Um, sorry, I'm a little flustered right now. I'm trying to like organize a few different things. The screen looks crazy still. There we go. Let's go. I'm back. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, looks like we had a nice little chatter going while I was gone. They did have it. The offensive line kind of killed them a little bit, right? But that's what happens when you go up against a good defensive line, right? Peak stream content. Oh, that's funny. I'm gonna change it to this for a sec while I get a few things organized. Here's what I'll say. We have about 12 minutes here before this next game starts. How are we feeling about this next game, right? I'm feeling the Ravens win, to be honest. I know they played last time, and I'd said earlier, I think this is going to be a very different game from when the last time these two teams played, right? Like Rams were not Rams. I've been in Rams mode all this time. The Bills were without a lot of their receivers, right? I don't think Amari Cooper was on the team yet. They're just a little banged up. And the Ravens defense wasn't as quite as good as it's been. So there's a lot of differences. This is not just the same old, well, they played last time and that's how that went. I do think though, like the Ravens defense being that much improved is like just such a big difference in this matchup. I could see a world where like Josh Allen just doesn't get pressured at all and like the Ravens just legitimately don't sack him once and like he's able to make enough big plays and they can win in a shootout. But man, like this Ravens running game with Lamar and Derrick Henry is a juicy matchup versus this Bills defense. I don't know, man. I think you could argue that these are the two best teams in the AFC. Obviously, the Chiefs are right there too. I think there's pretty clear top three up at the top, right? Um, I would lean Ravens though. Ravens are 1.5 point road favorites, which is crazy. But I would be cool with either team getting the dub here, though. I will say it is a very, very exciting matchup. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee. But yeah, this is like maybe the game of the playoffs right here. I mean, maybe the AFC Championship game too, and the NFC Championship game should have some fun intrigue to it as well. But yeah, yeah, man, I'm fired up for this. Let's get CBS pulled up here, right? It's time for Jim and Tony. Just getting everything set up here still. Gathering my bearings a little bit. I appreciate you guys bearing with me here. Jack says, I'm sorry to any Rams fans, all 10 of them, but I might be lying. Also saying, Bills, please win. Pulling for the Bills. I get that. Seems like there's big pro-Bills consensus here. Nothing wrong with that. I did not forget Caden. Actually, no. Let's just say I did double the request. I actually read it up for both weeks. So we're on to the next week, and I read it up for that one too. So go ahead, knock yourself out, kid. Play 2 games. Knock yourself out, kid is crazy. But it was slow. There you go. We got AJ in here too. Let's go. We got another Bills fan filing in, right? Saying he's nervous right now. I get that, right? I mean, this is one of the biggest Bills games ever right here. You feel like if you can conquer this mountain, you got a few more mountains to conquer. But man, like this is the game right here. Whoever wins this going forward, I won't hate you for saying that they're the Super Bowl favorite. Although again, I say all that. It's crazy to say all that when they have the Chiefs that they have to get through too, though. So it is. I don't know, man. Who knows? Who knows how that game is going to go? But we'll think about that game when we think about that game. But I do think Derrick Henry. I mean, he went crazy against the Bills last time they played. He could be a big difference maker. He's a great postseason performer. Ravens leaned on him and Lamar in the run game heavy last week. I don't know if Zay Flowers is back or not for the Ravens, actually. I know he was out last week. I'm looking at the injury report. No Zay Flowers again. So that is something. That is something. Man, it might be on Rashad Bateman. We talked about him during the bracket stream, right? Rashad Bateman might need to be a difference maker for the Ravens in this playoff run, right? Here you go, kid. Here you go. Knock yourself out, kid, as I said. All right, where's CBS? I'm already on CBS. There we go. Zay is out. All right. And we got Taterhead in here too. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Taterhead. Good to have you in here. Saying, remember, if Stafford, or reminder maybe, one of the two, but if Stafford was Patrick Mahomes, that end of the game would have been flagged for a late hit. Oh, the Chiefs and the plot armor. Goes crazy. Goes crazy. I'm going to finish my snack here. I'm trying not to chew into my mic too much to save you guys' ears a little bit. I've got like one more bite left of my protein bar and then we'll be good. Dude, let me tell you. I'm about to choke. Hold on. These pure protein bars, the chocolate ones, very hit or miss. You can find about like Walmart, Target, a lot of your grocery stores, right? Very hit or miss. Sometimes you'll get a bad batch and they just taste like gamey, meaty rocks and they're gross. But sometimes you get a good batch and it tastes like you're eating a piece of chocolate cake. Dude, they're so good and they're fairly cheap. They're some of the cheapest protein bars on the market. This is a good batch right here. Oh, man. All right, one more bite and then I'll put the mic back in my face. But we got about 6 minutes until kickoff. My setup should be ready to go. And hopefully we'll be in for a game that was just as good as that last one because that game rocked. But just 1 second. One more bite. You know, that is an interesting point, Wolf, right? Like if they had that timeout on that final drive, maybe they wouldn't have felt as rushed. That's tough. I mean, they would have lost out on 35 seconds, though, if they didn't take that timeout, right? They'd have had 35 fewer seconds to get down there. But it would have been nice if they could have stopped the clock one more time, right, without having to, like, spike the ball or anything like that. Taterhead asking, whatever happened to Jalen Carter and the girl that he killed? I won't pretend to have the full understanding of how that situation went down, right? From my understanding, he was not the driver of the car where I forgot her name, but the girl that got killed, he was not the driver of the car. He was driving the other car that was racing against the car where she got killed. Yeah. There's a history with Georgia football and the roads and driving that's not exactly good. And a player, Devin Willock, passed away in that accident too. Yeah, that was pretty rough. Yeah, I don't have the full understanding of like the legalities of it exactly, but I mean, clearly he's playing, right? Like he's playing, but you know, I mean, you could say that. Let's be honest, you could say that about like darn near every team, right? My favorite team has a wide receiver that maybe shouldn't be playing right now, right? I mean, you know, it's just not saying it's right, but like that's how it is. Like you could go through like pretty much every team and be like, oh, that guy should probably be in jail, you know. There's a kicker in the league right now that probably shouldn't be on a team, right? Brandon McManus, you know. But Wolf saying hot take, NFL and CBS presentation clears NFL and Fox. I think I'd have to agree with you with that, honestly. I think I like a few of the NFL and Fox's crews. I love Joe Davis and Greg Olson. They're one of my favorite crews. I like Kevin Burkhardt. Tom Brady's all right. He's gotten a little bit better. But I love the chemistry of Jim and Tony, right? I think that's what it really comes down to is chemistry between broadcasters. I think Joe Buck and Troy Aikman legitimately might be my favorite booth now. Their chemistry is just so good, and I think that Joe Buck has turned into a really good broadcaster. But I like the graphics of CBS too. You know, it's just something, every game feels so big on CBS, right? There's just, every game feels so big. And I know there's the jokes of like, oh, Tony Romo loves Josh Allen too much and stuff like that. But man, there's nothing like that. I like NBC's the most. And I know like you especially get into like the color grading and stuff like that. I will say I miss Alan Chris. Mike Tirico's all right. He's a pro, right? He's like just like a consistent, solid vet. He's not flashy. And you have Chris Collinsworth to add in some of like the personality. But man, I miss Al and Chris together so much. When they were together, NBC was at the top of their game. But as far as presentation goes, yeah, the graphics are nice. The camera work is nice. I love like the little packages that they put together. It's still a pretty good crew, I will say. But NFL and Fox theme carrying the presentation. Yeah, they do have a good theme. But I will say, and I was actually thinking about this the other day. I would say Sunday Night Football is no longer the premier primetime game. Like when you look at like the biggest games now, most of the biggest games are on Monday Night Football now, and I got to give ESPN credit for that, right? Monday Night Football was a product that was not necessarily going downhill, but it was not the marquee product when I first got into football, right? When I was a kid growing up, there was a lot of Monday Night Football stinkers, and the booth was all right with Tirico and Gruden, and then once they lost Tirico and Gruden, ESPN for years just kept trying different things with the booths, right? Like they tried Sean McDonough, they tried Steve Levy, right? They had Louis Riddick in there for a little bit. They had the Booger Mobile, right? Just couldn't really get it going. They had Joe Tessitore do play-by-play for a year. It was just never really, it never really felt like a big primetime event. But man, they brought in Joe and Troy. And it is taken off. They get the big time matchups now. They might have the best booth in the sport. It is overtaken Sunday Night Football, in my opinion. But I love some broadcast, some media talk right there. Anything for clicks is in here? Let's go. Hey, congratulations. Fly, Eagles, fly. There you go, man. Hey, lesson learned, right? Picking against the Eagles. There you go. Eagles with a big win. Saying Texans didn't come through because the refs cheated, but the Lions lioned. Yeah. Tough moment there for the Lions last night, man. Some of it is injuries, right? And it sucks to lose all those guys. And yeah, you could tell, like, finally it was the end of the line. Like, that defense just ran out of dudes, right? They also turned the ball over a lot on offense, Not a great performance all around, It just, dude, it's a tough spot to be in, right? It's just like being bad and just like straight up being bad and like winning 2 games is obviously worse, right? Because you don't even have much excitement or hope, right? And maybe you can get hope around like getting the first overall pick and stuff, right? But like being bad is worse, I will say. However, there is something to be said about it is almost just as painful to truly believe that you can get it done this year, to truly feel like it's your year for 4 months, and then in the matter of 2 to 3 hours, it's gone. Just like that. And then you have like 5 more months to sit with that before they even play another game, right? To me, as someone that has experienced both that and just like being straight up bad, they both hurt in their own unique ways. But man, it's just a whole different beast from being bad to believe and then to get your heart ripped out, It sucks. It's not fun. But Wolf says, I loved NFL and NBC when Al Michaels called the Browns-Steelers game. NFL and NBC, Al Michaels called the Browns. We did do a Browns-Steelers game this year on Thursday Night Football, right? That was the crazy snow game. Oh, dude, I'm stupid. The playoffs. Yes, the playoffs game, right? Browns went crazy in that game. Yeah, there you go. Anything for clicks saying Ben Johnson going to the Raiders? That's what it sure sounds like, right? And there's even been reports that he said, like, yeah, I'm going to take a head coaching job. I won't lie. It surprised me a little bit. It honestly did. I genuinely thought he was going to stay if they didn't win the Super Bowl this year, but it seems like now's the time, right? I wonder if he thinks like, dang, like I said no to the Commanders last year. Maybe that was a mistake. Now I got to like take an opportunity while I still have one. Here's what I'll say. And I know Gabe is in here right now. We were discussing this earlier. I have a Ben Johnson take that's honestly been brewing in the chamber for a little bit now, for like a few weeks. Like I've really thought about this, and it's funny. Like, I don't know. Like, I didn't really think otherwise until like a few weeks ago. But the more I've thought about it, I'm going to be honest. And I have no way of knowing for sure, right? But this is just like a gut feeling and a vibe. I don't think he's going to be that good of a head coach, to be completely honest with you. I genuinely think that Aaron Glenn is going to be a better head coach than Ben Johnson. He just gives more of a head coach vibe to me, right? Ben Johnson is like the super scheme lord, mad scientist, right? He just likes to sit in a dark room, grind the tape, and draw up these sick trick plays and all that stuff. And he's very good at it. He is a phenomenal offensive coordinator. He's a great play caller, great play designer, right? Here's what I will say. There's a couple of reasons that gives me pause for like Ben Johnson being this amazing head coach that's going to come in and like be great immediately. And like he just like the whole organization needs to cater to him, right? One, I think it's fair to point out like this Lions offensive personnel is ridiculous. It is loaded. Best offensive line in the league. Good quarterback. Insane running back duo. All pro slot receiver. Pro Bowl level tight end, right? Now, Ben Johnson has maximized them to their fullest extent, which is fair to say, but that's something like it's hard to go from that to the Raiders. No disrespect, right? Second of all, right? It is hard to be both the scheme lord, mastermind, offensive coordinator. I put every single waking second into drawing up offensive plays while also being a head coach. There's just more hats you have to wear, right? You have to oversee both sides of the ball. You have to build your own coaching staff. You have more people knocking on your door. You have this corner coming in and he says he wants more playing time. You have the trainer coming in and saying, oh, so-and-so is hurt. What should we do? You have more media obligations, right? There's just legitimately not enough time. It's so hard to do both. It is so hard to do both. And I could see a world where he gets to the Raiders and he's kind of in over his head as a head coach a little bit. And also the offense isn't even that good because he can't put all of his time and energy into scheming up the offense, you know? And I said this, and I don't know for sure, right? I don't know the guy. I've never met him. But honestly, just based off like what I've seen and read, and he wants complete control over the organization and stuff, I get like slight Josh McDaniels vibes from him, just like an offensive savant who maybe is just better off being a scheme lord. I don't know. It's a good life being Ben Johnson's or being Dan Campbell's offensive coordinator, right? I just think like, honestly, I don't know. Maybe that's the thing he's best at. And that's okay. Like that's not even a shot at Ben Johnson. Like maybe that's just what he's best at. And that's okay. But I mean, he hasn't even been hired yet, you know, I'm saying all that. But that's my Ben Johnson take. I think there's a very real possibility that like it doesn't go as well as like it's made out to be. But anyways, I spent like 4 minutes talking about Ben Johnson there. Taterhead saying, remember, team passed up Jalen Carter because they thought he was going to be spending the whole season and might go to jail. I mean, he fell in the draft, right, because of that. And also like the poor showing at the combine. There was a lot of concerns, right? Like it is kind of crazy, like how far he fell in the draft. Anything for Click saying he's the best DT and it's not even close. He balled out. He did have a game today. All pro level player right there. I think if not the best for sure, like one of the 4 or 5 best, right? I mean, in an era where there's a lot of good defensive tackles, he has lived up to the hype. He was pretty good his rookie year. He is instantly leveled up year 2. He is a baller. There's no denying that. Parachamp saying, I honestly didn't think the Commanders or Eagles even stand a chance of whatever team comes out of the AFC. That is true. I will say on paper, the Eagles are pretty good though. This Eagles roster is pretty good though. That is tough to say, right? I mean, the Eagles did beat the Ravens earlier on in the season, right? And I will say, like, again, at this point in the season, it's just tough to, like, say for sure, you know. Like, let's say the Commanders pull off the upset. Realistically, would they be sizable underdogs versus, like, the Ravens, for example? Probably, but it's just anything goes at that point, right? And also, maybe this is, I don't know, maybe this is, like, overthinking, but, like, it's an exhausting road in the AFC, right? If you're like, let's say the Bills win this game, you have to beat the Ravens, then you have to beat the Chiefs, and then you make it to the Super Bowl. You have 2 Super Bowls before you even play your Super Bowl. Not to say that like the NFC isn't like a difficult road either, right? Like the Commanders would have to go through the top 2 seeds to make the Super Bowl. So maybe that's not a valid take, but man, I'm excited to get this game going. It's 6:37. Here we go with just getting lied to about when the game is going to start, right? This is not the NBA. What is happening to my sport in the NFL, right? I was told 6:30. We should be 7 minutes in by now, right? Like, whatever. It's fine. You know, we're going to watch either way, right? They get us either way, but Yeah, for those that might have missed it, I do lean Ravens in this one. I haven't made a final score prediction though. I'm gonna say I'll say Ravens 34, Bills 28, but it's like a close one. Like the Bills will have a chance at the end, but the Ravens will get a stop. I'm gonna say a close 34-28 win. I don't. Maybe Zay Flowers is a big difference in this game. And it's not like the Bills defense is bad, but man, it just feels like it's the same story with this team a little bit. I'm just a little worried, like you can pound the rock on them, right? They're so well built to take away the big play, but you get big and you run the ball on them, and Lamar's just so good at creating. We'll see. We'll see. They're still doing the pregame package, dude. Like, we're not even down on the field yet. It's 6:38. I'm sorry. Like, what is up with this? I had the whole scoreboard pulled up and everything because I was like, oh, we're going to start soon, right? Like, I should probably stop talking about Ben Johnson because the game is about to start. Nope. Little did I know how much time I had. but can't complain overall. We'll still get going here soon enough. But I don't know. What are you guys feeling? I feel like some people have made their picks here already. Gabe said his prediction is the Bills pretty easily. Interesting. Why are you rocking with the Bills so heavy? I don't hate it, right? I think these two teams are fairly evenly matched. You look at the matchup predictor, right? Ravens 51.5%, Bills 48.5%. Could go definitely either way. Back when this matchup first came to be, right, when ESPN first posted it, it was dead even 50-50. But I'm curious, where do you think the Bills... Like, what do you think will be the big difference for the Bills here? Pretty easily. That's what's pretty intriguing. Gabe says the networks do that so they can fit more ads and whatever. Luigi was right. Sorry. But there's always a dollar to be made, right? Here we go. Taterhead says of Pittsburgh, what a score to touchdown they would beat Baltimore. If Pittsburgh would have scored a touchdown, sorry, I'm sorry. What a score to touchdown they would have beat Baltimore. Chachki says, my call, Bills win, but it's a close game with a slow start from the Ravens. Okay, there you go. If Pittsburgh would have scored a touchdown, they would have beat Baltimore. I mean, they like made it interesting in like the third quarter. They had a little run there. It's like, oh, is this going to be the craziest comeback ever? Here we go. We're finally down on the field now. Feels like 12 degrees down there. Snow flurries. You can see the breath. This is playoff football right here again. See, this is just like, I love that the Bills play outdoors. I love that the Ravens play outdoors. The Chiefs play outdoors. The Steelers play outdoors. Real serious organizations play their football outdoors. The Packers do. The Bears do. This rocks, dude. This just rocks so hard. Gabe saying, kind of gut feeling. I just foresee the Bills taking control early and the Ravens having to claw their way back the entire game. All right, well, there you go. I wonder who starts with the ball here. They're showing Justin Tucker right now. That will be something to watch, right? Justin Tucker kind of fighting washed allegations right now. Not been like a good year. Not even like, oh, not good for his standards. Like, he's been kind of bad this year. He has had plenty of struggles. He's like kind of cost them some games. He cost them the Eagles game and the Steelers game. Yeah, that'll be something to watch, man. One of maybe the best kicker ever, but a question mark going into the playoffs. Here we go. Ravens are going to start with the ball. Let's do this. Game 2, baby. Let's freaking go. Wolf saying, remember these two played each other on their first ever NFL games. Really? Did not know that. It's snowing crazy in Northeast Ohio, but I'm expecting it to carry over into Buffalo. There's some lake effect snow going on right now. I was looking at the radar earlier. It might be coming. Here we go. Here we go. It's going to be rocking and rolling in here. And here comes Lamar Jackson. Man, could be in line to win his third ever MVP. Maybe the best season of his career. What a battle between these two. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. I'm running up the score. There was conversations that the quarterback play just wasn't good in today's NFL. I just can't get down with that whatsoever. And today we get to watch gods play quarterback. Let's go. And we got a god in the backfield in Derrick Henry. They're going to start with a run to Henry, I feel like, right? Get him going early, set the tone. There you go. Bill's ready for it. Bill's ready for it. Answering the bell. Stuffed him up. Taterhead saying Cowboys have the best kickers. Brandon Aubrey is pretty good. He is pretty good. Good question from Pearchamp. We'll get to that here in a sec. See what the second down brings us here. Man. 2nd and 9. Do you think they try and pound it again? It was like early on in the game, right? Derrick Henry ripped off like an 80-yard touchdown. They give it to him again. Bill's ready for it. Bill's standing up early to the run. All right. It's 3rd down and long. It's going to be Lamar time now, right? Now you got to put the ball in his hands, open it up a little bit. First 2 runs have gotten you a total of 2 yards. Yeah. And here, this is where the Bills want to live, right? They are a nickel team. They like their 5 DBs. They like their slot corner. They like their 2 linebackers and 2 high safeties, right? They take away the big play. This is what they've done for years now, right? And they've tried to get bigger and tougher, but that's just still the way they like to play. Here we go. 3rd and 8, passing down. Lamar has plenty of time in the pocket. Now he's going to create and run. There he goes. He's got a blocker and he's got the first down. It's just got to be so frustrating to play against him, right? I mean, you can have great coverage downfield for like 4 seconds and it just does not matter, right? He'll just sit in the pocket and wait and wait and wait. And he's so good at keeping his eyes downfield. Look, no one there, no one there. Still looking to throw. Takes off. Doesn't maybe get quite the explosive runs like he used to. He doesn't have like as many 80-yard touchdown runs in his bag. They don't do a ton of designed runs with him, which is ironic because they did that a lot last week. But for the most part, that's where he gets his runs now, is scrambles. He looks in the pocket, he waits, and if it's not there, he'll scramble. There. Oh, it's dropped. It's dropped by Derrick Henry. He had him. Throws maybe a little bit short, but Henry dropped it. But he had him. And there's the creation ability, right? Both these quarterbacks, we're going to be talking about that a lot today. They can just buy time. Guys can get open if they have 2 extra seconds to get open there. He had Henry. That was a bad drop. Lamar frustrated. 2nd and 10. They're showing the snow. Just awesome. Just awesome. Play fake. Oh, he's got him. It's Isaiah Likely downfield. Come on strong this year. Obviously, we all know him for that monster week 1 game against the Chiefs, right? There he is, that second tight end. It has been a little bit more Mark Andrews-centric, this offense, right? Got his sea legs back a little bit. But they keep him into block right there. Play fake, they put so many quarterback keepers on tape last week, and they just wide open. I mean, man. I'd have to watch that playback a few more times to tell you what happened schematically there, right? But there's the gravity of Lamar as a runner, right? You have to respect it, and then it'll just hit you over the top. Already near the red zone. Henry, mashing. Not a whole lot. Give the Bills credit. First few carries for Henry have not done a whole lot. All right, so Pearchamp, to get back to your question here, is Jaden Daniels the best NFC quarterback? I had some quarterbacks ranked above him when I did the quiz last time. Stafford 6th, Love 7th, Smith 9th, Goff 10th, and then Daniels 11th. Has my opinion changed? I probably would move him up a few spots. I would for sure move him up over Goff, Geno, and Love. Stafford, I'm still a little dicey on, and maybe that's just my biases. But you could convince me. I mean, how many times did I say with Stafford getting sacked today? Oh, if that's Jaden Daniels, he would have gotten it. It's crazy, and part of me's still a little scared because he's a rookie, but, like, what else is there for him to prove, right? Like it is, I don't want to go too overboard. You could talk me into it, though, which is just crazy to say. But you could talk me into it. How good he is as a runner, again, very Lamar-esque in the way that he scrambles. I did not think he was going to be as big of a running threat as Lamar was coming out of college. I just didn't think he was quite the athlete Lamar was or built like Lamar. but how smart and decisive he is with his scrambling has been such a weapon, and he's so accurate. Over the middle! What do you know? It's Rashad Bateman. It's Rashad Bateman. Touchdown Ravens. Look at that. It's Rashad Bateman. What did I tell you? He was going to be an X factor. Rashad Bateman has blossomed into a great wide receiver for the Ravens. Look at that. 11th touchdown on the season, counting the postseason. Look at that. A nice little double move right there. Lamar has all the time in the world just falling back. Bateman down the seam on a double move. Bang. What a start for the Ravens. Man. If you're the Ravens, you're thinking, shoot, they bottled up Henry, but it didn't matter. We put the ball in the air and Lamar cooked. What a drive. What an opening drive from the Ravens. Here we go. Bills got to answer. This might be one of those types of games, man. You just got to keep answering. I like both these defenses, and I like the Ravens defense too. And I think that could be like a big edge, you know. I like the offenses more. I still think the offenses have an upper hand in this game. We're going to see some points, folks. We're going to see some points. We'll see if we get as many points as we got between Washington and Detroit, but we're going to see some. What a drive. I mean, Henry had like 3 carries for 5 yards. It just did not matter. Lamar's like, all right, cool. 3 for 4, 60 yards, a touchdown, 9-yard rush. Oh, man. What a special quarterback. Lamar is scary, yeah. Bad drop by Henry there earlier. The snow is going to be in favor of the Ravens. 2 amazing runners. It could be, right? I mean, hey, snow starts falling. Put it in the hand of the big back. It gets cold. You don't want to tackle as much. Get it in the hands of the big back. That could be a big difference in this game, truly. Could also help Josh Allen, too, though, on the other end, right? This could be a game where Josh Allen runs like 12 times, right? A lot of scrambles. Just, I don't know, some designed runs, some creation. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Garrett's fired up. There you go. Big strike for your Ravens to get started. Look at that. Yeah, I know you said earlier you felt like you're surrounded by Bills fans. Nice little back and forth right there. There you go. Wolf saying can't let him get wide open. I wonder, I suppose, is this a divisional hate watch for you, Wolf, right? Preying on the downfall of the Ravens, perhaps? Caden asking who would be the Super Bowl MVP if each team left in the playoffs. Well, that's a tough question, right? I'm going to take that as like postseason MVP, right? Because I think like, and that would be cool if they did like a playoffs MVP, right? Where it's like you got the MVP for the entirety of the playoffs. And I don't want to just like say the quarterbacks, right? I would honestly say, I mean, for the Ravens, it's probably Derrick Henry right now, right? If I had to like pick a postseason MVP, I don't care. I'll say Daniels for the Commanders. I mean, who else would it be, right? Probably Saquon for the Eagles. I mean, it's like all like the studs, right? But like Jalen Carter would be a good name for the Eagles too. Rashad Bateman would be a good name for the Ravens too, right? For the Commanders, a good name. I mean, you got Terry McLaurin. How about Mikey Sanders still with 2 picks yesterday, right? He could have had a good game, you know? I think I said his name right. But it's nice to give some shout outs to like the non-quarterback guys too, right? For the Chiefs, how about George Karlaftis? Legacy game. He's a player I've always liked. Got 3 sacks yesterday. Good guy to keep an eye on. Parachamp saying we love Bateman. Oh yeah. You know, I liked Bateman a lot coming out of the draft. I was like, oh, he's pretty good. And he was kind of quiet throughout most of his career, right? The Ravens kind of gave him a big contract. I was like, yeah, you know, when he's healthy, he's shown a lot of flashes. There's a lot to like about him. He's a pretty good route runner. He's got a good build, you know, can win downfield. I will say there's also like Matt Harmon who does good work with reception perception and Yahoo. He's so good at like scouting receivers and stuff. Like he's always been a big Bateman believer. And so like when he liked Bateman too, I was like, oh, like that kind of reinforces it. Like, okay, I really trust his opinion when it comes to receivers. Like, I'm not going to like sell my Bateman stocks yet. And I picked him up in one of my dynasty leagues. Dude, he's been pretty good this year. He's a good player. He's not always like crazy productive with like the counting stats, but he'll come up in big spots. Allen missed him. Looking for Mac Hollins. They wanted to take a shot downfield to start things off. Whew. No one on this Bills defense can stop Lamar. I mean, that's maybe one of the big concerns, right? Again, it's not like this Bills defense is bad, but It's a tall task to stop this offense. Wolf asking, what's the halftime show? I might try that Pokemon Immaculate Grid. We'll see how that goes. I know Parachamp put that into Discord. That might be pretty interesting. Maybe I'll do some old grids, just kind of chill, talk about the first half a little bit. I don't have like a musical performance or anything. Oh, man. All right, 2nd and 10. Bills go back to the run now. They're another team that likes to run the ball, right? At the end of the day, both these teams like to run the ball. James Cook was a monster last week. This offensive line is really good. I think that might be one of the big schematic advantages, or at least like matchup advantages for the Bills in this game, right? I would say this Bills offensive line versus the Ravens defensive line might be their biggest advantage, right? Again, I said, I don't know. Maybe the Bills' path to victory is Josh just doesn't get sacked. He makes so many plays downfield. Kyle Van Noy is like pretty good. Like they've got some good guys up front, but man, this Bills offensive line 1 through 5 is just fantastic. Allen's the least sacked quarterback in the league. We'll see. Deep shot again from Allen, and it's caught. It's Khalil Shakir. Khalil Shakir, another one of my guys, dude. Talk about like these two teams having just like guys that I love at receiver. Khalil Shakir down the middle. He is evolved into more than just a one-trick pony. He's still at his best as like a short yardage, like short target down the field yak type of guy. Like throw a little slant or drag route and then just like scheme him up in space. But he's been winning downfield a little bit more this year. Good player, Khalil Shakir is. There you go. The Bills get a big shot when they need it. And then they get a nice little run right there from Ty Johnson to set up 2nd and 7. Here we go. Offenses are cooking, boys. Let's do this. Bills adding Garrett Wilson would be crazy. I mean, that would give them the true number 1, right? It's a crowded wide receiver room, though. And I'd have to look at their contracts, but Keon Coleman's a guy I really like. I think he could turn into a pretty good player. Buffalo is a good spot for him, in my opinion. It is a shame that, like, one of these teams is going to be out before even the conference championship game, But, yeah. Parachamp says, I think my heart will hurt more if the Bills lose, but I will be sad for whichever quarterback loses this game. I just hope either one of them could beat the Chiefs. That's going to be the game right there, man. That is going to be the game. The only playoff award that matters is Lombardi. Oh, yeah. All right, 3rd and 1. They might try and run it here, right? They can get downhill pretty easily with Cook. They're in shotgun, though. Cook's not out there. Keeper with Allen. He's stuffed. What a play. You got to go for it. This is one of those games you're going for it. You are going for it here. No question. There shouldn't even be hesitation. What a play, though. Quarterback keeper with Josh Allen. Man, they did it from shotgun. Holy smokes. But there's no question, right? You got to go for this. They're showing McDermott on the sideline. Oh, yeah, offense is out there. Absolutely have to. 5 wide. They're spreading them out. You think Josh just keeps it here? Yep. Josh has got it. And then some. Yeah. That's a nice play right there, right? Quarterback draw 5 wide, right? You have to respect him spreading it out because you know the Bills are one of the teams and Allen is one of the quarterbacks that actually has the guts to like take a shot at the end zone on 4th and 1 if you get caught lacking. But at the end of the day, just get him going downhill. Yeah. 2 cracks to get it on the ground with Allen. He's going to get one of them. Good answer right here from the Bills. Maybe this will be one of those games where like the offenses go crazy, but they're not scoring in the 40s just because these drives take so long. Cook getting to the outside now. That could be the case too, though. I mean, the Ravens hit some explosives, but it could be like both these teams get like 8 possessions each and they score touchdowns on like 5 of them. Gabe saying it was so insane that last year Mikey was making interceptions for my team to end Washington's season. A year later, he's making interceptions against my team to keep Washington's season alive. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Kaden saying, you sure there's no musical talent hidden in there, Doc? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. Oh, man. I'll give it to Cook now. First down, a little bit more, down to the 5. Bills knocking on the door of an answer right here. It's very early, but this game already has the makings of a classic. This game is already kind of living up to the hype a little bit. Wolf saying, I really expected this Bills wide receiver group to be terrible. And then, I thought that they had added Garrett Wilson in the offseason. They've got some good players, though. Like Khalil Shakir's really come along. Keon Coleman is a fun prospect who showed a lot of flashes. And I think, like, especially if he's in, like, a hyper-specific role, if he can just be, like, a big dude on the outside, right? Like, T. Higgins type of player, maybe mix him in the slot a little bit. That's pretty good. And then they got Amari Cooper to bring, like, veteran experience and just, like, bump everyone else down a roll, right? Like, no disrespect, but like when Mac Hollins is on the field just a little bit less, that just makes life a little bit easier for you. And then the tight ends, Kincaid and Knox, It does not have a top end guy, but they're a deep group. They're a pretty good group. They did a good job rebuilding it without Diggs. AFC is so competitive. That's the problem with it. Oh yeah. I mean, there is a lot of good teams at the top. I'd say the top 3 teams are pretty solidified in how good they are. I don't know if that made sense or not, but they'll hand it off again. Got it. Touchdown Bills. There's your answer. Is that Ray Davis getting in? It is. Touchdown Bills. Here we go. Man. All right. Josh only threw it twice on that drive. 1 for 2, 34 yards. Bills answer back. Here we go. It's Lamar's turn again. Lamar and Henry, take the wheel, baby. Just give us a classic. That's all I really care about. Honestly, I could care less who wins this game. I just want a classic. Man. Let's go. Talk about struggling kickers. Tyler Bass has had his fair share of the yips so far, too. Got that one, though. The Bass's spirit, baby. The Bass comes through. The Bass. Wolf saying Jets are easily a championship contender in the NFC. That's your hot take. Ooh, that is a spicy one. I will say, this Jets team had a lot of top-end talent this year, right? And the last year, too. Like, there's certainly guys to get excited about. But it does feel like they kind of underachieved. They were not the sum of their parts, right? Rodgers was all right, but he showed his age a little bit. He just didn't seem locked in. The line was still kind of a problem. Play calling was still a problem, right? Like Breece Hall wasn't maybe fully unlocked in this offense. There's frustration with like getting Garrett Wilson the ball, and then Devontae Adams comes in. They had a good team. The defense kind of underachieved too, especially once they let go of Saleh. But it definitely is tough, like, for them playing in the same division as the Bills, so I get that. But if the Bills had 2023 Amari Cooper, they would have won the Super Bowl last year and this year. I mean, hey, that was like low-key the best season of his career last year on the Browns. That was pretty crazy. Yeah, especially when Flacco came in, he went off. Pear Champ is surprised Ray Davis is playing after the nasty hit he took last week. I forgot about that. Yeah. It is truly shocking how, like, some of these guys can just come back from injuries like that, just get absolutely killed. Like, I'm back out there. But we got Lion214 in here. Welcome to the stream, Lion, saying, I couldn't care less. If you could care less, that means you could care at least a little bit. Fair enough. Caught me on the grammar there, the syntax, whatever you want to call it. Caught me lacking, speaking my own language. Fair enough. All right, how about this? I really don't care who wins this game. I just want a classic. That's fair, though. Yeah. I had a Spanish teacher back in high school. Shout out Profe Niemer, who, granted, we were not really allowed to speak English in that class a whole lot. But when we did, and we'd be like, oh, I'm doing good. She'd always say, you're doing well. You're not doing good. It's like, you know what? Respect. Make us a little bit better. I like it. But yeah, shout out Lion for keeping me honest right there. Wolf saying 2023 Amari Cooper kept me sane. He was insane last season, and literally look up his 2023 highlights. He made other corners look silly. Nah, see, that's like Amari Cooper's another one of those guys. Like, he has a reputation for just kind of being like old steady, old reliable, right? But he's got like some big plays in him. He can win downfield. He can make some crazy catches. He's a solid deep threat too. He's not just like old Keenan Allen, Shoot, I have it on the wrong screen. Bear with me, please. There we go. Amari Cooper's Pro Football Reference page, right? Again, bit of a quieter year for him. He had injuries. He got traded, getting adjusted to a new offense, and he's just a little bit older, right? But nah, 1,200 yards in 2023. Career high. Yeah. Good coverage there, but underrated journeyman career. But he's been a great player. Very good player. All right, let's just do this now so that we don't have to adjust it again. Shout out OBS. It's free and I enjoy it. All right. Drive number 2 for the Ravens. What do you got for us? Can they maybe get Henry going a little bit? Excuse me. Coming out in shotgun. Hey, we'll give it to Henry. And it's a tackle for loss. The Bills front has answered the bell so far. That's big Ed Oliver getting in there. Is that DeMar Hamlin getting in there too? There you go. Lion saying, thanks, man. I've only really started watching American football this season. Followed a bit last year. No idea how I stumbled into your channel, but I really like it. I appreciate that, man. Well, hey, it makes me happy to know that like someone getting into this wild journey of loving football, that I can be at least the small part of it. So appreciate it. And a welcome to the ride, man. I got to tell you, it's a fun life. So appreciate you tuning in. As always, man. Thank you. Lamar going deep. It's intercepted. It's Taylor Rapp. We shouted him out on the Immaculate Grid. And it's Taylor Rapp with the pick. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Bills with a big takeaway. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hey, all good line. All good. Happens to the best of us. Bills have been shutting down Henry. A genuine surprise. I'm sorry, Garrett. That's tough. I'm sorry, man. Man. Yeah, what is he at right now, right? Let's pull up his stats while we have a moment. 3 carries, 4 yards. Meanwhile, in the last game, right? I won't pull up the full thing because I'm just tired of like resetting the OBS. You'll just have to take my word for it. Maybe one day I'll figure out a better way. I meant to do game logs. There we go. Last time they played the Bills. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Why can't I find it? There we go. Sunday, September 29th of this season. Derrick Henry, 24 carries, 199 yards, and a touchdown. So far today, 3 carries, 4 yards. That's been the difference. It's very early. It's very early. First quarter's not even done yet. No, sorry. 4 carries for 3 yards. He's averaging less than a yard per carry. Bad pass right there. Yeah. I won't act like I know what exactly the play was right there, right? Maybe there was a miscommunication. Maybe Lamar thought he was going somewhere. Maybe Lamar just like didn't know what he was doing or didn't see a Bills defender there. I don't know what the heck happened there. Oftentimes when you see a miss that bad, especially from a good quarterback, you think like there's probably miscommunication. There's no way of knowing who it was on though, if it was on Lamar or the receiver. But either way, that's a bad turnover early in the game. And yet, as Wolf is saying, you know, man, if the Ravens lose this game, depending on how the performance is from Lamar Jackson, you want to talk about narratives picking up steam. Fair or not, man, I mean, eventually he's got to like get it done, right? And like, you know, I said this past week, like, you know, that game, like they just dominated the Steelers, right? That felt like maybe Lamar's best playoff game, and he had a good one against the Texans. But I will say, it is one thing to like show out against the 7 seed or 6 seed Steelers, right? Like, unfortunately, and this is true, this is fair to say, historically in his career, Lamar Jackson has not had great performances in big playoff games. Like, he just hasn't, right? And fair or not, like, there's a lot of focus on it. And I think, like, yeah, if you're the Ravens, like, it's got to be frustrating to, like, but we'll see. There's a lot of game left. There's a lot of game left. But that was not good. Yeah. Lamar getting antsy with Henry getting shut down. He does better in the postseason if he just runs. I don't know what he's trying with that kind of pass. I mean, that was the big thing in the Chiefs game last year, right? Maybe left a lot of yards on the table. He just didn't scramble when there were opportunities to scramble. A lot of times he just gets big play hunting. And there's nothing wrong with Lamar taking shots downfield, right? Like, to an extent, you need to let him cook. But that does seem to be a theme when the Ravens offense, like, they have these weird games, just like underperform and Lamar is struggling. Like, yeah, they just get a little over eager and they just go big play hunting a little bit. They're going to show this interception back right here. Lamar has a clean pocket, chucking it downfield. I'm assuming he's going for Bateman, but again, like there's just no way of me knowing like who was supposed to do what there. But either way, like he's just letting that thing fly from a clean pocket. But yeah, he could have like scampered upfield for like 6 or 7 yards maybe. Cook is swallowed up. My goodness. Ravens defense has been all right up front too. But yeah, we got game solved in here. Let's go. Welcome to the stream. Game solved. Saying, is the Commanders or Eagles offense better? Great question. Dude, that's tough. Because in every sense of the word, I want to say the Eagles, right? I think they're a little bit more talented. They have the better offensive line, the better back, better receivers. Commanders have the better quarterback. And yet this Commanders offense has just been so dangerous. And they really put up points on the Eagles defense last time. I might have to take a second to think about that, which is crazy because on paper, I'd say the Eagles, but the Commanders offense has been playing so well. We'll see. We'll see what kind of adjustments Vic Fangio has in store for them, though. I still might lean Eagles. I just think, like, I don't know, that offensive line is so good. Saquon is so good. A.J. Brown historically has owned the Commanders. I know this is just like in a vacuum, but like, I still might lean Eagles, but you could pretty easily talk me into the Commanders. Got a penalty right there. Holding on Deion Dawkins. Now, the Bills defense has been a big surprise so far. They've looked good. You know, the first drive, the Ravens moved up. They moved through the air pretty easily, but they've been stout against the run so far. Man, they clearly had a game plan. Another flag. Bills are going to get 5 of those yards back. Game's asking who I got in this game. I picked the Ravens going into it. I think I said, Ravens 34, Bills 28, but it's like a close one. Like, Bills maybe have the ball with the chance to, like, get the lead, but they just can't get it, you know. I had a close 34-28 Ravens win. But we'll see. I have the Ravens going to the Super Bowl in my bracket. I had them losing to the Lions in the Super Bowl, which obviously that ain't happening. But Wolf thought Henry would have 60 yards at this point. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have hated you for it. Like, yeah, you could add a 60-yard run on the first drive for all we know, right? Garrett saying there's a big miscommunication with Bateman leading to the pick in the last game of the season that pissed Lamar off. Didn't even celebrate the divisional title of it. Don't want more of that. Yeah. That's crap. I must have missed that. What game was that? That must have been. That would have been against. Oh my gosh, the Browns, right? Yeah. Anything for Click saying that wasn't holding? I'll be honest, I missed the replay, but I saw like a glance of it. It looked like a questionable call. But Wolf saying, is he saying Deadpool audible? That's crazy. Could you imagine? He probably did, honestly, right? Some of these audibles are hilarious. All right, can the Ravens get a big stop here? Man, that holding penalty might kill this drive. They faked a little dump. Allen, jump pass. Incomplete. Yeah, that holding penalty really killed the drive right there. Well, there you go. Ravens get a stop of their own. First 2 drives, touchdowns. Next 2 drives, turnover and punt. They tried to like fake a little dump off, it looked like. Allen just chucked that thing up. That would have been insane if he completed that. But Kyle Hamilton was over the top there too. It looked like they had that pretty well covered up. Punt for Sam Martin. What would my audible be? That's a great question. Oh, what would my audible be? I'll have to think about that. Culver's. Oh man, that would be a banger. Culver's. Kurt 18. Big Ben bathroom is crazy. Oh my gosh. Man. That was good defense after the pick. Yeah. Why the name Dr. Pigskin? Good question from Lion right there. Funny story. This actually started out as an inside joke between me and my college friends. Just one day, I don't know what it was, but I just called myself Dr. Pigskin. And like I remember like before a fantasy draft, I was like, Dr. Pigskin doesn't miss or something like that. And someone in our group chat was like, "Who is Dr. Pigskin?" I was like, "That's me. I have a PhD in knowing ball," or something like that. And just it became an inside joke. It was like my alter ego a little bit. Like I just called myself Dr. Pigskin, and it, for better or worse, it just kind of caught on and stuck. And then the origin, the origin of Dr. Pigskin, the content creator, was back in November of 2022. So in the middle of the 2022 NFL season, I made a Dr. Pigskin burner Twitter account, right? Because I had my own personal Twitter, and I was like, like I talk about football on there sometimes, but like, I was like using it for class a lot and stuff, and I was like, I don't want to be like yapping about the NFL nonstop, so I just made my own. I was like having fun. I just like followed my friends on there, and I was like, wait, this is actually kind of fun. And I had like done YouTube on and off for a little bit, doing like making NFL content, But I was like, what if I just like really locked in and like really tried at this? And I just, man, like I just like it's just so much fun. I just kept doing it, and just that's how Dr. Pigskin came to be. It literally just started out as an inside joke between me and my friends of just like some silly alter ego. And in the grand scheme of things, right? Like I don't know. I don't even know what else to say. Like it's just so funny. Like in the grand scheme of things, like this is still an incredibly small channel, right? And it's fun. I like it. I like how close like this community is and stuff like that. But just so funny to see like something as silly as like, oh, I'm Dr. Pigskin, and now like here I am like doing live streams and stuff. I would have never thought that when I first called myself Dr. Pigskin that this would happen, but I'm here for it. But that's a good question. Dr. Pigskin origin story right there. Is there snow where I'm at? No, there's not. There was snow a few weeks ago. I live up in North Georgia. We had some snow up in the mountains. I'm pretty close to like North Carolina, Tennessee, that area, about an hour north of Atlanta. There was snow, but not now. There might be some snow in the next few days, but we'll see for sure. I'll believe it when I see it. But we did get a decent amount. I guess it was last weekend, wasn't it? Yeah. We had a snow day last Friday. That was pretty fun. But not right now. No, I miss it though. I do miss the snow a little bit. Oh, there's Derrick Henry. Finally got him going. Be a first down right there. For 100,000 subs, I need to dissect a pig. That would go crazy. Oh my gosh, a pig dissection live stream. Just today, we're going to take apart a pig. As the first big run for Henry right there. Got to get him going, right? I mean, he will be the key to victory for the Ravens here if they're going to win this game. You feel like they got to get him like 100 yards, That is just like one of the matchups to exploit, this run game versus the Bills defense. But so far, the Bills have looked pretty good on defense. We'll probably take this into the second quarter. We'll see if they run another play or not. I doubt it. I'll run this thing out. Maybe they'll snap it. Maybe they'll be sneaky. They do snap it. I respect it. Get one more play in there. Why not? There's the changeup, Justice Hill. There you go. Game solved saying, do I think that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would know ball? Oh, absolutely, dude. I mean, that man knew everything, right? Dude, could you imagine? Like, I remember last year, was it, right? There was someone that looked like him that went viral. He was at a Ravens game, and I think like his children, like one of his kids was like, oh, that's awesome, like go Ravens or something like that. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? I want to like look this up to be sure, right? Because saying like, oh, this guy looked like Martin Luther King Jr. sounds terrible out of context, right? Like, but this was an actual thing. Hold on. Yeah. There it is. That was last year, I think, right? His daughter responds. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, he would have been a ball knower. That's crazy. Wow. That was about a year ago. That would have been the divisional round last year. That's right, against the Texans. Wow. That's crazy. And this one to the list. What does that mean? Oh man. MLK played baseball. Wild memory I just had with that. Yeah, I mean that's like one of those like niche NFL like you had to be like seriously online to remember that, right? But I remember seeing that on Twitter. I was like, no way. It is MLK Day tomorrow. I actually get to go cover an MLK Day event for work tomorrow out in Sati Nakuchi, which, yes, that's a real place. Sati Nakuchi in Georgia. They're having an MLK Day remembrance event. So I get to go take some photos and cover that event. Should be pretty cool. Get it in the paper, right? My little day job action right there. I think it's at like 3 o'clock tomorrow or something. So I don't have to get up super early. But I'll go into work at like my normal time. But yeah. Yeah, well, man, I completely forgot about the lookalike at the Ravens game, though. Oh man, I always get a little bit of everything here, don't you? Man, they're showing the trailer now for the next games. Oh, Championship Sundays next week. Yeah, I'm going live for both of those games. We're going to have another stream like this where we're going live for both of those. Gabe is really happy I don't have stalkers. Not that I know of. I don't think so. I will say, I accidentally doxed myself one time on stream. This was like almost a year ago now. I pulled up Google Maps on stream without realizing my location was turned on, and there was the blue dot right where I was at. I was like, oh crap, hold on a second. Oh, it's chill though. It's chill. Really happy I don't have stalkers. As far as I know, if I do, that means they're really good at what they're doing, which that would be scary. Please don't stalk me. I trust you guys though. Not yet. Is it stalking if I approve of it, though? Maybe I want to be followed. Here we go. Ravens starting to get going a little bit. Lamar gonna scramble again. Oh, he got out of there. Man, like he just is just a magician, you know? Like, man, just slips out of there all the time. Lion asking, how come I stream these games and don't watch them with friends? No shade, I'm watching the stream on my own. Well, here's what I'll say. That's a fair question though, right? I definitely have not been watching football with like friends as much recently. Where I live right now, like I I have plenty of I have friends, guys, I swear. But like a lot of my friends from college don't live where I live. Like they live close enough and I get to see them some, which is really nice, right? And like Christine, my girlfriend, is over a lot and we were actually watching the games yesterday. That's a big reason why I wasn't live yesterday. But, you know, and I've got like a lot of close friends in Fargo and stuff too. But I'll be honest, like I like watching games in like a social setting. I do, and like I probably won't stream the Super Bowl for that reason. Like I'll probably be watching it with people. And this might sound crazy. I don't know. Football is kind of like my me time, to be honest with you. And that's why, like, I also don't watch as much college football as much anymore either, right? Like, NFL Sunday, that is my me time. I honestly, I kind of like just like either streaming games or just watching them alone on the couch, to be completely honest. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love watching with other people, but I don't know. I could be a control freak sometimes and like, I like having like Sunday be my day, right? And so like Saturday, like that might be more like, oh, I'm actually going to go outside and touch grass, right? And so therefore like, okay, I'm not watching college football because of that, but I'm willing to like sacrifice college football for that. You know, hey, I will say like I'm honestly a fairly introverted person and it's so funny, right? Like I'm up here in front of a microphone like talking and all that stuff, but like you know, I definitely have a social battery and like Sunday is my nice recharge day, but that's a fair question. Yeah. And it would be sick like at some point, like to get the homies on stream. That would be crazy. But good question though. I'm loving these questions. Like honestly, like I'm a pretty open book, you know, so exactly. I don't need friends when I have stalkers. Oh man. Wolf says, if I had the same fan base as Bengal, then people would love that. As long as my stalkers are fine women, I couldn't care less. Jack, classic Fred Warner sucks there. Oh, man. Not that I would do that or are doing that. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Ravens kind of moving the ball here, getting close to the red zone. Fake it to Henry. Oh, it's dropped by Andrews. Oh, man. Couple of drops here for the Ravens early on, right? You had that Derrick Henry drop on the first drive. Andrews could have got a nice chunk of yards there. He's really come on late in the season, right? Again, there was washed allegations for him after week 1. It's like, dang, like he just looks so slow out there. He was coming off an injury. Isaiah Likely looked better, you know. He's been a very productive player for them, though, second half of the season. But, man, bad drop right there. Maybe not the best throw of all time, but, you know, you expect Andrews to bring that in. There you go. 2nd and 10 now. They could still run it if they want to. They've got Justice Hill. And, oh, it's a bobbled snap. Lamar escapes, and he goes down, and the ball is out, and it's scooped up. It's Von Miller. He's racing. Hill comes from behind and brings him down, but the Bills get another turnover. It's another turnover for the Bills. A sack, a strip, and a scoop, and nearly a score. Unk still got it. Von Miller. Man alive. Wackiness and chaos. Just bobbles it, tries to recover. You thought for a moment there's going to be some Jackson magic, and he just puts the ball on the ground. And there goes Vaughn the other way. The old vet right there. Man, what a turn of events. Ravens offense looked like it was cooking there for a second. Overall, they've been moving the ball pretty well, save for these turnovers. But the turnovers have just been killing them. Bills defense fired up right there. Here we go. Bills take over near the red zone now. Try with a pitch, Ty Johnson. That's an all right gain right there. Let me scroll up and catch up with chat here. I got to find my mouse. There we go. You don't need friends and you can hate on Fred Warner. I would do that, and I'm doing that. Wolf said, do I think if LeBron committed to the NFL, he'd be the GOAT tight end? I mean, GOAT's a crazy high bar, right? He would be one of the most gifted tight ends ever, and he was really good in high school. He played football in high school. I think he could play in the NFL. I legitimately do, right? Now, taking hits is one thing, but also he is pretty well built, you know, and like getting open and blocking. Tight end is a tough position, but he could be like an insane receiving tight end, you know. He could be like cracked Eric Ebron. Like that could be a decent comp for him. He could be like Eric Ebron in the NFL. I really think so. LeBron and Ebron. Oh, man. Man, he's not even in the playoffs. You don't even need to hate on him. Lion says, I think ice hockey is the only sport that he would probably not be good at for LeBron. Yeah, because, I mean, you got to skate, right? What about LeBron? Well, I guess American sport. LeBron in soccer would be crazy. Put him at center back. What about LeBron at baseball? I low-key feel like he'd be a pitcher just because of his size, right? I bet LeBron has a crazy fastball. Or he'd just be like a slugger, but hitting the ball so hard. They're pushing. I think he's going to be just short. That line just trying to carry James Cook in. We saw that last week against the Broncos too, right? This Bills offensive line just picks people up and they can just move the ball carrier an extra few yards. I love the intensity and effort that this Bills offensive line plays with. Just a bunch of dogs up front. Just a bunch of dogs. I love the fight and the effort. They didn't score there, but man, like, how can you not get fired up about that? Do you think they try and punch it in with Josh here? Oh, yeah, they're setting up. They're not resetting the play clock? That's crazy. They'll still get the snap off, right? Brotherly shove. I guess tush push. It's the brotherly shove when the Eagles do it. Tush push, Josh is in. Touchdown, Bills. They take the lead off of the fumble. What a swing right there. At the minimum, that's like a 10-point swing. Could have even been a 14-point swing, right? Ravens were knocking on the door of scoring. Bad fumble. And the Bills just take it from there. Just shove Josh in. right? They're probably one of the few teams that's almost as good as the Eagles are at running that. And when you have Josh at quarterback and that good of an offensive line, that's the reason why. It's not a complete cheese play. You still need a powerful quarterback and a good line to run it. It's not a get out of jail free card. Not everyone can do it at that high of a clip. The Bills are one of the teams that can, though. Man, I will say, and I've had my concerns about the Bills defense getting pounded, but they can pound back. I mean, I will say, this has been one of my favorite developments I've seen over the past few years. I used to not like this Bills team. I just used to hate the way they played, man. To see their offensive makeover, to see them put so much into the offensive line and just make an effort to be such a tough running team, right? They're finally built to play in Buffalo, right? And you've still got Josh Allen and can still hit those big plays through the passing game, but it's not just like a swing pass to Naheem Hines every play, right? I love what the Bills have done to rework this offense. To me, they're like the modern template, built around a strong, powerful running game and a mobile quarterback that can make you pay downfield. That is the way to run your offense, I really think. And you look at the Bills, you look at the Ravens, you look at the Chiefs, to an extent the Lions, they don't have the mobile quarterback, but they've got the power running game, right? And the Eagles, right? Again, not to beat a dead horse, football has really truly returns to its essence of winning in the trenches, pounding the rock, running the ball, right? That is the common denominator between all these teams left. The Commanders have a good running game, right? Their offensive line has performed better than expected. They've got a power element in Brian Robinson. They've got a mobile quarterback, right? I really think that is the way to build out your offense. That is the way to do it. Man, if you get a good offensive line, everything else just starts to get a little bit better. Everything's just a little bit easier when you're strong up front. And this Bills offensive line, you could argue that they're one of the 5 best units in the NFL, So I love the makeover that they've had on the offense. Von Miller running like the spy from Team Fortress True trying to get a backstab on a medic. That's a game I've never played before, Team Fortress True. What Team Fortress True? Team Fortress 2, which I just learned that apparently that's where Skibbity Toilet came from, right? That was like a mod in Team Fortress True. Skibbity. I said it again. Team Fortress 2. The Skibbity Toilet was like a mod or something. But, oh, man. 2 turnovers. Bills defense came to win the game. I mean, yeah, turnovers, and they've been stopping the run, right? That's been the difference so far. That's been the difference. Pause. They can pound back. Parachamp saying, remember when people were saying the Bills should fire their coach, and the 9/11 speech he gave made him appear questionable. I mean, he was on the hot seat in the middle of the season last year, right? They were on the verge of not making the playoffs last year. And yeah, then that article came out. He was on a very hot seat, but you know what? Sean McDermott has survived the times. He nailed that offensive coordinator hire with Joe Brady. He's done a pretty good job with the defense. He's not the most modern coach, but it's been working. It's been working. Now we got Christine in here too. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Christine. We're actually talking about how we were watching those games last night, a few minutes ago. Hoping for a better outcome than the Detroit Lions game yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Who'd you pick in this game? I can't remember. Do you have the Bills or the Ravens in this one? But yeah, sorry about your Lions. Big Lions fan for the night last night. We were a house divided. I won't lie. Commanders hit a big play. I was like, yes, go, let's go. But that was pretty fun though, right? Football is fun. Football is fun. Game Solved asking, do I think the running back resurgence actually changes the market? I think a little bit, right? I don't think that we're going to see Adrian Peterson level contracts again where they're getting near quarterback level cap hits. But I think teams have started to realize we overcorrected a little bit. We really let Saquon go to the Eagles and Derrick Henry go to the Ravens because no one else wanted to pay him. I think teams will have learned their lesson a little bit. They'll get paid a little bit more. It's not, got to be careful there. That was kind of a late hit. Got to be careful there. Oh, pushing and shoving. Play till the whistle, Just got to be careful, especially in a spot like this. It was Gary's mod. Oh, it's Half-Life. Okay, whoopsies. Gmod. Same thing. That's so crazy. You're so disgusting for knowing that. Oh, man. Garrett saying wild that Lamar has more yards and a better pass completion right now. I mean, outside of those turnovers, he's played pretty well, right? But those 2 turnovers have been killer. I mean, it's been bad, you know. Christine picking the Bills. All right. Well, hey, looking all right so far for the Bills. Big concern for them coming into this game was being able to stop Ravens running back Derrick Henry. But they've done a pretty good job so far. Couple good carries for Henry later on in the game, but early on, it's been tough sledding for him. He's the big X. He's one of the big X factors in this game, but so far the Bills defense has looked up to the task. We'll see what your Bills pick. They're looking all right. I picked the Ravens, so we'll see. You might get me again. I ended up finishing 3rd place, which also reminds me, Christine ended up finishing 3rd on the podium for the Pick'em Challenge. The winner of the Pick'em Challenge was Rakisha Brown, which, Rakisha Brown, if you're out there, please, say something in chat, or maybe you watch us back later, leave a comment or something. But please, Rakisha Brown, if you are out there, you have won the Pick'em Challenge, and we need to figure out what your prize is here. We got to get that taken care of. I don't want to stiff whoever won, right? I said winner would get a prize. So please, Rakisha Brown, please hear this message. Rakisha Brown, whoever it was, they've been leading the whole time. The whole season, they've been 2, 3rd, 2nd place, 1st place, just up there the whole time. I finished 16th or something. I finished in the bottom half of my own Pick'em Challenge. Gonna get a timeout right here. Wow, Ravens taking a timeout. 3rd and 1, man. Might be 4-down territory here. Might be 4-down territory. Wolf saying Gary's mod is good. Just corny 12-year-olds with the PC ruined it. Yeah. I won't act like I know exactly what that means, but I could see what you're saying based off the Skibbity lore. But anything for Click saying Mahomes gets breathed on and gets every flag. Lamar gets popped out of bounds and there's nothing. Yeah. I'm surprised there was no call there, to be honest with you. Be shocked how often I have to discuss Skibbity. Oh, man. I really should have got the Skibbity skin in Fortnite. Just what a missed opportunity. What a missed opportunity. All right, here we go. 3rd and 1. They're going to try the tush push with Lamar. I think they got it. Yeah, they got it. Look at that. Ravens answering with the tush push of their own. Bills will get the ball to start here in the second half, right? So it's going to, if you're the Ravens, man, got to be careful. Can't let the Bills go 2 for here. Game within the game, right? Bills might have one more possession here in this first half. How much time are they going to have on that possession? Oh, we got an injury. Is that Taylor Rapp getting carted off? Oh, that's not good for the Bills. They're already pretty thin at safety. Man, that would be a big loss right there. Could see some more passes over the top for this Ravens offense. Right on cue, Lamar going deep, and it's caught. It's Bateman again. It's Rashad Bateman again. He's a beast. He's a beast. He's undeniable. Right on cue. Good matchup right there. Bateman versus Rasul Douglas. Bateman just beats him. Hamlin having a pretty good season, but man, just got over the top. Oh, was that a tight end shove? Was that to Andrews? I suppose that's what they do. They do it with Andrews, not Lamar. That makes sense. Packers do it with Kraft too. There you go. Deep shot to Rashad Bateman. 2 for 57 and a touchdown now. Right on cue. Safety goes out. They attack over the top down the middle. Try with Henry. Nothing. Wolf saying, I got a clickbait with the Skibbity bundle in Fortnite and fix the kids who will watch the football content. I got to get I don't know what the title would be, but I need the red circle and the arrow right with the Skibbity and then a soy face. I don't know. Something I tried the Skibbity bundle. I'm oh. Oh, man. Lion with a good question saying, does the tush push seems quite easy to fake or am I mistaken? Well, a few teams have tried faking it before to varying levels of success. The Eagles have tried it a few times, and they'll get a quick pass out in the flat. But oftentimes, you pull it out on a 4th and 1 or goal to go situation. If you're only trying to get 1 yard, it's a lot easier to just straight up run the play instead of trying to fake it, right? Now, if it was 4th and 1 at the 45, and you really wanted to like try and hit a shot downfield and get cute, you could. But ultimately, like when you're in a scenario like that where you'd pull that play out, you're better off just getting the 1 yard than trying to get more than you need. You know, get the 1 yard, get a new set of downs, or get the 1 yard, get the touchdown. But some teams have tried it before. I don't think we've seen like a team hit a touchdown off of it, but the Eagles have tried it a few times. Macaulay Culkin face. Home Alone. 3rd and goal now for the Ravens. And is it picked? The ball's rolling around. I think it's just going to be an incomplete pass. A lot of pushing and shoving. They did try it last night. Yeah, they screwed up on that. Yeah. They what? Did they? They tried to fake it with Mariota, and then they were going to pitch it to Jaden Daniels, who was lined up in the backfield. And it was just kind of doomed from the start. But they did, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You get it, Lion. Here we go. Kick for Justin Tucker. Man, to get that big play and get down to like the 3 and come away with a field goal is tough. That is tough. Tucker's kick is up and good. Buffalo, we'll see how they play their cards, right? Again, you never want to big brain it too much to where like you're thinking too much about the clock and then you don't score, right? But like, man, if you're Buffalo, you want to try and get a 3-minute and 43-second drive right here. You want this to be the last possession of the half, right? Steal an extra possession right here. Even if you come away with 3, go up 7 going into halftime. You get the ball to start the second half. But if they get a touchdown, especially, right? Man, things are looking fairly favorable for the Bills right now. And we've still got over a half left of football. But man, Bills, big stop near the goal line right there, right? Bend but don't break defense. They've still, all things considered, bottled up Derrick Henry pretty well. Josh has thrown 5 passes. Josh has 5 pass attempts in this game, and they're winning right now. I mean, this is the Bills, folks. This is how they play now, right? This is a very balanced offense. Good start if you're Buffalo, man. I don't know what else to say. This is like a dream start for the Bills right here. This is about as good of a first half as I think they could have had, as well as the Ravens. The Ravens have just been killing themselves with turnovers. But, yeah. Games asking, do I think that the Chiefs and Mahomes flag preference is real? I watched the Texans post-game interviews, and the players and coach kind of claimed that the refs were against them, especially Will Anderson Jr. Well, to be honest, no. And here, I know it's like hard to have that take because I get like there was maybe a bad missed call or two yesterday. But again, I always like to back things up with numbers, right? If I'm going to have an opinion, I want to come ready with facts, right? And I'm going to hit them with the, well, actually, right? If you look at like how often Mahomes is called for like, or how often roughing the passer is called against Mahomes, it's like middle of the pack, right? Chiefs were actually one of like past 2 years have been one of the most penalized teams in the league, right? They have like the flag difference between like them and their opponents. Like the Chiefs typically get penalized more than their opponents do, right? And I just really think a lot of it is the Chiefs win a lot. They're in a lot of big games. We see their games, and like when stuff like that happens, it's easier to take notice. Like if you're ML Football or Dov Kleiman, you can get a lot of clicks for being like, oh, another missed call, right? When like, I don't know, like missed calls happen. I don't think that there's like some agenda like in favor of the Chiefs. And I said this earlier on in the stream too. And I'm not trying to like be too harsh, but to be completely honest with you, when I hear like CJ Stroud say like, whoa, that's just what happened. Like, you know what's going to happen when you go into their arena. It's like, I'm sorry. Maybe it's easy for me to say. I'm not a player by any means. But, like, that's a loser mentality. Like, really? You're going into the game thinking, well, we have to play the refs too? If that's what you're really thinking, I'm sorry, dude. Like, it's over. Like, you know what? The refs didn't sack CJ Stroud 8 times yesterday, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I get, like, yeah, like, okay, like, Mahomes flopped a little bit yesterday. But again, like, you know what? Josh Allen has flopped before. Justin Jefferson has flopped before, right? It happens. I said earlier, maybe we need to penalize flopping. That's what we need to do, right? 5-yard penalty. Try and take it out of the game. It's a part of the game. Not saying it's a good thing, but, like, let's be honest. Every team does it, you know? Yeah. Like it's just like, dude, like do you actually think that you're warming up during pregame and you're thinking, well, the refs are gonna get us? Like, I don't know, man. But Wolf saying, look, I made a bold prediction about the Rams making the NFC Championship game, and I almost got it correct. You can't even lie, dude. You were this close. You know what? I was like, that is a spicy take, but I will give you like 80% credit for that. I mean, seriously, like they were like what 15 yards away or something like that. They truly had a chance to win that game. Dov Kleiman. Yeah, I know. The aggregators, man. It's such an easy way to farm engagement is just post anything about the Chiefs. Chiefs derangement syndrome is very real. I'll toss it. They got it and then some. Nice toss play right there. Good vision and patience by Ray Davis hitting the hole with speed. Man, when you can just get like a nice little 13-yard play on the ground right there, that's such an asset. 16 yards, actually. I stand corrected. Ray Davis has been like a fun find for the Bills. He's been an all right player for them. Rookie this year. Was like, what, third or fourth round pick? They got a decent backfield between him, Ty Johnson, and James Cook. Wow. Almost forgot the starting. Who are the rookie tight ends this year? Bills in plus territory now. They'll give it back. Why not, right? Oh, the run game is working. Man, this has been the opposite of what we thought it was going to be, right? Thought, man, these Ravens running backs, especially Derrick Henry, like might be a lot of big explosive runs for the Ravens. Bills running game has come to play here early. 2-minute warning, Bills are driving, and you wonder if they're thinking the same thing, right? Let's get a nice 3-minute, 43-second drive and make this the final possession of the half. Interestingly enough, I'm looking right now, the Ravens are outgaining the Bills on the ground, but a lot of that is just from Lamar Jackson's scrambles, right? Lamar has 4 carries for 32 yards. He's the leading rusher in this game. But Derrick Henry, 8 for 21. Justice Hill, 2 for 20. Mark Andrews, 1 for 1. Okay, that makes sense, right? That's just trying to get the first down, right? But you look at the Bills, man, their backs. Ray Davis, 3 for 26. Ty Johnson, 2 for 11. Josh Allen, 3 for 7, including that touchdown, right? James Cook, 7 for 27. Been a little bit better showing on the ground from the Bills so far, even though the Ravens have outgained them, in my opinion. Wolf saying, all right, Pigskin, do teams alternate between backs during drives, or is it just pure like formations and stuff? You know, some teams like to switch back and forth, right? If you look at the Vikings, there are plenty of instances where like Cam Akers would get like the whole drive to just get the ball and Jones would rest up a little bit, right? But I would say for the most part, teams are swapping backs in and out based off of what formation they might be into. If it's like a passing down, right, teams usually have a back that they prefer not only as a receiver, but probably even more importantly as a pass protector, right? I mean, look at the Bucs, for example. Rachaad White's a great receiver, and that's a big reason why he's out there on third down, but also like just an incredible blocker at the running back position, right? If you're blitzing, or if you're getting blitzed against, you need a back that can block, right? Like, you know, like you just need that extra guy to pick up like the linebacker. And, you know, I was praising Kyron Williams a lot in the last game. Man, it's just like that is such an underrated skill to have. You need someone that can hang in there and absorb a linebacker coming at them full speed or a big safety coming at them full speed, right? So, it depends a lot on situation. Or teams might try and be sneaky and, oh, it's third down. We have our third down back out, but actually we are going to run it, you know, stuff like that. But like Adrian Peterson, for example, maybe the best pure runner I've ever seen. I'll be honest, Adrian Peterson kind of stunk at everything except for running. He was not that great of a receiver, and he was not that great of a pass protector. He really was not. Like, he was still an every down back just because he was that good. But he was a very one-dimensional running back. Again, all-time great runner, but you know. You would think like just get him the ball, and maybe like in the modern NFL, teams would be better about just like scheming him open in space, but he was never really that great of a receiver. And there was some hilarious Adrian Peterson pass protection reps. He just wouldn't touch anyone. Oh, man. That's another big reason why I love Bijan Robinson so much, too. Bijan is legitimately one of the best blocking running backs in the league. Like, I remember watching that Vikings-Falcons game. Obviously, the Vikings blitz a lot, right? I'm just thinking, man, like we're just sending missiles at Bijan, and he's just picking them up, right? Like you've got Ivan Pace running at him full speed. Bijan just lifts him up and takes him out of the play, or just hits a little chip on Van Ginkel. Just like, man, like he was just killing it in pass protection. David Montgomery's another back who's really good at pass blocking. It's such a good skill to have. Who called timeout there? Was that Ravens? Yeah, that makes sense. They're thinking the same thing. They're like, shoot, we got to get the ball back here. 2nd and 6, ball at the Ravens 31. They're probably thinking, you know, like we gotta get a stop here, right? We gotta hold them to 3. Maybe we can steal some points before halftime. They have 1 timeout left now, though, which is interesting, right? If you're the Bills, do you run it and force them to burn that final timeout and then come back and pass it on 3rd down? That might be what I do if I'm Buffalo, right? Try and get like a 4-yard run. I mean, if you get the first down, you get the first down, right? But like, you have to imagine the Ravens probably will be playing the run here. Do you try and get them to burn that final timeout so then they're out? They can't stop the clock. You can just let that thing trickle down. Or do you catch them napping? Hit them with play action. Probably the 2 options right there. I don't know that the Bills will just do a straight drop back or anything. It would probably either be a run or a play fake here, is my guess. But Nick Chubb has always been a solid blocker. Oh, yeah, right. I mean, when you're built like that and you're as physical of a back as he is, that totally checks out. And not to make everything about the Vikings again, right? But like that's why it's so surprising. Like just seeing some of these Adrian Peterson pass protection reps. I mean, a lot of it comes down to effort too, right? Nick Chubb, oh yeah, he strikes me as a guy that would take pride in his blocking, you know. But yeah. Austin Eckler, not bad either. Yeah, there's been a lot of commercials. Yeah. These timeouts and these stoppages, and we get Limu, Emu, and Doug. Hey, there was a little musical talent right there. Limu, Emu, and Doug. Liberty, 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 liberty. Now, Nick Chubb was a dog, dude. It's such a shame that injuries got him, right? Like, I'm going to pull up his Pro Football Reference page while I've got the chance here. Looking at this Subway meatball sub. I mean, you were talking about another dude who's just a great pure runner, right? I mean, he had a shorter peak just because injuries kind of ravaged him, but my goodness. Yeah, he was such a blast to watch. Just such a physical runner, too. Yeah. Could have been a Hall of Famer, man, but injuries really just ruined his career. And he had injury issues in college, too, you know. Yeah. But, man, what a player he was. I had no idea Bradley Chubb was his cousin. That's insane. All right, here we go. 2nd and 6 for the Bills. They're just about in field goal range, right? I mean, you could really try one from here if you wanted to. They are going to run it. Well, there you go. All right, so they must feel good about whatever they've got drawn up here for this 3rd down play, right? You'd have to imagine that they like their chances of picking up this 3rd down through the air. If they're willing to run it on 2nd down, they just really wanted Baltimore to get rid of that timeout right there. Another ad? Oh, come on. We're just no. Eye on the field. Thank you, CBS. I'm so glad we still get an eye on the field. I say this, right? Whatever. Like, I'm showing ads on my videos and stuff. I get it. Like, you need to make money. But goodness, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but Fox was literally showing an ad during a play. Like, you know, like they pop to an ad and they still keep a little bit of the screen on the game. Like, literally, they had to cut the ad short because it's like, oh, we can sneak in a single advertisement here while there's a stoppage. And then they're like, oh, the game is starting again. It's like, no, the game is interrupting my ads. I want to consume. I want to be sold to. Oh, man. All right, 3rd and 5. Shakir in motion. He has been a demon from the slot. I wonder if they get Shakir on a slant here. They're going to take a shot downfield. Looking for Keon Coleman. Maybe a slight push off there. Oh, they're going to get the flag. I wonder if that's on Keon, though. There was hand fighting on both sides. They tried to get a deep ball there on Keon Coleman. Oh, they are going to get the defense for it. Man. There you go. Slot fade, Keon Coleman. Ah. I don't know. Okay, here's what I'll say. One last thing just to kind of prove my point, right, about like the Chiefs. And I swear I'll shut up about it because I don't want to be too annoying. I guarantee you, Dov Kleiman or ML Football isn't going to post that clip and be like, the Bills get another call. Is the NFL corrupt? Here's why the Bills are evil, right? Like, no, it's just a bad call, you know? That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I would have not thrown a flag on either side. Like, they're just both hand fighting. I don't think that was a very good call, to be honest with you. I don't think that was a good call at all. Man, the Bills are sitting pretty now. I mean, they could get a touchdown right as the clock winds down here. Oh, man. Yeah. We got Ryan Nasty and Sebastian in here, too. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'll get to your comments here in a sec. Yeah, that was pretty horrendous. But thank you guys for tuning in. Good to have you in here. Allen's going to keep. Sorry about your Lions, man. I truly am sorry. I mean, that sucks, you know. Those injuries, man. I don't know what else there is to say. Now if you're the Bills, you call timeout. And Ryan Nasty's in here too, of course. Had no idea where I live. Well, now you know. North Georgia Mountains. Cleveland, Georgia. But Sebastian says, nah, they're actually going to run the worst play in history just for laughs. They're going to troll. They're going to knee it on purpose. Wolf got Nick Chubb's jersey for Christmas. Hopefully he can come back next season, but that doesn't look good. It is a bummer. I mean, you get that many knee injuries, and he's starting to get up there in age. And yeah, I don't know, man. His knees kind of looked like mashed potatoes this year a little bit. I don't know, man. It was rigged, fake result. Stop the steal. Wolf is feeling an out route Dalton Kincaid touchdown. It's been pretty quiet for him so far. I don't think that he's had a target yet necessarily. Again, Josh has 7 pass attempts on the entire game, but there you go. Immaculate Grid halftime. You missed it. I actually did it earlier. Maybe I'll do some older grids, but I'm going to try this Pokemon Immaculate Grid too. Josh is going to keep, and he's in. Second rushing touchdown of the game for Josh Allen. He's flexing, and the Bills take a big commanding lead. Maybe not big and commanding. Maybe that's hyperbolic. But what a big lead for the Bills here at halftime. And again, they get the ball to start the second half. Man, that could not have gone any better for the Bills right there. They take off all but 16 seconds on the clock. They finish with a touchdown. They essentially went twofer right there. They essentially went twofer. Man. MVP chance raining out right now. We'll see if Bass can get it. Kick is up and good. It is 21-10. The Bills. The Bills. Bills Mafia going bonkers. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I was doing the doubleheader. Oh, yeah. You know, I went live for the first game. We're big chilling here for the second game. Nice little stream marathon right here. And we're going to be doing it all over again next week. Both conference championship games will be going live, baby. We'll be going live. McDermott's fired up. McDermott is fired up. Lion asking, do I think the Lions have a chance next year, or was this year the one? You know, you can quote Dan Campbell, right? He said this last year after the NFC Championship game, right? There's just no way to know if they'll be back or not, right? NFL stands for not for long. Here's what I'll say, though. Yes, it feels like maybe this year was the chance, and yes, they might lose their coordinators, but genuinely, like, they're going to be bringing pretty much this entire roster back. Dan Campbell is still there. I don't agree with this take of like, oh, what does he even do? He's just a cheerleader, right? He's built a very good culture there. He's the guy that hired these coordinators in the first place. Who's to say he can't do it again, right? And again, this team is very good. Like, to be honest with you, yes, losing Ben Johnson will suck, but also I think there's a lot of offensive coordinators that could have success with the personnel they've put together. They have a lot of cap space. They draft well. Yeah, they'll absolutely be one of they should be a tier 1 team again next year, right? Maybe you feel like, "Oh, last year and this year like those are the best shots." Maybe. Windows are fast and quick evolving. I will say I feel like maybe this next season will be it, right? If you look at Jared Goff's contract, and that's not the only thing to factor in, right? This next season, the 2025 season, will be the last one before his cap hit gets crazy. It was like 27 million this past season. Next season will be 32 million. And then after that, I believe it jumps to 72 million. He will count against 72 million of the Lions cap space for the 2026 season. That is going to change things. Some of these younger guys getting extended, that is going to change things. But I genuinely think they will still have another shot next year. I don't feel like that was it. They will be back. They should be the favorites for the division again next year. It is not over. It gets harder every year, but it ain't over. I'm not even close to writing them off yet. But Josh Allen just carried 9 bodies for a touchdown. I mean, yeah, he went crazy. Gabe asking my favorite wiggle. Jeff, right? That's a wiggle, right? Wake up, Jeff, right? Sebastian saying Lions Super Bowl champions 2026. Let's get it. I don't think that's crazy at all. Let's pull up Jared Goff's contract real quick while we're at it, right? Jared Goff contract. Unfortunately, I feel like this was a very commonly Googled thing over these past few days. All right, let's pull it up here. I usually prefer over the cap, but we'll see what they have on here. Okay, so for the 2025 season, oh, snap. Oh, yeah, 2025, that'll be this next season, right? This was the 2024. So this is the next upcoming season. Jared Goff at 31 years old, his cap hit $32 million. He will be about 12% of the Lions cap. 2026, it's $69 million. Almost 24% of the Lions cap space. He will be counting almost twice as much against the Lions cap from 2025 to 2026. That is the jump to watch right there. And honestly, there's a lot of people saying, well, maybe they shouldn't have paid him. No, I think it was smart. You know, I truly think yes, maybe 2026 and 2027, it's going to be a bummer when you're not saving as much money at the quarterback position, right? But again, you had to pay the premium now to keep him in the building now, right? They needed Jared Goff this year. They will need him next year, right? So it will be harder. I really think 2026 will be the year to watch where how different is this Lions team going to look in 2026? But I truly think they can run it back in 2025. I really do. They might lose the coordinators. There might be a brain drain. I'm going to bet on the organization. I am. They're a well-run organization. They draft well. They're well-coached, and the team is good. I am not ready to bet against that yet. I am not. But there you go. That's the number to watch right there. And they can play around with it, and they can restructure it, and they likely will, right? They can kick more money down the road. But you got to be careful. You can't do that too much, right? Because that's how you end up like the Saints, right? If you just keep kicking the bill down the road, at some point, you got to pay up. But that is the Jared Goff contract situation right there. I mean, while we're here, let's look at these other Lions contracts, right? Who's going to be due for extension soon, right? This is the kind of stuff, this is how rosters turn over quickly. This is how teams keep less than half of their starters in a 2-year window, right? Let's see. I mean, okay, so they have a few free agents for this year. Carlton Davis, okay. Marcus Davenport, I don't think they bring him back. Kevin Zeitler's an interesting one, right? Melifon was an interesting one. They do have some free agents, but for the most part, things start to get a little bit more interesting. I forgot they had Allen Robinson. When you start to scroll down a little bit more, right? Okay, 2025, DJ Reader, Alex Anzalone, Amik Robertson, right? Kirby Joseph, Malcolm Rodriguez. Okay, not that many, actually. 2026, though, this is where things get interesting. Ragnow, Hutch, Glasgow, Jamison Williams, right? Laporta, Brian Branch. Now, that's a few years from now. That is a few years from now. They don't have as many free agents as you might think, but it's coming. But I truly think, next year, I still think they'll be fine. I really do. If you pick them to win the Super Bowl next year, I get it. I totally get it. I think that's legit. Catch up a chat here. Pair Champ hopes it's Buffalo's year. It was certainly their half right there. It is their half right there. Game's asking, what do I think of Lamar's comments prior to the game, saying that he doesn't hang out with other quarterbacks? Pointless or smart? I think it's fine. I don't know exactly what he said, but maybe Lamar's just doing his own thing. I know some quarterbacks like to work out with each other and hang out and stuff, and I get that. I think he's fine either way. I don't think it's a bad thing or whatever, but Sebastian saying, my GOAT deserves the $72 million, though. In fact, he deserves $72 billion a year, if we're being honest. Oh, no way I'm extending JMO. Statistically, the worst quarterback in NFL history. That was crazy. A Jameson Williams interception. Tough. Parachamp saying, do you think the Lions will win it all next? Have an Eagles 2023 season or 49ers season like this year where they're just riddled by injuries again? I mean, it's tough to bet on injuries, right? Statistically speaking, you'd like to think there's no way they get that hurt again, right? It obviously doesn't work like this. It's not like a sliding scale where it has to perfectly balance out, But I will say, 2023, the Lions were the least injured team in the league, or at least one of the least injured teams in the league. And then this, but there's nothing you can do to control that. I don't think it's not oh, well, the Lions used up all their injury luck, Could they have an Eagles 2023 season where they feel the brain drain and they fall apart in the playoffs? I think it's in the cards. I am honestly more curious to see what happens with this defensive coordinator situation. I honestly losing Aaron Glenn might be a decent blow, but I'm curious who Campbell will hire. I honestly think he could make some good hires. I mean, the reason Ben Johnson stuck around so long was because of Dan Campbell, right? He liked working for the guy. I have to imagine there's a lot of up-and-coming coaches right now who just you want to talk about a dream opening, right? You might think of a head coaching job as a dream opening. But if you're a young, up-and-coming head coach right now, you don't think people are just absolutely salivating at the idea of being the Lions offensive coordinator? That is low-key the best job on the market right there. If you're a young, up-and-coming coach, you take the Lions OC job, it's very easy to springboard yourself from being a relative unknown to a head coaching candidate in the matter of a year. So I think they will have pull. And I honestly, I genuinely trust Campbell to make a good hire. So we'll see. It's going to be fascinating, though. That is going to be one of the biggest things I monitor this offseason. We got Logan in here too. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Logan. Saying, how's it going, man? I'm doing great. Hey, divisional round, Sunday, doubleheader, good football. What else is there to say, man? What else is there to say? But good to have you in here. Appreciate it. Wolf saying, what made Amari Cooper's 2023 season even better is that he had 5 starting quarterbacks. Yeah, some pretty bad ones too, right? I mean, Flacco was the only one that was consistent, and even then you could tell the meltdown was coming, but he had Watson, DTR, who else? But yeah, I mean he had quite the rotation at quarterback. But good question from Line. How correlated can play style be to injuries? There's been some people that have said maybe how hard the Lions play and they're going balls to the wall every game and stuff, and all that, playing hard into the fourth quarter when they're up, that's caused injuries. I mean, maybe a little, I don't know. I don't think there's a crazy correlation between that. A lot of it really is just dumb luck, I mean, it was bad luck that Aiden Hutchinson broke his leg. It's bad luck that Aleem McNeil got hurt, right? Bad luck that all these things happened. But get to a few more here. Then I will get to that Pokemon grid, because yes, I do want to try that out, but Logan saying, I feel like coincidences like that are not statistically feasible. The Lions changed their turf in the 2023 offseason. Most of their injuries have been at home. I wonder if they've extensively tested that theory yet. That's crazy. I didn't even know that, to be honest. That is insane. Scotty Montgomery will be the OC. Gabe says in-house. I promise for the Lions. Sebastian says he'd be surprised if Dan Campbell didn't have people in-house lined up. Oh, yeah. I mean, they had to have, known this was coming, right? Dan Campbell's not dumb. He knew he was going to lose him at some point. He knew he was on borrowed time having him this year. So Scotty Montgomery, I don't even know who that is. I'm going to look him up, and then I'm going to pull up the Discord, and we're going to try this grid. Scotty Montgomery. Let's see. Assistant head coach and running backs coach for the Lions. Okay, there you go. There you go. Well, shoot. Yeah, that's true. I suppose in-house makes sense. They seem to be an organization that does that. Yeah. All right. All right. Here we go. We're going to pull this up. We're going to tilt my monitor this way so that I can see a little bit better. I am going to get exposed as a casual so hard here, right? I haven't played since Gen 4. All right. So I need to read the rules here. I see fairy type and it's like, shoot, I low-key didn't play when there's a fairy type, so we'll see how that goes. But the goal of the game is to fill in all 9 boxes with correct Pokemon, only 9 guesses. There will be at least 2 correct answers per box with the exception of master and fan puzzles. All right, so it's a grid with Pokemon, but let's play. Flying and Dragon. So you can get Dragonite, right? I believe he was Flying and Dragon. Sure. Oh, man, don't make me second guess. Yeah, okay, 25.2%. There we go. All right. I am not going to get a crazy rarity score here. Like I'm not going to lie. I don't know any, and I don't know if it's Unova or Unova. Like, that was what, Gen 5, right? Like, I just straight up don't know that. This is going to be bad. Evolved by item is crazy. Dragon type evolved by item. Dude, I'm going to struggle so hard on this. This is actually insane. This is sick, though. Dual type and flying. Charizard, right? Charizard is not a dragon type because I don't think a dragon type was a thing back in Gen 1. We'll get Charizard. Bang! 2.2% for Charizard. All right. Unova, dual type. Like what was the one that starts with an R, right? Yeah, Reshiram. Is that a dual type? Boy, I sure hope so. Bang! 2.6%. I genuinely, that's like one of the only Unova Pokemon that I know. I legitimately could not tell you who's in the middle here. I legitimately could not tell you a single one. If anyone wants to help me out and carry me in chat, please, because this is already getting sketchy. All right. Dragon evolved by item. Dual type evolved by item. I mean, like I'm trying to think of like ones that you could trade them and they had to be holding an item to evolve, right? Dude, this is crazy. Oh my goodness. Like Magmatar, he evolves by item, right? But is he a dual type? Fire and what else, right? Is Clefairy a fairy type? Oh, I suppose they probably added in more later. See, like I know Clefairy. I suppose they changed Clefairy to a fairy type. Who is Zygrade? Dragon and item. I'll trust you. Zygrade. We'll do pair champs too. Which one? Which one? We'll just try this. I probably sold myself here, but all right. Parachamp says try Kyrium for Unova and Dragon. All right. Kyrium. Please work. Bang. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Dual type. We're just gonna try Magmatar. Magmatar is probably Magmortar. That makes more sense. It's probably only fire though. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Game's almost back on. We're gonna stick this out there. We're gonna try a few more. How many more guesses do I have? Dragon evolved by item. Ah. Ah. I have no idea, Lion. Like I thought I knew Pokemon decently, but no, I'm such a casual. This is sick though. This is super sick. Ah. Dual type evolved by item. Dragon evolved by item. Oh, Garchomp. Is Garchomp evolved by item? Nope. Goodness, I have 2 guesses left. Togekiss for fairy flying. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. See, these are some that like I know. I just like I had no idea. I suppose that makes sense. Bang. All right, one more. One more here. Dual type evolved by item. I mean, what about the evolutions, right? But those aren't dual type, are they? We're going to try it anyways. We're going to do, oh, I forgot the evolutions. Jolteon. Whatever. It's not going to be right. Yeah. Goodness. Yeah, Pikachu's crying because I sucked so hard. That was fun, though. I'm going to have to get better at that. Once I get Sinnoh, once I get the Sinnoh region, then I'll maybe lock in a little bit. But all right, second half about to start. Here we go. We got John Harbaugh getting interviewed right now. 21-10 for the Bills. They looked pretty darn good in the first half. Capitalized on those Ravens turnovers. Ravens left some points on the board, man. Just shooting themselves in the foot. Bills have stood up to the run game pretty well so far. Let's see what they got here in the second half. They'll start off with a toss to Cook. Nothing. Man, nothing. Caden says, guess form changing doesn't count. I just don't know the stuff, dude. Fairies evolved by item and is fairy. 90% certain. Dang it. But that was fun, though. Look at the Bills' possessions. Touchdown, punt, touchdown. Yeah, man. Offense has been pretty good. Few short fields. Well, just one, actually. But 2nd and 9. They'll probably throw it here, right? First down run, didn't get a whole lot. Put the ball in Josh's hands. Again, still just 8 pass attempts for him so far. I guess maybe it was 7 at halftime. Gamecast is ahead. Josh rips it. Couldn't quite hook up with Kincaid there. Man. Sebastian saying, too bad the Chargers got eliminated. We'll never figure out what they'll call it if Jim and John Harbaugh end up playing each other. Dude, I know. I've been thinking about this so much, right? Like, what about, like, the brothers playing each other in a big game? You know, like, there's just got to be a catchy name or something for that, right? Or, like, the showdown of Jim and John, you know? Jimmy and Johnny, go at it. Something like that. We'll think of it. If it ever happens, like if they play each other in the Super Bowl, I'm sure we'll come up with something good. Look out. Josh avoiding pressure. He's just going to throw it away. Got to be careful there. He was out of the tackle box, so I don't think they'll get him for grounding, although that ball also has to get back to the line of scrimmage. But a little sketchy there. But there you go. Ravens defense coming out firing early. Got to be feeling pretty good about that if you're Baltimore, right? Finally get a stop. Force the second punt of the game here. Good job. Oh, they are going to get him for grounding, it sounds like. Or not. No. They said there's no foul for intentional grounding. That ball did not look like it got back to the line of scrimmage, though. But I think maybe because he was out of the pocket that it don't get him for grounding there because of that. But, man, if you're Baltimore, I mean, like, you know, Bills could have made things ugly if they went down and scored a touchdown there. So Baltimore's defense, good answer, right? First down, they just stopped the run for 1 yard, force an incompletion, kind of. I mean, Allen and Kincaid weren't quite on the same page. But then to get pressure on third down and force Josh to just like throw it away, that was big. Here we go. What do you have for us, Ravens, right? The questions and doubts have been swirling Lamar. He had an all right first half. He had some nice plays, a few big hitters to Bateman, right? But the 2 turnovers, that's what sticks in your mind right now. And again, just have not been able to get Henry going. Been frustrating for the Ravens on that end. Do they try and make Henry a thing here in the second half? I feel like you have to, right? At least on this first drive, you got to get him the ball a few times. But then from there, if it's still not going, then it might turn into, all right, save us, Lamar Jackson. Please save us mode right there, right? It's not just TikTok edits anymore. That might be what John Harbaugh is saying. If you can hear me, Lamar Jackson, please save me. This has gone on for far too long. Sorry. I'm sure you guys have seen those edits, right? And it's like they're playing like some, like, not the Prowler music from Spider-Man, but it kind of sounds like, or it's like, that sounded terrible. It's like a lot deeper than it's like, you know, and like it shows like slow-mo Lamar running out of the tunnel, you know, and there's just like some like random, probably some kid in high school is doing the voiceover, right? He's like, Lamar Jackson, if you can hear me, please save me, Lamar Jackson. The way he says like, this has gone on for far too long. Just no. I don't know. That just cracks me up. It's just like some big epic, like the edit goes so hard and the music is so epic. Whereas this has gone on for far too long. All right, first half, the pick was way off and the fumble was pretty avoidable, especially by his standards. Not good. Yeah, and and it's so tough. Like, those two plays were pretty bad, and maybe this is a bad way to look at it. But outside of those two plays, the Ravens have moved the ball pretty well, and it has been a lot on his plate, right? He's had a few nice scrambles, and he had the nice big plays to Bateman, right? It could be better. I'm not saying like, oh, he's been great. Look at him finally rising to the occasion, but I think it's been all right. I'd give it like a C plus, maybe B minus. I don't know, C plus probably. Those turnovers were pretty bad, and that's like the difference in the game right now. I'll say C plus, but he's had worse. I will say he's certainly had worse stinkers in the playoffs, but man, the spotlight is on him. Let's see what they got here. Play action. All right. Oh, he missed him. Just sailed it there. Pretty well covered up. Christian Benford over there. Kind of keeping a blanket on things. But, yeah. You know what they say in golf, you're as good as your worst shot? Fair enough. Fair enough. You know what's funny? I'm not much of a golfer, I will say. I had a golf phase when I was like 13, and I thought Rory McIlroy was sick. But, like, I play golf like maybe once a year now. I'm all right. I'm not anything special out on the course, believe me. I remember one time I was talking with one of my friends, and he's like, "Do you golf?" I was like, "Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, I golfed. Like last time I played, I actually shot pretty well. Like I shot my like personal best, and I can't remember what it was. It was like a 110 or something." He's like, "Oh," and I was like, "Oh, I guess I suck." Dang, I was like, "Oh, I thought I did pretty good. I shot like a 110." He's like, "Oh," I was like, "Wow." Oh man, that was pretty funny though. I mean, he wasn't like being mean or anything. I just thought it was kind of funny. He's like, "Oh," he's like, "That's what Lauren, his girlfriend." He's like, "That's what she usually shoots." I was like, "Well, maybe she's cracked." Oh man, but I'm sure he would smoke me on the course. There you go. First down conversion for the Ravens. Mark Andrews getting him involved. Wolf is hate watching Lamar. I get it, right? Divisional rivalry, right? Probably enjoying it right now. I can understand that. There is something to be said about divisional hate watch. A little bit of hand fighting there between Andrews and Teron Johnson, right? Great matchup right there. Great tight end versus great slot corner. Johnson gives up a lot of size to Andrews, but he's not afraid of anyone, man. He will get in your face and challenge you. Good run by Justice Hill there. One of the better runs of the night so far for this Ravens offense. It's Justice Hill. He, too, kind of had a big game week one against the Chiefs. You go back and remember that, right? All those catches out of the backfield. I mean, that was like the Ravens' entire offense. It was just these little swing passes and dump-offs to Justice Hill. Because that Chiefs defensive line was just wrecking shop up front, just manhandling. I mean, that's all they could do was Justice Hill swing passes and checkdowns and then Lamar scrambles. They have figured out their offensive line. It's a lot better now than it was to start the year. There's Henry. There's Henry running through tackles. There's the Derrick Henry we're accustomed to seeing. First down Ravens again. Back-to-back nice runs for Baltimore. Here we go. They are not going quietly into the night, these Ravens. Working their way into Bills territory. And here you go. Second half of a playoff game, right? It's been a long season. It's been a long game. It's cold and snowy. Bring out the big back, the battering ram. Longest rush today for Henry. A 12-yarder they're showing right now. Makes sense. Probably the two longest rushes of the game for the Ravens on those back-to-back plays. Toss out to Hill. The changeup. Nothing. Well played right there. A.J. Epinesa. They've had enough of those big splash plays in the backfield, though, right? Loss of yards on first down, man. Just puts you behind the eight ball a little bit. Haven't seen a whole lot of drop back so far for the Ravens here in the second half. First drive of the second half. They came out Halftime, right? They're like, all right, no, we still got to establish the run. Like, this is what we've done all year. We're not going to open it up quite yet. But now you probably do. 2nd and 12. Oh, looking for Andrews. Sailed it a little bit. Covered up well by the Bills again. Just, just little clunks, little just like hiccups, right? These little hitches. Man, you lose 2 yards on first down. It's like, that's not that bad. But then you come back with an incompletion, and now it's 3rd and 12. I mean, that's how you lose 4 points potentially, right? That's how you go from a touchdown to a field goal. Here we go, 3rd and 12. You can see Tucker getting loose on the sideline up top on your screen. They got to snap that ball. Oh, did they get it off? They did. Heat comes for Lamar. Lamar falling back, and he goes down. There's a flag down. Hold on a second. Wow. Before the snap, delay of game. Well, instead of a sack, it's 3rd and 17, but the Ravens do get another crack at it. Yeah, I mean, usually they'll give you a grace period, right? As soon as it hits 0 seconds, they're not going to throw the flag. They kind of let that play out, though, a little bit before they threw the flag. I didn't see a flag come in right away. It didn't sound like anyone blew a whistle until like a second or two into the play. The Ravens got a bit of a break there, low-key. Because now they get another crack at it. Granted, it's 3rd and 17, but they'll just dump it off to Bateman. Yeah, they're just playing for the field goal. Well, there you go. Bills defense. Again, right? That 2-yard loss on first down, it's not much. But that plus an incompletion can just kill your drive. Points left on the table. But for the Ravens, good to get Henry going a little bit on this drive, right? You are going to need him. Here you go. This is an interesting kick. Let's see about Tucker here. Yeah, coming off the worst season of his career by far. They're showing the graphic right now. 47-yarder in the snow on the road. Does he got it? Yeah, he drilled it. The GOAT still showing up when it matters most. I bet you, though, like a lot of Ravens fans are probably holding their breath right there. It has not been a stellar season for Mr. Tucker, but he drilled that one. I mean, when the game's on the line, you still got to trust him, right? There was talks like, oh, should the Ravens cut Justin Tucker? Like, a few months ago, like, after that Eagles game, right around, like, after Thanksgiving, right? Like, early December, it's like, should they move on from Justin Tucker? That's how bad it was, but sometimes all it takes is just seeing that ball go through, get rid of the yips, right? Someone from SB Nation, I feel so bad, I can't remember their name because they did such a good job with this, but they wrote an article, like, where they talked with special teams experts and like broke down Justin Tucker's mechanics and pretty much was like, well, he's just getting a little bit older. Like he's had to change the way he kicks the ball physically a little bit. And that's caused him to hook a lot of these kicks. And that's why like he's been declining a little bit. But got it right there. Unk still got it. We got Nolan Cox in here. Welcome to the stream, Nolan. Good to have you in here. Saying absolutely brutal to watch as a Jackson believer, but the Bills D is looking ferocious tonight. No, they have stood up to the test so far, right? And again, bottling up Derrick Henry. I mean, the Ravens came in here wanting to run the ball. First half, it got taken away. It's been coming along here in the second half, but coverage has been pretty good. There's been a few big plays to be had, right? And you look at Lamar's stat line. It's so crazy, right? He's 9 for 15 with 142, a touchdown, and a pick. He's probably not been quite as good as those numbers. He's had a few misses. But it's not like he's playing bad right now by any means, right? The Ravens are still in this game. It's feasible. Like, if they come back and win, we look and we're like, again, like, outside of those turnovers, like, Lamar played a great game and the Ravens won. But it's not been the ideal script. It's just so crazy to compare that to Josh. 5 for 9 and 69 yards. If you really want to make the argument, well, this is why Lamar is the MVP, right? I mean, obviously the voting is over, and who knows how that award race is going to go. But either way, there's going to be some upset people. Man, there's just been Lot of talking between these two fan bases. I get it, right? These are two top competitors right here. Two teams itching to finally get over the hump a little bit here. Someone on Twitter, I think it was Pranav Shriman. I might have said his name wrong. I'm sorry if I did, but he was saying, like, man, whoever loses this game is going to be in for the longest 365 days of their life. You know, one of these teams is going to have a disappointing end to their season here. Wolf saying, Josh Allen, is it in you? Gatorade commercial. Those commercials are crazy. Is it in you? The billboards are crazy too. It's like Josh just like staring at you like, is it in you? All right. I wonder what happened with these kickers. Yeah. You know, I mean, and like for Tyler Bass, right? Like he has a big leg. He can hit from like 60 yards, but that playoff miss last year, right? The yips, man, the yips will get you. And Bass has had kind of a rough season, but the Bills have stuck by him, and you got to respect it, right? Like, if you're willing to be patient and stick with your kicker, you know, sometimes you get rewarded for it. The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Pizza Hut. No one can out Pizza the Hut. Just another kickoff booted through the end zone. That's what I'm talking about, right? Like teams, I just wish teams wouldn't boot it through the end zone. Try and hit it in the landing zone, you know? Try and get the 20-yard touchback instead of the 30-yard touchback. All right. What does Buffalo have in store now? Play action. Josh will just swing it out. Not quite the check down that Saquon was, right? I called Saquon the best check down in the league, perhaps. First game. But good, honest 3 yards right there. Kyle Hamilton dusted up with snow now. What a difference he's been since they've put him at high safety, right? He's a dude that's played all over the place, right? Came into the league as kind of like seen as like a tweener, maybe like a box safety, put him down closer to the line of scrimmage. Then the Ravens put him at corner a lot, had him play slot corner. Now here he is, just traditional deep safety role, but he'll still creep down and play at the line of scrimmage a lot too, right? But he's got so much range. I mean, I know his combine wasn't the best, but like he plays fast. He's big, 6'4", covers a lot of ground, sees the field really well. He's one of those guys like, man, just the NFL overthought it when it comes to like positional value. Like, nah, like he's too good to go 14th overall, you know. Is that our Darius Washington making the tackle right there? He's another guy that's come along and been a part of this Ravens defense resurgence. I tell you what, 3rd and 5 here for the Bills now. Bills had to punt last time around, second series of the second half. They're facing a 3rd and 5. Josh got him. Curtis Samuel. He's been a contributor in these playoffs. He had that big touchdown against the Broncos. He's another guy, just like, he's not a crazy wide receiver, but if you get some creative coaching with him, you can get him some nice open looks and let him shine out in space a little bit. Man, oh, that little zig route right there. So broken in Madden. Just a short double move, right? Great man beater. Doesn't take too long to develop down the field. You can get a quick hitter. And man, if you dialed up against the right coverage, as soon as he's coming back, you fire that ball in there, he catches it in stride, and he turns upfield. Easy way to manufacture those yards after catch opportunities. That's something Samuel's super good at. Told you it's Ohio against the world. Oh, yeah. Gross. Ladd McConkey goes crazy on those routes. Just motion Nico Collins away, get Ladd McConkey isolated. If it's man coverage, that's a wrap. It's a wrap. But the CPU is starting to figure that out. I will say, it was tough sledding on offense for us. Also, I'm sure you saw this, when we simmed, we lost. We're no longer undefeated. It had to happen at some point, right? Can't jump the shark just yet. Can't be that easy. Spits it out quick there to Shakir. Another 3rd down. Ravens defense has looked pretty good so far in the second half. Keeping a lid on things through the air. You know? I mean, shoot, it's a 1-score game. Oh, Jim. I don't know, Jim. Oh, yeah, look at the difference. And it's not a coincidence. I believe week 11 was when they really started putting Kyle Hamilton at safety. Lad had a whole conversation before the ball snaps in American Sign Language. Ravens ready for the screen. Pile driver. Oh my goodness. Ravens defense coming to play in the second half. Here we go, folks. This is a ball game right here. Ravens defense showing up. They tried to get the quick hitter there. And my goodness. Ho, ho, ho. Snuffed out well. Here we go. Here we go. Ravens getting the ball back. Folks, this one is far from over. Man, it looked pretty ideal here for the Bills going into halftime, right? Man, they have a chance to make it a 3-score game if they score a touchdown to open up the half. But credit this Ravens defense. They have adjusted. Ravens' second half adjustments so far, giving them an edge. Man, you got to give a credit to Zach Orr. I was a little skeptical. I was like, I don't even know a thing or two about Zach Orr, right? Like, who knows? He could be great. But I was like, it's just hard to replace Mike McDonald. And so much of what the Ravens did last year on defense was predicated on their scheme and just all these disguises and stunts and games that they run, all the creepers and simulated pressures, right? We're actually going to drop Matabike back in coverage. And instead, we're blitzing Kyle Hamilton, stuff like that, right? And it's just, I know they promoted in-house, but I thought, I don't know. And then their defense struggled first half of the season. I'm like, there you go. They lost the coordinator. Tough uphill battle. But Zach Orr, man, they've figured stuff out, right? He's not just like a Mike McDonald clone, right? He's doing his own thing, right? He's using Kyle Hamilton in a different way, stuff like that, right? Second half year, this Ravens defense has been legit. And I couldn't tell you, like in real time, schematically, the adjustments the Ravens made here in the second half of this game. Like, I don't know what exactly they changed from the first half to the second half. What I can tell you, though, is that the defense has been playing substantially better, and I think you got to chalk that up to coaching right there. And so, you know what? Zach Orr, he officially gets the stamp of approval, which I'm sure he cares about so much, right? He's probably like, let's go. But, yeah. Ravens coaching second half so far has looked a little bit better. That's what I'll say. Pitchamp saying Bills have a shotgun wide receiver core where any one of them can pop off in a crazy game. You could argue it's similar with the running backs too, where all three could be starters. Oh yeah, it's a very deep, strong group, right? Again, maybe not the alpha high-end guy. They don't have like an A.J. Brown at the top, right? But yeah, there's just so many different options, so many different guys to account for, and any one of them could go off for a big game, especially when you have a great quarterback like Josh Allen and a great offensive line like they have. Lion asking if I've watched rugby before and if I have thoughts on that. I haven't really watched rugby before, to be honest, right? I can respect the physicality of it. There's at least some similarities with American football, but I have not really watched rugby before. I'm like only vaguely. That's a word that, man, I said, I pronounce it vaguely, right? I don't even know at this point. I said that word a certain way in my video, and oh man, the comment section had a field day with it. It was like the most common comment I got, genuinely. It's kind of funny. Just like so many people like, bro, why do you say it like that? It's like, I don't know, man. That's just how I say it. I will mispronounce words. I will. Like even now, like especially when I was a kid, I would just mispronounce words all the time. But even now, I still will. Whatever. It's kind of funny. I don't really care that much, right? It's kind of amusing. I like when people correct me, though, because genuinely, I wouldn't know otherwise, right? I would still think it's Mez Spirit or Cinna. All right, here we go. Back to Henry. He's starting to roll. Man, I don't know. Dare I say things are starting to come up Ravens here a little bit. The run game is going and the defense looks good. And that's what makes this team so dangerous, right? It's not just the Lamar show, right? First half, it felt like a lot was on his plate. Defense was getting worked a little bit. They couldn't run the ball. All of a sudden, second half, we're seeing what's made this team such a tantalizing team coming into the playoffs, that they do have those other aspects of the game covered too. Henry again. Man, he just gets a few extra yards. I don't think he's quite going to get the first down, but it's third and very manageable now. Pearchamp saying, didn't Peyton Manning once say there's no such thing as second half adjustments? Just keep playing with the game plan for the most part. I mean, I'm not going to challenge Peyton Manning on this, right? Like, obviously he knows more than me and has more, like, experience in a locker room than I do. To be honest with you, that would genuinely shock me though. Like I get you're not going to like completely throw out the playbook and just like run a completely different offense. I would be shocked if there's no adjustments at all. Like there's just no way, right? Henry exploding. Big run. Here he comes. Second half, and it's Henry time. But I would be truly shocked if that was the case, to be quite honest with you. Now, if you're the Minnesota Vikings, we're like, no, adjustments don't exist. We're going to keep having these route concepts that develop 20 yards downfield. We are going to only blitz and run stuts and take 5 years to get pressure. We will not change a thing. Which, again, I say all that, Painting? Am I missing something? They're going to give it to him again. Oh, they took Henry out. Play action for Lamar. There's Andrews. Man, here come the Ravens. Oh, flag down. See about that. Defensive holding. There you go. Giveaway right there. Prior to the pass, right? Defensive holding. They're going to let the play stand. Man alive, folks. Also, I just saw what happens. I forgot to turn the monitor away. Justice Hill, am I right? Oh, my gosh. Here come the Ravens. That's what I'll say. I'm going to pretend like that I just saw this. I'm going to pretend like this is my authentic reaction. Yo, Justice Hill. Sorry. Welcome to the stream, Eagle Eyes. Good to have you in here. Bundle Ruski, Bundle Ruski, Bundle Ruski do. Gosh. Oh, that commercial. Oh, Andy. Oh, Andy. Well, man, I mean, if you're the Ravens, right, just like don't shoot yourself in the foot. I mean, 69 rushing yards in the quarter to 1 for the Bills. Here we go, folks. Back to Henry again. Henry getting blocks down inside the 5. They are just running the ball at will. This is what I was kind of waiting for, right? There's that battle, the run game, right? It took a while, but second half, Henry's starting to get going now, and Hill ripped off an explosive run. I mean, have the Ravens even passed it once on this drive? Have they even had a single drop back? I'm not sure. But this is the most dominant their running game has looked all night so far. Yeah, they stuck with the run. I mean, this has been a big difference compared to that AFC Championship game, right? First and goal now. No, they did have a play action pass. Henry's in. Henry's in. Touchdown, Ravens. Touchdown, Ravens. 2-point conversion and they can tie it, right? The run was working for the Ravens against the Chiefs. I hate to keep coming back to this, right? But this is such a big inflection point for this Ravens organization. The run game was working. They barely did it. There's a small sample size. But when they handed the ball off against the Chiefs in the conference championship game last year, they got a few nice plays out of it. They just didn't do it. They just didn't do it. They didn't stick with it. They got a little too scared, a little too cute. They went away from it. Not today. Was not working in the first half. They stuck with it. They are now paying the dividends. You know what? We'll see how this 2-point conversion goes, and then I'll continue with this rant. But Lamar buying time tipped. Bills keep the lead. They get the stop on the 2-point conversion. Oh, man. Here we go. All right. Back and forth. You know what? Here's what I'll say. I am definitely tapped into like analytics and stuff like that. And I think there's a lot of merit in like advanced stats and numbers and stuff like that. One thing I don't agree with though, I just straight up don't agree with. There's like a popular take that like establishing the run is fake. And that's just not real because statistically it's not, right? And I get it. Like statistically passing the ball is more efficient than running. But honestly, no. Sometimes I get there gets to be a point where like you just got to go away from running the ball, and like running the ball on like 2nd and long is not always a good play because it sets up like 3rd and long and it's just harder to convert, right? I get all that. But sometimes you just got to be stubborn and stick with the run, right? And this the difference between last year's Ravens team and this year's Ravens team, I think really illustrates that. Obviously, it helps when you have Derrick Henry, but that's a reason why they got Derrick Henry in the first place, right? Being stubborn with the running game. Just, I do not care. It has not worked the last 4 times. The 5th time it's going to work. And then the 6th time it's going to work. And we're just going to keep rolling downhill, right? That is something I think good teams do still. Like, I truly still believe that. I still believe that, like, establishing the run is a thing, even if, like, a lot of charts and graphs disagree. Like I know, like, factually and scientifically speaking, it's not a thing. That is one thing I'm stubborn about. Like, I know what the data says. I don't care. I don't care. I'm very open to data in football, right? I just had a video about going for it on 4th down. But that is one thing where it's like, nah, dude. Sometimes you just gotta stick with it. But anyways, sorry. That's kind of beautiful, though. Lion saying, I'm surprised on a penalty like that. They don't add yards to the play. I get maybe not doing it for touchdowns, but a penalty was called. Any reason for that? I mean, like, if there's a penalty, but the play that resulted is, like, good, like, you just decline it because the play happened, right? They do that for, like, personal fouls, right? Like, let's say the Ravens are at, like, the 30-yard line, their own 30. They hit a 20-yard pass to put it to midfield, but the Bills hit Lamar Jackson late. They would tack on 15 yards after the play, too. So they would get the extra 15 yards. For stuff like that, they would, but not for holding or anything like that, which is kind of interesting. But Nolan's fired up. They've got a pulse. Parachamp saying the Ravens figured out that running the ball is important. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just working now, right? I mean, they tried it in the first half, too. They were trying in the first half. It just wasn't working. But they were stubborn, and I respect that so much. I respect the stubbornness so much. Ravens went for 2. Yeah, Buffalo got the stop, though. I mean, that could be a legitimate difference in this game right now. Parachamp asking, do I think this game is living up to the hype? I would say I thought this would be more of a shootout like Commanders versus Lions, but both their defenses are good. Oh, yeah, you know, I had, 34-28? It's been a close competitive game, which makes me excited, right? Like, this has been, like, is still anyone's game, and we're almost in the 4th quarter. That makes me happy. There was no laughers or snoozers or any bad games like that in the divisional round, you know. I think it has. It hasn't been like a crazy 40-40 type of game, but, you know, and I should have said this pregame. It makes so much sense now after seeing the first drive. A lot of times when you do have good offenses like this, it doesn't always get in the 40s just because, yeah, these drives take a while, right? They're good at grinding out the clock a little bit. They possess the ball a long time, but there's just like simply fewer possessions to be had in these games, you know? There's James Cook with a big run. Bills answering back on the ground, but I would say it's certainly lived up to the hype. I'm having the time of my life right now watching this. Goat Kid is tweaking right now, Jack says. I bet. I mean, dude. Oh, this is going to be nerve-wracking. I am excited, but also nervous for fans on both sides, man. I mean, my goodness. Man has been yelling about Lamar being MVP when Henry did all the work on that drive. Yeah, I mean, Henry and Justice Hill kind of carried there. But Wolf saying one day Dr. Pigskin will be on the CBS halftime show. That would be crazy. That would be pretty crazy. We'll see, man. Who knows? But stuffed right there. Nothing. Eagle Eye saying real men pound the rock. Only wimps throw the ball. There you go. Rah, rah. Win in the trenches. Here we go. We'll have one more play here in the 3rd quarter. Man, if you're the Bills, though, just have not been getting a whole lot going here in the second half on offense, right? No points here in the 3rd quarter if you're Buffalo. Punt. Now they're facing a 2nd and 11. It's so funny what I'm about to say. We'll see what this 2nd down is, but there you go. Quick little dump off to Shakir. It's so funny. I was just going on and on about how you need to like establish the run and all that. I think if you're Buffalo, though, the run game is kind of dried up a little bit. 4th quarter, I think if you're Buffalo, it's time to open it up with Josh. You need to let Josh carry you in the 4th quarter. I think you drop back Josh most snaps, right? And he's either throwing it or he's scrambling. It's 4th quarter. It's go time. It's time for Josh to be the winter soldier if you're Buffalo, right? You're leading, But man, your offense is stalling, and it feels like the Ravens have figured something out on offense, just running the ball. If you're Buffalo, you got to be playing with desperation right here. You can't feel safe with the 2-point lead. I truly, really think, like, again, it's so funny. I was saying just like 5 minutes ago, run the ball, establish a run, be stubborn. I mean, it's not a one-size-fits-all rule, right? There's no thing that's like perfectly universal, but I just think based off what I've seen in this game, Bills' run game slowing down a little bit. I don't know. I think if you're Buffalo, you put the ball in Josh's hands here and let him cook in the fourth quarter. You got to let him take you home here. But 58 built is crazy. 58's build is crazy, maybe. Divisional round separates the good teams compared to the great teams. Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, wild card, usually the pretenders, they'll go one and done, right? Certainly would be my team, of course, but it's chill. But but yeah, what I've always loved about the divisional round, right? Let's say a team does pull off an upset, right? And the upstart team is on to the second round. Okay, do it again, right? The big boys come out to play now, right? One seed's had a week off. Now they're back, right? That's what makes it so fun. And every once in a while, you get a perfect storm where you get the 2 seed versus the 3 seed in a true clash of the Titans. And I mean, that's what we've got right here. It's the fourth quarter, baby. Fourth quarter, 2 of the biggest dogs going at it. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Kate Insane, remember that when you want to throw it at Nico? Dude, it's been the lad show recently, right? I mean, Nico's still got to get his too, and maybe Nico needs to like get back into the leaderboard, get back in the pole position of leading the league in receiving yards. We have unlocked lad from the slot. Nico's still been pretty good, and he's been leading us in touchdowns, but those big plays we hit the Nico earlier on in the season, they aren't as frequent now. We'll still hit a nice seam ball to him here and there, and he's a beast on drag routes, and occasionally you'll hit a backside slant with Nico that he can take 40 more yards downfield. But, that offense is just crazy. We're cracked. We did lose, though. We did lose, so maybe I should shut my mouth. Sebastian saying fraud MVP versus fraud MVP. Oh, yeah, they're no Jared Goff, right? League should get the MVP. Oh, you're right. MVP to the Lions cafeteria worker. Yeah, that's better. Daniels clears Stroud. I'm getting there, Ishan, to be honest with you. I am getting there. Well, there you go. I say, well, the Bills need to pass. They run it and pick up the third down. And that is like, is that their first third down conversion of the second half, right? I mean, yeah, they've punted every time. That is, they've not seen a lot of sustained drives here for the Bills here in the second half. Josh Allen has 96 passing yards. That's crazy. I mean, both defenses have been pretty good. The Bills just haven't really opened it up outside of like a few of the shots they took in the first quarter. They have not really been pushing the ball downfield a whole lot. It has been a very low A-dot game for Allen, I would imagine. Play action now. They might take a shot here. Nope. Dump off to Cook. Nice, efficient play, though. Sebastian saying Daniels could have a sophomore slump as well. I mean, it will be interesting to see, right? How is this defense? How is the NFL defenses? How are they going to adjust to this Cliff Kingsbury offense, right? It's not even like Kingsbury's scheme was very different from what he ran in Arizona. It's just being executed at a much higher level right now. That will be interesting to see, though. But yeah, he has had a better rookie year than Stroud, which is kind of insane to say, but it's true. It's true. But that'll be, we'll see. Second half or second season, we'll see what the defenses have in store for Cliff. And can Cliff come up with some counter punches, right? It's one thing to like scheme up a good offense for a year, but to have sustained success as a schemer is so difficult, right? That's why I give like Sean McVay's flowers so much, right? You have to grow and evolve and change your offense. You can't run the same stuff year over year over year over year. Teams are going to figure it out, right? You got to have a counter punch. You got to have a second pitch. That's what separates like the good play callers from the great play callers. Daniels could have a slump, but he just seems so dynamic and clutch. Yeah, I mean, he's now that a lot of the questions that he had coming out of college have been answered. It's like, well, now the stuff that like was like good about him is highlighted, right? Like, I won't lie. Like, when I evaluated him, right, I thought, I don't know, man. Like, He didn't face pressure a whole lot at LSU because the line was so good, but when he did, he took a lot of sacks, and his first instinct was just to duck his head and run. And, it's not like Lamar, where Lamar will scramble too, but he keeps his eyes downfield and always looks to throw. Like, Daniels just immediately seemed to run, and it's like, I could see that going poorly at the NFL level. He didn't throw over the middle of the field very well. I could see that going poorly at the NFL level, right? If you are limited in that aspect, right? He's slight and takes a lot of hits. I could see that going poorly. He was a fifth-year senior who didn't break out until his final year on a stacked team. I could see that going poorly, right? Just a lot of these red flags, stuff that Zach Wilson had, Kenny Pickett had, Justin Fields had. And I thought, you know what? You pop the hood. This looks like a bust. Nope. You know what? He actually can throw over the middle of the field. You know what? Actually, he can stand in the pocket and just handle pressure. Actually, he can just scramble that much and not take hits, right? And now that he can do that, you can appreciate his athleticism and his accuracy and his beautiful mechanics. I mean, just all these things that made him great at LSU are able to fully shine through now because those concerns are actually, at least this year, have not been that big of a deal. Also, the Bills not getting the third down there. Ooh, Brandon Stevens has to be careful there. Grabbing the hip on Shakir. Looking for Shakir on the inbreaker. Ooh. Here we go. Big kick for Tyler Bass. Man, again, rough season for him this year a little bit. He's had some misses, and the miss in the playoffs lingers in the mind of everyone. This is a 51-yarder in some snow, and Bass drills it. The Bass comes through. The Bass watches over Buffalo. The Bass's spirit prevails. Bills with much needed points right there. Ravens still down one score though. Touchdown can take the lead. Here we go. All right. Shaping up to be a good one, folks. Pair Champ saying the offense is more aggressive with Dan Quinn having the fourth down conversion plays. Oh, yeah. And you know me. I love that. I love how aggressive they are on fourth down. It has paid off for them time and time again this year, right? Playoff time, they don't back down, and it's working out right now. Oh, yeah. Sebastian with a question, should I be healthy or should I go to the, I'm assuming that's got to be a Canadian thing, right? And get a large bottle of Orange Crush. Go get it, dude. You earned it, right? Go get it. You earned it. Go get the Orange Crush. The wide right, too. That was tough. Man, poor Buffalo. But they got it right there. The Bass always comes through. He does. He's watching over us. Sound like a madman right now. Oh, Bass, thank you for everything. Oh, man. 12 minutes left of the divisional rounds. And then after that, there's 3 games left. I truly can't believe it. In some ways, it feels like this season has been going on for a hot minute. I think back to week 1 of this season, right? I remember being so locked in. For that Jaguars-Dolphins game, dude. Thinking about that game, that feels like ages ago. But it's truly hard to believe that, man, we really are getting down to it. Orange Crush is like Fanta. Is that not out east? I was referring to the store, the Depanure. I might have said that wrong. Yeah, we do have Orange Crush and Fanta out here. But I might have said that wrong. What is that? Is that like a Canadian grocery store or something, or a convenience store? Depanure. I'm gonna look that up. Depanure. You might not be able to see my screen. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's one in New York, but this is a Canadian thing. Nice. It's a convenience store. Okay. Interesting. Or maybe that's just the word for a convenience store. But either way. Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, yo, that's a chain I've never heard of. You learn something new every day. I sound like a madman that does more. Oh man. Oh man. Not last year against the Chiefs. Here we go. All right. You think the Ravens come out and run it again, right? I mean, that's what was really working for them last drive. First play, hand it off to Henry. Dare him to stop you, right? Just been rolling, rolling, rolling. Look at the blocking, too. Whew. 12:04 left in this one. Lived up to the hype. I'm feeling another Ravens touchdown here. 24 points ain't going to win this game for the Bills. I really don't think so. 30, it might take 30 points to win this game. I think the Ravens have probably 2 more possessions in them, maybe 3, but I think they've got some more points in them. Who is Sims? 18. I thought that was Deontay for a second. I was like, there's no way. Like I know they brought him back because they want the comp pick, or like they don't want another team to get a comp pick, but he won't even be on their active roster for the rest of the season. That whole saga has been crazy. That Deontay Johnson saga. Oh, word? Derrick Henry direct snap? Let's go. Bowling over people. Whew. Pearchamp with a great question here. What's my biggest takeaway from this season? I would say being aggressive has proven to benefit so many teams, especially my latest video concept. Let's go. Oh, yeah. I mean, you look at like the Eagles, the Lions, the Commanders, right? Not maybe a slight coincidence, but not really. Like, yeah, good teams will be aggressive and go for it on 4th down, right? Chiefs' first loss of the season versus the Bills, right? The Bills went for it on 4th down. They could have taken the points and just like hope their defense got a stop against the Chiefs and Mahomes to close out the game, but they put the ball in their hands. They scored a touchdown on 4th down, right? Henry is, oh, second effort. Did that get it? Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, the side judge first, it looked like he was going to give it to him, but he kept running in a little bit. That one's going to be close. Second effort might have got him. Are they going to go for it? I mean, you might have to. It's 4th and 1. Are they going to go? Are they going to go? Go. Come on. Go for it. Just for a principle, right? I'm not even like cheering one way or the other, but I love seeing it. Andrews got it. Got it. Welcome to the new age of football. I mean, to your credit, Pearchamp, I don't want to just steal your answer, but there you go, right? 10 years ago, teams ain't doing that. Teams ain't doing that. 10 minutes left in the game in your own territory, not a single team in the league would do that. But now we're talking about like, yeah, they should go for it. They will go for it, right? Jim and Tony aren't even that surprised when they go for it. But when I first started watching football, that was just straight up not a part of the game whatsoever. It's becoming more and more normalized, and I think it's good for the game. I think it's exciting. Not to mention, like, as far as, like, tactically speaking, like, it's probably the right call, right? There you go. Another big takeaway. I mean, honestly, like, and this is not necessarily new compared to, like, other seasons, but one of the biggest takeaways I've had just from watching football this year, like, I've always kind of believed this, but now I really do. I don't know. We talked about this during the first game. Offensive line is just so important. Again, I dare you to show me a team left in the playoffs that doesn't have a great offensive line. Maybe the Chiefs' tackles aren't great. They've also got 3 all-pro caliber players on the interior, right? You need a good offensive line. You cannot win without a good offensive line. Just straight up. It is a requirement. It is just as much of a requirement as good quarterback. Oh, the ball's out. The ball is out. The ball is out. It's Bill's ball. Andrews got to take it away from him. The Bills defense, when they need it most, gets another takeaway. That's the 3rd Ravens turnover of the game. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. It's Terrell Bernard. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm sorry, Nolan. I'm sorry, Garrett, man. That's tough. Yeah. Right. Man, if you're the Ravens now, this is like you need to stop here, dude. Like you can allow a field goal, still be what? An 8-point game, still a one-score game. If you give up a field goal, oh, man. Andrews fighting for extra yards. Yeah. Yeah. But I will say offensive line. And yeah, I mean, running is just like fully back, right? We overcorrected with the running back position. Um, Another one, and this might be what my next video is about, right? Honestly, I still need to like right now what I'm thinking in my mind, and I need to like fully like flesh this out and like back this up. I'm just like based off gut feeling right now, what I've seen a lot this season. There are too many head coaches that should just be coordinators. Like, and I can't wait to like dive into that topic a little bit more. That is honest. That might be my biggest takeaway from the season, honestly. This practice of just hiring a good coordinator to be your head coach, like we've kind of jumped the shark with that a little bit. The bubble is starting to burst, and there are a lot of coaches out there that would just really be better off being coordinators, right? Guys who I think have good ideas and are good like minds on their respective side of the ball, right? Shane Steichen. I was in on the Colts going into this year. Oh, Shane Steichen's scheme is so good. Like, he was so good with the Eagles, and they had some great moments last year and this and that, right? And some of it is just like the Colts' talent underachieved. But then you think about like the way the Anthony Richardson situation was held, and there's just like there seems to be something always going on in the locker room. And Steichen, like it's part of the job, right? Like Steichen just seems to be giving bad answers at press conferences every week, and that certainly doesn't seem to be helping like the questions about the team culture and must-win game against the lowly Giants, and you just get walked all over. It's like, man, maybe he's just a coordinator, right? We know my Mike McDaniel take, right? Man, maybe he's just a coordinator, right? Like just so many cases of like it's just it's so hard to do both. It's so hard to call plays and be a head coach, right? It just good luck, man. You are far more likely, in my opinion, to hire a Josh McDaniels than a Sean McVay when doing that. And I'm not saying like you can't hire a coordinator ever, but I like honestly, like I love KOC as a coach. I think he's a better culture coach than he is like a play caller. Like if KOC wanted to like give up play calling, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. Like it's hard to do everything. That is honestly that's probably my biggest takeaway. This is something I've legitimately been thinking about for like a month now. And I'm like locked in on this take. And something about that is going to be my next video. That's what I've been working on right now. Another good question here. Couple of good questions. Game solved asking my favorite sports show. I don't watch a lot of network sports shows, surprisingly. I watch some like sports YouTube. I love Brett Coleman's channel a lot. I like football analysis. Favorite network show? Probably NFL Live. I think the crew is great. I think they do a great job. That's probably one of ESPN's better, if not best products out right now, in my opinion. Not just because I'm a football guy, but like I like how they're able to dive into some of the niche stuff. I think the crew has great chemistry. I think they do a really good job. I love NFL Live. That's like one of the few programs I'll like actually turn on and watch, even if it's on in the background a little bit. But Andrew Sabotage, yeah, took a page out of Hawkinson's book. Wow, a hands to the face on a Jawbo, and Mac Hollins is fired up. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Why was Mac Hollins going crazy? I guess, I mean, he's just happy, but yeah, pretty easy call right there. Took a page out of Hawkinson's book. No. Oh, man. Browns are fine with Schwartz. I don't know about Reese, though. Yeah, that's right. Tommy Reese, is that his name? New offensive coordinator for the Browns. I'm going to have to look into him, to be honest. I don't know a whole lot about him. I don't know what he's going to bring. Oh, they love those quick Keon slants right there. They try like one of those a game. Got it right there. Man, I remember, who was it against? I can't remember who it was against, but they tried that near the red zone, and Keon dropped it. It got popped up and picked off. But, man. Pair champ saying, I forgot, did you specify in my video which team is credited for popularizing fourth down conversions the most? Chargers, Lions, or Eagles? Well, I will say You could go back to the 2019 Ravens. They were a team that did it a lot, and that it started to become a little bit more accepted then. I would say probably the Lions, though, to be honest with you. Like, if you really had to pick one, I would say the Lions, right? They have been the high-profile fourth down team. They did it when they're bad. They've done it now when they're good, right? The Chargers, if anything, they set it back because Staley tried, but they just came up short in a lot of big spots, and that stuck in people's minds, but I would say the Lions, but the Ravens deserve a lot of credit too, and maybe I could have talked about them a little bit more. But Wolves buffering right now, man. I know that happens sometimes. I'm sorry, man. Pearchap used to hate watch Undisputed, but stopped after Shannon left. Yeah. Oh man, those shows. I mean, I feel like it's fun to hate watch those shows. Just like enjoy the fireworks, right? You know, it's like the McDonald's of sports media. Sometimes you'll want McDonald's, though. Believe me, I would know, right? I had McDonald's on Monday. Oh no, Marlowe's down. Man. Hmm. Oh, he just got driven into the turf too by Mac Hollins. Oh man. Oh, you hate to see that. Hmm. We're under 6 minutes left now in this game. I mean, I don't know if the Bills get a touchdown here. It might be curtains. ESPN gives them a win probability of 89%. That checks out. It's looking pretty good for Buffalo right now. Man, we'll see how the rest of this game goes. I can't believe I got suckered in. I cannot believe I got suckered in by the Ravens, dude. I really said, I know we say this every year, but this year it might actually be the year they take care of business. God, I can't believe I fell for that. I can't believe I fell for it. Oh, it's different this year because they have Derrick Henry, right? I say all this, the game is not over, and if the Ravens force a field goal, then things are still pretty interesting. I just can't believe that I fell for this. I can't believe it, dude. I should have been better than this. Hey, I don't know. It's not over, though. It might take a miracle. Man, the Ravens not getting that first 2-point conversion. Kind of a toughie right there, right? But if they do hold them to a field goal, it's 2nd and 9 at the Baltimore 20, right? 2nd and 9 isn't the worst spot to be in. Oh, you can't let them get into the end zone though. And I wonder, like, if you're Buffalo, right? If Buffalo gets into a goal to go situation, or even if it's like a 4th and 1, like the Bills, it would not shock me if they went for it here on this drive. There is a chance. There's a chance. Anything for Click saying, unless a miracle, the game is over? Probably, yeah. It's going to come down to these next few plays. I really think so. Yeah. Purple's just a cursed color. Maybe. That's our problem. It's our color. Duh, dude. All right, the Vikings will now wear orange next season. Orange and gold. Let's go. Parachap saying, with how the game is shaping, do you think the Bills can win it all and finally get the Lombardi? I mean, shoot, though. I mean, yeah, if you're one of the 4 teams left, right, this definitely feels like the most complete Bills team. It absolutely does, right? They can win in so many different ways now. I mean, there's been questions about the defense, but there is talent, and they showed up today. Derrick Henry got going here in the 3rd quarter, but they survived it, right? That's the ultimate test for this run defense is Derrick Henry, right? I would be curious to see what the line is against Kansas City and Arrowhead. I think like Kansas City would be like half a point favorite. It could even be even. Like, we'll see, man. Cook. Oh, they got a few extra yards out of it. Rams had a real shot. Maybe the Ravens will manage the same. I mean, yeah, the Rams came back from the dead to make it a game, but 3rd and 1 now. You have to imagine. The Bills are probably thinking 4-down territory here. They've got 2 cracks to get 1 yard here. They're just going to do tush push with Josh. Got it. Here we go. Are they... I mean, it's not really going to matter either way, but are they going to mark this as 1st and 10 with like the first down at like the half-yard line? Or is it going to be goal to go? This might be a goal to go situation right here. This is it right here. Here we go, folks. Man, poor Mark Andrews. Man. Ravens did turn over too much. Yeah. 3 turnovers. You can't lose the turnover battle 3-0 and expect to win on the road in the playoffs, right? You just can't. It is first and goal. Okay, so it's all or nothing here. It is really all or nothing here. Cook will get a nice start for them. This is the season right here. The Ravens season comes down to whether or not they can force a field goal. Cook has been cooking. He's come alive too here a little bit. Ravens timeout. I don't hate that. Yeah, save as much time as possible. You know you need to stop here no matter what. You need to give yourself as much time as possible if you're down 8. Or even if the Bills score a touchdown, right, you still need as much time as possible. It's going to take something crazy either way, right? But they're putting all their eggs in one basket here. This is what this Bills team was built for, though, right? Goal-to-go situation. They've developed this offensive line so well, mostly built through the draft, right? Joe Brady wants to run the ball. They've got big Josh Allen. They've got James Cook they can hand it to, right? It would be a very fitting way for this Bills team to close out this game with just a gritty, punch-your-mouth type of drive that they end capping it off with like a 2-yard rushing touchdown, right? They're going to come out empty. Wow. Josh designed run. Yep. Josh down to the 2. They are inching closer and closer. Ravens will probably use another timeout here, right? Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is probably tush-push territory right here, right? Just push Josh in, even though it's like 2 yards out. You could absolutely do that. You could do that from 2 yards out. I think that's what they're going to do. They've got 2 cracks to get 2 yards here. This is what the Bills built for. This is what they've been building for right here. And it is fascinating to see the culmination of this, right? It's been a process. The Bills of like 2021, 2022 were not built to play this way. That was a big undoing for them in the playoffs. They couldn't stop the run, and they quite honestly struggled to run the ball. Remember like the Devin Singletary backfield, right? And the line just wasn't quite as good. It is a fundamentally different team now. They're not. Okay, they're going to come out in shotgun. It's going to be another design Josh run, right? They've got 2 guys to his right. I don't know. They're going to roll him out to his right is my guess. Josh is stood up. He is stood up. And here we go. It's 4th down. All right. Do they dare go for it? Do they dare go for it? Wow. You got to go for it. You have to go for it. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Come on, let's go. 4th and goal in the playoffs. Here we go, man. Here we go. The game is changing. Welcome to the future of football. Go for it. Put the ball in your offense's hands. Control your own destiny. Let's go. Let's go. What a game this has been. Wow. Sebastian saying, pro tip. If your defense needs a goal line stand, just send 12 men out onto the field. Have a 1-man advantage and the offense will never see it coming. Oh, yeah. Commanders never saw it coming. Chotchke's saying it has to be a field goal. I can understand that if you want to play it safe, and there's no way if you kick the field goal, there's no way the Ravens can take the lead, right? There's no way the Ravens could take the lead if you take the field goal. But man, 2 yards for all the glory. Oh, they're going to kick it. Oh, they're going to kick it. Oh, they're going to kick it. I would have gone for it. I don't care. I would have gone for it. Again, easy for me to say the consequences aren't as real. I would have gone for it. Here we go. Could you imagine if they faked it? Could you imagine if they faked it? Kick is up and good. It's an 8-point game. The Ravens need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Oh, I would have gone for it. I don't know. I can understand the field goal again. Now the Ravens have 3:29 to score a touchdown and get the 2-point conversion. And even if they get both of those things, they cannot take the lead. But you could have moved on to the next round with 2 yards. Oh. Romo was calling out for the tush push too. I'm surprised they didn't do it, to be honest. You could have done it from 2 yards out. I really think so. I got to take a look. I'm curious. I got to take a look. Oh, man. Depending on how this game goes. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Ravens have a chance. They have a chance. The game ain't over. Can say that with certainty, though. Oh, shoot. I did not need to refresh there. Okay, come on. There we go. Buffalo versus Baltimore. They might have it up by this point. Anything for clicks saying that was a mistake and that was the miracle? I mean, it kind of was. I mean, they got down to the 2. It was 3rd and goal from the 2. You thought maybe they had 2 cracks to punch it in. They didn't get it, though. They didn't get it. Now, I'm with you, anything for clicks. I would have gone for it there. Man. Sebastian made it till the too many men called and you crashed out. I get it. Yeah. I would have done the same, man. I would have done the same. Anything for clicks played for both sides of history. Here we go. I'm going to say the model recommended to go, right? I'm going to say by like 2%. Let's see. I'm going to say go for it. 2.3% recommendation. See if it loads here. I wonder how many people just pulled this up right now. I bet you there's a lot of people that just pulled up this page right now. Let's see if it'll load here. Man, let's see. Maybe Ben Baldwin tweeted it out. Let's see. It's still not loading. A lot of activity on the site, I guess. 4th down decision bot. Let's see. Oh, they don't have it tweeted out yet. That's okay. That's okay. We'll look at it later. Field goal by 5%. Wow. It is definitely the safer play, though. I will give you that. Like, man, if they didn't get it, that would have been a disaster. DK going crazy. How does he have 20 touchdowns? Hold on a sec. How does he have 20 touchdowns? Are you kidding me? 40 catches, over 1,000 yards. There's no way. Are we that deep in the season? There's no way. There's no way. Are you trolling? Man. That's my best guess, not the model. Fair enough. Fair enough. Lamar Jackson needs to make at least a Super Bowl before I consider him the best QB in Ravens history. Joe Flacco is still the best. Ooh, that's a spicy take right there. Ooh. Sebastian saying it's the difference between a high chance of preventing a regulation loss and a lower chance of winning the game immediately. That's a good way to put it. Did we get a penalty right here? Holding on the return. Man, you know, it's crazy. I have to go to the bathroom so badly right now. I don't know if that's TMI or not, but I cannot leave my seat right now. Here we go. Oh, I need to turn my monitor again. Dang it. I knew he was going to try that deep shot. Missed likely right there. Parachamp saying it'd be so funny if Lamar never wins a Super Bowl. The Ravens' 2 Super Bowl wins are with Dilfer and Flacco. Yeah, that would be kind of insane. Man. I mean, I personally think he's the best QB the Ravens have ever had by like a mile. But yeah, it would be crazy if like he was the one that didn't win a ring with them. We've got someone pretty banged up right now. Jeez. Some more injuries. They were able to get him off the field so the Bills didn't have to take a timeout, though. Man. Let's see this back. Is that Teron Johnson who's hurt? Oh, no. Mark Bulger. Yeah, how about Kyle Buller? Tyrod Taylor, Ravens legend. I think Bulger played for the Ravens too, though, didn't he? Man. Some of those injuries, though, have been kind of tough here. 2nd and 10 now. All Josh can do is watch. They've done their part. All right, I'm going to sprint back for reasons. I'll be right back for reasons. All right, just back in time. Just back in time. Caden, I might have to take you up on that. We'll see. I just might have to take you up on that offer. Oh, dislocated shoulder. Ugh, man. All right, 2nd and 10 now for the Ravens. Lamar drifting back. He does this so well. This is how he buys time. He's going to scamper, and he gets almost to the first down, I think. Sebastian saying, hot take, Super Bowl wins are kind of overrated in determining how good a QB was, precisely because of situations like Flacco and Dilfer having a Super Bowl while Lamar doesn't. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's not the end-all, be-all, right? And it, like it's fun to look at and compare, and I won't lie. Like, yeah, I mean, you think about it a little bit, but yeah, like, Lamar not having a Super Bowl, like, maybe that keeps him from being, like, Aaron Rodgers all time, right? But, like, this might sound crazy, and it's still fairly early into his career, but like he's one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen. Absolutely. But his playoff it's not just the Super Bowls, but like the fashion in which the Ravens have gone out in the playoffs in some of these years, that's what really hurts. But yeah. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, just straight up ring counting, right? It's not like, yeah, Dilfer's better than Dan Marino or anything, but he did ball. Flacco had some good years. He did. He did have a great postseason run, too. I mean, that was like the best football he played of his life was that 2012 postseason run. But Raheem Morris. Oh, yeah, Raheem the Dream. Yeah. That is true. That play made a big difference, but also, like, he played well against Bill Belichick's Patriots. He played well in the Super Bowl. Like, he was just, like, legitimately great in that postseason. But I will say, and, like, not like, see, because I don't want to discount the postseason, right? Because, like, obviously those are the games that matters the most, right? And it's fair to say, like, Lamar's postseason resume, like, it does ding him a little bit, right? But I like Joe Flacco doesn't have 3 or even 2 MVPs, right? Lamar has 2. We don't know if he's gonna get his 3rd or not, right? But it's not like Flacco was a bad player, though. Flacco is better than Dilfer, that's for sure. But maybe the more iconic. I don't know. I kind of like Lamar, though. But here we go. It's getting down to it. I mean, here you go, Lamar. I mean, this is the moment, right? This is where, like, you can shut everyone up, Like, he needs the biggest drive of his life right here. Lamar under pressure again, falling back, buying time across the body. Oh, it's caught. It's caught. First down, and the Ravens are in business. Oh. I know that ain't Tylan Wallace making the big play. Just randomly shows up and makes big plays. That's the Tylan Wallace role. Here we go, man. 2-minute warning. Ravens are driving with the chance to tie it up. It all comes down to this. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Oh, man. How about it? How about it? That was unreal. Lamar just falling back, drifting back, right? His legs are a bigger weapon as a passer now than he is as like a pure rusher. I truly believe that, right? Just buy time. Someone's going to get open, right? It's very Aaron Rodgers-y, honestly. Like just very similar in the way that they use their legs to like give their receivers extra time to get open, right? Tylan Wallace didn't win on his route right away, right? But if you give Tylan Wallace like 6 seconds, he's going to find an open spot. He's going to pivot. Lamar sees him, throws across the field. There you go. Anything for Click saying if the Ravens tie this up, then that field goal was dumb. I mean, yeah, that's the thing you leave open, right? Now, it is like also like if the Bills went for it and didn't get it, granted the Ravens would have had to drive further, but then the Ravens touchdown could have given them the lead. But yeah, I mean, 2 yards to win the game, 2 yards to win the game. And they passed it up. They passed it up. This game could be over if they went for it and got it, Yeah. But Sebastian saying, but it goes to show the playoffs being a single elimination allows for fluky stuff like that to happen, which is why I wouldn't rate a player over another player solely because that player's won a Super Bowl. It can be a factor, but shouldn't be the only reason. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Parachamp saying, could we see an OT game in the playoffs? I mean, hey, if the Ravens get the touchdown on the 2-point conversion, right, odds are this game will go to overtime. Looking at the clock, right, 2 minutes left. I'd be surprised if the Bills had a ton of time for another possession, but I could see it. Ravens losing because they don't get the 2-point conversion. That would be crazy. I love it though, Nolan. Yes, you absolutely dare to believe. You know what? It's scary and it's vulnerable to allow yourself to be hurt, right? But man, the times where it does work, it's just that much more beautiful. You have to let yourself be vulnerable, right? You have to. It doesn't hit the same if you don't believe, and then you do end up winning, right? You must believe. Come on this wonderful adventure of belief. Here we go. 2 minutes, season on the line. One of the big dogs is going home. It does not get any better than this. Lamar just buying time again. There's Justice Hill. He gets out of bounds. Nice, honest 4-yard check down right there. What a game this has been. This is a day of football that has not disappointed whatsoever. First game was great. This one's even better. It's lived up to the hype. Took a while for us to get into the groove with the playoffs. Wild card had a few stinkers, but we've had some good ones too. Here we go. This is real playoff football right here. All right. Lamar, more pressure. Well, not really, actually. I say that. Clean pocket. There's Andrews. Redemption arc. Well, shoot. The Ravens are moving the ball quick here. Hit a few chunk plays now. Andrews just drifting out towards the sideline. No one there. Easy chunk. Here we go. Lamar, 5 for 6 on the drive, 56 yards, right? Again, this is just like a career, fair or not. This is like a legacy-defining drive right here, right? This is what people have been waiting for from Lamar and this Ravens team right here. I might have too. Let more time run off, right? You don't want to worry about the clock too much, but man, if you score quick, that gives Allen a lot of time. Lamar's buying time. He's got a lot of time. Downfield. Oh, it's caught. It's likely. The Ravens have struck. Oh my goodness. Here we go. This is what it comes down to right here. Here we go. Maybe they went too fast, but man, you also just got to get the points too, right? If it's there, you got to take it. Like if he passes it up and then they don't score, it's a nightmare. Here we go. Again, blocking the peripheral vision right here. I cannot see what's happening except for my screen. I look ridiculous, but this is what we're doing, baby. Here we go. 2-point conversion. This is for the season. Can the Ravens keep it alive? Lamar roll out and no, it's dropped. Andrews dropped it. It was there, and he dropped it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's right there, and he dropped it. Oh my goodness. Holy smokes. Mark Andrews, man. Oh my gosh. A drop. It was there. I mean, the play worked. Lamar rollout, Andrews in the flat. They hit that 99 times out of 100, right? That has been the duo. That has been the defining connection for this Ravens team since Lamar's got there, right? Andrews has been his go-to guy. Shuffling wide receivers in and out, it's been Andrews. It looked over for Andrews earlier on in the year, right? And he's had such a good resurgence. I mean, yeah. He had such a good second half of the season. And now it comes down to an onside kick. Does the GOAT have it in him? Does the GOAT have one final miracle kick in him? We're back to the peripheral blockers. Can they pull up? Here's the miracle right here, right? Can they somehow, against impossible odds, recover this onside kick? I mean, it never happens. Here we go. Little dribbler. Oh, it's fallen on by the Bills. It's fallen on by the Bills. Baltimore has one timeout. There's 1:33 left. How does the math even work out? Do the Bills even need a first down? I don't know that they even need a first down, right? You call timeout after the first down play. Second down, you can take off 40 seconds. Third down, you can take off 40 seconds. That's got to do it, right? That's got to do it, I think. Bills are telling the crowd to quiet down. They're going to I'm surprised they don't just kneel it. Well, there you go. There's the first down. If you're Johnson, you go down, right? There you go. Baltimore will take their final timeout, but that's it right there. Oh my goodness. Just heartbreak for for the Ravens. Man. I'm sorry, Ravens fans, man. He did. First half was rough, but second half he looked a lot better. Man, that's it. After all of that, after all of this, the AFC Championship game is going to be Bills versus Chiefs. Oh, come on. It's Bills versus Chiefs again. This one is different. This is the first time they've met in the AFC Championship game since 2020, though. I'm sorry, Nolan and Garrett. I'm sorry, man. That's tough. Appreciate the kind words, though, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Man, poor Mark Andrews. You got to feel for him. Been a Raven his whole career. Has had a great run here. Been a great player for them. And the Bills escape. The Bills escape. Josh is fired up. Josh Allen threw for 127 yards, and the Buffalo Bills are winning and moving on, and the conference championship matchups have been set. Eagles, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs. Let's go. Let's go. What a game. What a day of football. What a weekend of football. 4 for 4 on good games, dare I say it. That was a great divisional playoff right there. That was a great divisional round. What a game. Man. Not much else to say. good football all around. My heart goes out to the Ravens. And congratulations to the Bills. I know we got some Bills fans in here too, right? Shout out to AJ and Goat Kid and Matt. Congrats to the Bills. What a win. What a win. Oh, all right. Well, that's all I've got for today, folks. What a stream it was. Over 6 hours. Not bad. We had some fun here today. That was good. I appreciate you guys tuning in as always. And you best believe I'll be back next week. Another doubleheader. We're going to be going on for the conference championship games. Sunday Super Stream, back at it again. Another doubleheader. We're in for a banger. Let's do it. But until next time, I'll see you guys later. Y'all have a good night. Take care. Appreciate you all. Good day of football. Doctors out.